I am back. Just gonna continue where we left off. Jump straight in. Play a couple of rounds. Oops, click south by accident. It's supposed to be east. Same old. Keep your fingers crossed. For good luck, good cards. We'll get rubbish, as always. But we'll manage. Sure, figure something out. Just wing it along the way. Alright. You know what? First thing is to switch this back to. First thing is to switch this back to bamboo. So I'm just a little bit tired of undivided wisdom. Alright. Oh, okay. We have a sticky hand here, right? Okay. Alright. I think Namfong is probably dragging us down a little bit. I mean, it's not a win, what are we gonna do, right? Thinking like, well, get kind of like Honetsu this, but nah, this is way too connected to be ditchy an entire set for. I mean, if it fills out a tree pretty quickly and like, you know, got a couple of main through a third none, right? Instead we got like one soul, 2 pins. It's like, okay, fine. Alright, fine. We can just kind of like ditch it, see what we can do. What I really would like to have though, oh man, here we go. We're gonna get that cheap way stuff again. Nah, I think we lose this. Just argue for a case of Shanshoku. This is assuming we get the 3. Right? But 3 just kind of opens up a lot of other possibilities here, right? Alright. It's kind of tempting to cheat that, but the... Okay, since we got that, we're just gonna let this go. I know I'm letting go like a Shanshoku, but the problem is like, Fatanki wait. If I think I got a 1 up front, you know, kind of could argue a case for it, but nah. The reason why I'm throwing this block out, well, you know, kind of overlaps with the 3. I don't really like play my blocks that way, right? Also at the same time, well, you know, kind of like, now it comes. You know, also at the same time, as I was saying, right? I just got ditch 1 cup for Tanya, so nope, can't really use that. Alright, this is fine. Alright, okay, we'll just toss this, right? Ishan 10, Pinfu, Dora 2, no Tanya, unfortunately, but oh, who knows, right? In between, maybe draw 4, draw 7, I'll throw this out, right? Only problem though is this one, right? Half of it is dead. Also now it kind of gets sticky because he reaches, right? Just toss this out, take my chances. Worst case is like Ipatsu. Never out of the gates, we're kind of stopped. Hey, Pina! Fell asleep. Alright, so here, I probably Daman this because it kind of looks a little bit like, you know, we're still kind of defensive, I suppose, right? We tossed it out of defense. Hopefully someone tosses out 1 or 4, you know, not realizing that we're kind of lurking around the corner. Plus, I think if we still give the opportunity to draw into Anyao, I suppose. 2 3s out, I guess a little bit more argument that a 1 or 4 might kind of flow out. Plus there goes another 4. Hopefully a 1 here. Hopefully. No love. Oh. Let's see how it goes, right? Pinfu Taya 2, I think. Sorry, Pinfu Dora 2. I think we can kind of have an argument for it. How's the day been, Pina? Has it been good? Why dealing here? Probably dealing here. It's kind of expected. Not surprised. That's fine. course, we can eat this kind of bullshit where it's just like a simple Ricci hand, but it gets upgraded into like Mangan because of like 3 Uradoras. Well, we know the drill. We'll get shit luck like that. Miss a 1. Oh, really? Alright. Okay. Then we really need you to kind of rub some of those luck off onto us right now. I mean, clearly, as you can see, we kind of like... clearly, as you can see, we kind of didn't have a very good start here, so... I think that last hand, I don't know, kind of fits in a little bit of a more unfortunate category. I mean, if you look at the discards, I tossed out 2 1s first. He tossed out 3 1s first, right? He tossed out more of mine than I did of his though. Maybe during a 4, I might be a little bit more cautious with it, personally. Right. I mean, to be fair also, like based off the discards, etc., it didn't feel that scary of a hand. I guess really it's just one of those cases where it's like unfortunate. Did you pull it off though? 13 offense? Have you pulled it off? I think 13 offense is one of those hands that you really just gotta try. I'm gonna go this way because, well, we kind of like killed off the 9, so then we want to draw the 8. Never. The thing with 13 offense is that you gotta be prepared to, like, potentially not make, like, you're gonna potentially give up fairly big hands, right? Because like the other day, for example, you know, I kind of had a fairly decent start to 13 offense. Like it was a fairly decent start, and next thing you know, I ended up drawing into a Daizangen Tenpai. Like I actually got Daizangen instead, right? Got Tenpai, didn't wrap it up, you know, but it was one of those things where it kind of has that potential to suddenly swing into a different Yakuman as well, which can be a little bit annoying. So it's one of those where you just commit to it, keep your fingers crossed, right, and it's like. And kind of hope for the best, you know. It can be rather annoying when it doesn't play out though. Alright, as usual, kind of have an awkward spot here. Interestingly, we do have Shanshoku Brewing. Now, comes a fairly interesting spot. Right. I guess if we do this, we kind of keep Shanshoku alive. Plus, we actually grew a pair. You know, the annoying thing here is that, like, well, okay, like with him throwing that, we're kind of highly reliant on the 5, right? Highly reliant on the 5. Especially after ditching the 9, we kind of theoretically lose and break down this block. You know. Then comes the next question. I mean, like if. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit tricky. Kind of have to go this way. So we know 2 is dead. Alright, 2 is dead. But we also kind of have Shanshoku already set up here. Right? Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Alright. So I guess, okay, we kind of keep things open. Likely we'll not get this, I mean, we won't get a 2, we'll just get a 5 here, right? But if anything, at least we're kind of open on both sides and then we can keep our fingers crossed and see if we can hit. Also, then it's kind of a little bit dependent on which side of this we kind of hit, right? Of course, having said that, we've already planned all this far, right? It's fairly likely that we end up drawing 6, drawing 9, drawing 1, that sort of shit. We all know, right? I mean, already that dealing right at the start is probably kind of like a foreshadowing of like the session to come. So, I guess best is not to be hopeful. As expected. So yeah, right. Once again, also by the way, our dealer hand was like completely messed up. Way to go. So yeah, a bullshit right out of the gates, right? Well, what can you do? What can you do? So. Why do you have a PC account and a mobile account for this though? I mean, both accounts are the same, right? Like don't forget, I mean you got resources and stuff to kind of like accumulate for gacha and stuff like that. And the accounts are transferable in that sense, if that's the right word. This sucks. Well, neither here nor there. Neither here, neither there. So far not a good start. I mean, like, there we go, toss the 3, draw the 4, right? I kind of have fairly connected blocks here, so it's like kind of opted keeping it, you know. Still have the 3 here, I'm not drawing anything around it. So I guess it's kind of beginning to look like kind of starting to look like another shit show cycle. So the worst thing is this is the Xia, right? Part of the Xia here is that, well, it's kind of our own win at the same time. Of course, if you can pawn it, it's gonna like be a little bit of a monster, but or at least a closet monster. But given that it's been so long, I haven't pulled it out. Once again, it's as described, right? Most hated win. The pay comes out fairly quickly. Even I can't help myself. So if you draw it, and it's really quiet. You know, by the 3rd or the 4th row, just be really careful with what you do with it. You play more casually on PC than mobile? Well, if it works. But, I mean, it's a lot more time, I guess, to be running 2 accounts, right? Oh. And of course, they start trading points, right? Which means everyone's just sharing your points among themselves. It's not going to do anything. He has a lot of buffer, so just passing points around. Still puts you in last. Worst thing is like kind of East 4. Still someone over 30,000 points, right? So kind of like expect the game to end soon, which is fine. And what's the worst that could happen here? We go back to E3. Okay, whatever. We go back to E3, we go back to E3, it's not a big deal. We'll just walk our way back up again, not too fast. An argument to like go for Pinful here, and also an argument to go for Honetsu here. Then you can't stick with the Honetsu option, I guess. Although the problem here is that then we give up the red 5, but I don't know. Because once we say that, we end up drawing the other red 5. Right? And then what do we do here? Do we pivot? I don't know. Maybe give it a chance. Just give it a chance. We just give it a little bit of a chance. Plus, I mean, the hand's so screwed anyway. We just kind of got to figure our way out of this. Right? I mean, at this point also, I figure what's the worst case? What is the worst case? You know, just switch into Shinetsu? Right? I mean, so far, yeah, we give out a 5, we give out a 7. 5 here would be really helpful. Right? Actually, theoretically, we still kind of incorporate this whole entire thing into the hand, right? Maybe draw Itsu here or something. Although these cards are also very connected, right? So I mean, I don't know. What I'm looking is like kind of don't be too, I guess, deceived by the overall shape. That's what I'm trying to say. Alright, so yeah, okay, alright. So we kind of got something fairly interesting brewing here, I suppose. See, the thing, we can't really have our cake and eat it here. Right? We can't really have our cake and eat it here. If we get Itsu, we're gonna have to lose a 4 and a 5. Alright. We kind of draw a 7 as well. Because we draw a 7, we can kind of go for Itsu here. Kind of. If we draw a 7. The absolute beast of a hand, right? Because then get pinful as well. Oh, alright. Yeah, it's gonna be very sticky. Very, 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 very sticky. Alright, he's having a blast. Through the 7 that we needed. Selfishly cut another 2 more for himself on top of that. Stop grinding, rank. Well, I mean, to be honest, that's probably the best way to be playing, right? Oh, okay. Alright, now that was the last. Alright. And we're down 106 points. Kind of puts us 8 points below the middle line, which also kind of means that we are we're kind of well on our way downwards again, which is fine. Only got another, probably about 20, less than 20 games to go, I think. Probably about 17 or something. Try and get this out of the way. Yeah, I mean, well, okay, so this is the thing, right? Well, I guess I'm kind of also at a point where, you know, actually I'm not sure. I'm not even sure whether am I really grinding rank or am I not grinding rank. You know, but I agree with, I mean, I hear you, right? Like, to a certain extent, you know, the whole entire game is just kind of, like, you kind of just want to enjoy yourself, you know, have a good time playing it. You don't really want to, and it can be frustrating, you know, to have, like, rank goals and things like that, and you cut, that was dumb. I actually meant to click the 9, but I didn't realize, like, my mouse cursor was 1 tile off. That's okay. That's fine. We just toss both of them. Might actually be a good thing because, you know, then we can kind of continue to keep our hands closed, which, you know, I totally would not object to as well because, let's see, 4, 5, 6. I totally wouldn't object to as well because, well, it kind of opens up more options for Richie and things like that. Right? I keep the pair here, kind of like got upon it, so not too fast. But this is also one of the things with playing on PC, right, and like controlling the mouse and all that sort of stuff. Sometimes I do kind of 6, 7, 8. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do it this way because it's Ishan 10. Alright. If we draw a 7, we can kind of like lose the 1. I think we can get Tan Yao, Pinfu. A lot of crazy options here, so I'm not gonna be fast about it. Not just Ishan 10 on the 7, but Ishan 10 on the 1 as well, right? Draw the 1, toss this, and then like then Tan Yao on the 7. Not Tan Yao, so we call Tanki on the 7. I hate Tanki weights though. Thing. Really hate Tanki weights. Alright, and of course, as always, here we are trying to work everything else, and then we kind of draw back the 7 that we threw. Yeah, I thought about it, right? I kind of thought about it, but then it was hanging, and I realized, okay, we got 4, 5, 6. You know, it's like, Alright, so this is where it kind of like, in which universe can we? So this is the problem here, right? In order for us to Shanshoku this, we got to lose the Dora. So to Shanshoku this, you gotta lose the Dora. Alright, but it's 2. Yeah, I guess we do it, right? It's kind of more worth it. So I guess, yeah, we draw a 5 and toss this out. Actually, no, it kind of works out to be the same. Nah, but we kind of have to take it. Yeah, we draw a 5 here, gotta lose a 2. Although given the fact that like someone's gone Richie, it's kind of making everything really very sketchy here. As always, you know, we draw the 1, kind of toss it out, a little bit of a dangerous discard, right? Getting ourselves into trouble. And people are gonna ask me like, why is my dealing rate so high? But alright, so there goes the 5. But maybe a small chance for a 7 coming out now, I guess. It's all very dangerous cards. It's kind of annoying, right? It's like, and here I am just trying to pick up like a win on the hand here. You know, again, like I said, you can argue that, hey, you know, these are very dangerous discards. Learn to play safe, play defense, things like that. Yeah, maybe. Alright, still kind of like maybe like adjusting a little bit. You know, still kind of adjusting a little bit. Alright. because I kind of got here, you know, being a little bit aggressive as well. So it's one of those things where I just need to kind of, I guess, adjust myself down a little bit or something. Dealing rate to 70. I think it's gonna be like it's gonna be a hard number to hit, even if you like try it. So here, feels a little bit sticky. Feels a little bit sticky here. Like, what do we do? I mean, if we're gonna keep this, we kind of draw it, gonna keep it, then kind of like want to lose this for Honetsu or something, right? Yeah, I guess we go for Honetsu here. I guess. I got pretty good shapes here, right? Honetsu, Itsu. Even Honetsu, Itsu can lose like the Dora and we're still kind of in good shape. The only problem, like I said, is that when you're so shoehorned into like pins, I've still got to make 2 more draws. This is sketch though. Alright, okay. 5. Can we use it? Not really. Can we lose it? Of course, then we draw a 6 again. So it's 3 of them. Right. Then what do? Keep 3 6s, toss the 5, toss this, and then like kind of make some bullshit. I don't know. So the hands are okay, that's a good one. The hands kind of look like they're cooperating, but oh, tough. And this is kind of not a good spot as well. Even though it kind of looks like it's a good spot, it's actually kind of not a good spot. Right. But I guess it's an okay spot. You know, just gotta be careful drawing the 4 though. So the 4 might kind of put us, if you're not careful, the 4 kind of puts us in 3-10. Gives us a multi-card weight though. That's the thing to bear in mind. Right. So at some point, this is probably gonna have to go if we really don't draw it like right now. You know, but of course, as usual, we dance around all over the place, right? Longer we hang on to this, the more dangerous it gets, because like some BS is gonna happen where like, you know, someone gets to Tenpai or something, Richie's, and then like Tankis the shit out of it, and then you're gonna be like, yeah, exactly right, exactly. You know, it's like it feels very fishy. So yeah, exactly. This is what I was saying, right? Then what do we do here? You know, I mean, of course I'm gonna go for it. My points are shit. I'm dealer. Oh crap. Okay, so this is what we forgot, right? As always, when you're dealer, be prepared to be shafted. This always happens. Right? I get some dodgy discard like the 8 here, which, well, I mean, it's an easy card, but it doesn't really help our hand. So. And again, like the previous hand, we kind of need a 1 and everything's kind of flying that way. Of course, you get that 9 when we want a 1. Come on. So, draw a none again. So, and also kind of sucks that, well, where's this? We really need this. If we get this, actually, we got a massive draw, right? It's going to be like 1, 3, what? Sorry, 1, 4, 5, 7. Well, we got a 4. I guess we do it. Yeah. So yeah, it's alright. It's like end up with some, you know, some tanky bullshit like that, right? It's like, But I called it. I did call it. Because some people are going to watch it and say like, well, you called it, then why do you do it? It's like, come on, what do you expect me to do, right? My points, you know, at that point, this is an East game only, by the way, right? It's only East, so my points was already shit. My points were absolute shit at that point, you know, with the first discard already, right? I had a 3-card wait, you know. Of course, you could say, well, release the East earlier, I suppose, but well, at that point in time, we were also struggling getting rid of other bullshit, so, oh well. I mean, well, he took a chance. I could have had to kind of work it into my hand or something. Unfortunately, well, it didn't happen this way. Sometimes it doesn't happen. It's fine. So as you can see, also in that scenario, kind of one of those things where I feel like no matter what you do, you're kind of fucked, right? No matter what you do, you're kind of fucked. Why do I say that? Well, But we drawn the whatever we have done, we could have done to fill the hand. If we have filled the hand, we're gonna lose the east anyway, right? As long as you don't draw it, you're gonna lose the east. Unless you draw the east first. Unless you draw the east first, right? Then kind of like give up all the other bullshit on the other side, right? So you give up the Itsu, you give up the multi-sided weight, you give up all of that shit and then you wait on like the double east and the Hatsu, right? It's a bit sticky. Of course, you know, if it's south, you kind of like could tank it out because, well, you have many more hands to kind of figure it out, right? Yeah, super sketch, man. Of course, this time around we're gonna throw it out, right? Nobody pawns it, so we kind of know what that means, right? Peanut would know what that means. You know, Barry knows that we're gonna draw it back next turn. Well, it is what it is, you know. I guess on the flip side of things, you know, I'm kind of like, it's fine. It kind of falls in the bucket of what else can you do, right? So I'm gonna do this. Might seem a little bit weird, but well, to me how I'm looking at it is that, well, we still keep this block, right? 258, correct? Pick out another potential draw. Hopefully we can kind of improve this, right? Into another tanki. Now that I jinxed it, we would probably improve it into another tanki. Well, what I meant to say is maybe improve it into another ramen. Although like with the 4s and the 5s coming out, you can draw a red 5 here or something, I don't know. Right. Okay, this is kind of not boding well. So why did I say that, right? We kind of needed like 258. Kind of needed 258. We're drawing like 4, 7, and all that kind of other bullshit. So usually, like I find like when stuff like that, that's like, okay, maybe it's a sign of a bad day gonna come. Right? I don't know. Maybe some more experienced players will be able to like kind of work their way out of it. When I say work their way out of it, I mean work their way out of the bad hands and stuff like that without tilting. Right? I tend to tilt a little bit easy. Sometimes, yeah, a little bit too easy. So, but yeah, East games, I don't know. I always feel you kind of got to play just a little bit more aggressive. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not adjusting, you know, fast enough. I mean, I do know that this is now Jade, right? I have been out of Jade for like probably like about maybe a month or so, maybe 2 months. Actually, no, for 4P, I've been out of Jade for at least 2 months. Yeah, I dropped my rank at least 2 months ago, and then for the past 2 months, I've been playing Sama, right? For the past 2 months, my main focus was on Sanma, so that's where I guess the problem is gonna start. Right. So theoretically, I'm kind of rusty in Jade. So yeah, maybe. I don't know if it's just me, but usually I turn Nochi, no on. Oh yeah, I mean, dude, isn't that the whole point isn't that the whole point of a concealed hand, like Nochi no pawn? But yeah, I mean, I hear you. All right, so for me, I guess how it kind of, unfortunately, we kind of can't take it. Unfortunately. I mean, it's kind of sketchy, right? Like, why aren't you taking it? Well, it's one very simple reason. Our points are shit. It's East 4. Alright, we take it, we kind of lock in 1. We lock in 1. So theoretically, you know, we kind of just need a Richie here. If we can't get it, then we're just kind of fucked. Alright, and if we kind of fucked, then it's like, oh, well, whatever. It's like, I mean, those two deal-ins, it's going to be next to impossible to kind of fix. We need, we pretty much need like a really, really big hand here to kind of recover everything. If not, then we kind of eat 2 back-to-back losses. It's back-to-back. That'd be a third one, I think, in a row. No. Nah, okay, alright. It's the second one in a row. So I lost the last hand before we kind of like... I lost the last hand when we kind of... Before I kind of signed off. Right. Alright, pretty decent here. So we have... Alright. Okay, if we can get a 3 or... If we can get a 3... Can get a 3 or 2 here, right? We might actually get our recovery hand. Might being a very, very strong keyword here. But we need the 3 or the 2 first. And of course, you know, hand slow, just that tad slow, 1 turn behind. Do I mind? Of course I don't mind. Of course I don't mind. Why would I mind? All right, let me grab my my ID when we kind of get out of this. This guy, well, kind of going balls to the wall. I have no idea why he need to do this. Maybe he really wants his first place. 29. Yeah, I guess it's arguable that's close enough. I guess it's arguable that it's close enough. It's really unfortunate about this draw though. Seriously. I mean, if we get it now, yeah, there we go. Some of our outs are starting to like fly out like candy. Actually, yeah, burn most of our outs. So it's kind of unfortunate. Right. Yeah, whatever. Probably deal in here something. I don't care anymore. Like I said, you might ask why, right? Because yeah, points are shit. We need a manga in hand at least. Right. Only way we're gonna get a manga in hand is we kind of reach into this, right? We take advantage of this like multi. There we go. But it's like, oh man, the whole entire like thing is burned off, right? Maybe he draws something shit here and he like tosses it. Right. Of course we missed the draw. It's like, but yeah, there you go. Look at that. Perfect. How perfect is that? Right. How perfect is that? How perfect is that? It's like, right. So it's a fairly decent, well, it's a fairly decent plan. You gotta admit, it's a fairly decent plan, right? But if you look at how, you know, the whole entire, whatchamacallit, if you look at how the whole entire thing kind of converged right to that point, it's like, oh man, okay, alright. I think we're kind of going to be in for a pretty rough night, right? Kind of feels that way right now. Kind of like the stars aligning for it. Well, I guess maybe it's kind of good that like I really have gone to a point of just resignation where it's like, yeah, okay, all right, expect this kind of bullshit. Look at that, right? Like all three and then they get that. It's like, oh, whatever. Actually, I guess you can argue that it's kind of my mistake because I kind of also forgot that we actually really need the points, so we should be like ditching all this first and like kind of forcing a Hanuman here or something, kind of. You know what I think was really sick about that hand, right? Was that we kind of identified very quickly what we needed to draw, right? You know, we're lucky enough to avoid all the pins, right? Because what would also have broken that whole entire idea is if we drew the pins first, right? Because in such a circumstance, look at this. All right, okay, we know where tonight's going. Come on, guys, really. We know where tonight is going, right? And of course, then people are going to look at this and say, "Oh, your dealing rate is bad, right?" I mean, okay. First thing, when you look at dealing rates, right? Right. When we look at dealing rates, think about it, right? Okay, so the first one was bad. Yes, okay, fine, admit, right? First one was bad, right? But the first one, you know, at the same time, well, sometimes if you don't play a little bit, you're not gonna get points. You're not gonna, okay, can argue and say that, well, maybe get a better spot or something. That's fine. Okay, fine. But the second, third, fourth, right? Where are you gonna put those in? Where are you gonna put those in, right? I mean, because you're kind of already screwed in the first hand. Oh, sorry. You're kind of already. Can you see here? Right, you're kind of already screwed in the first hand, right? You know. So by that time, like I said, you're kind of shoehorned and forced into a position where you kind of need to play. I don't know. This is how I've always thought about it. Maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe there's a better way to go about it. But yeah, I kind of feel that you're kind of shoehorned into a position where you kind of need to play already, right? Then you kind of drop more points, right? And then eventually it kind of like becomes this little bit of a shit show, as you can see, right? You know, of course, then this is going to affect the dealing rate, right? So the question then is like, yeah, right? If you're going to use dealing rate as the be all and all, you know, how do you factor some of these things in? I don't know. I guess maybe sometimes, you know, people just look at it as a general idea or a general measure, which is fine, right? But sometimes also it kind of comes across where it's like people just make it like to be the be all and all. So I don't know. Something to think about. Anyway, Pino, I'm going to leave the ID here for a sec while I just quickly use the washroom and come back. And we kind of hop in and hope that deal in, right? Yeah, I know, man, I know. Alright, there we go. This is okay. So this is your PC account. You're playing more on your PC account, or you're playing more on your PC account now, or your mobile account? Why don't you just add it on both? Okay, well you do that. Let me go and use the washroom a sec, and I'll be right back. Do you get it? Because there's no way to see this from like your end, you know. You gotta catch it from my end. All right. There we go. There we go. Awesome. No. To be honest, my rate is actually quite bad. Like it's really bad. Like it's 13. I mean, ideally, maybe like what? I think the maximum you can kind of pull off is probably like a high 13s, I suppose, right? And you really got to kind of make up for it, you know, in other areas if you're gonna be running those sort of rates. I think ideally you kind of want to be a low 12 or something, you know. Right. So again, right, East Games. Okay, so talking about this, right? I mean, like, I don't know. I just like to philosophize about these things a little bit, right? Like let's put it this way. If I had a shit hand, of course I'm not going to be risking my. Let's see, what can we do here? All right, this. All right. Okay, maybe I need to concentrate just that little bit more. But yeah, as I was saying, if I had a shit hand, I'm obviously not going to deal in that. Obviously, right? Kind of got to have a hand strong enough to play before you kind of play, right? So again, so then I kind of feel like, you know, this is kind of like the whole luck factor thing, right? You know, where it's like often more often than not, it kind of, there's always a situation that's going to happen, right? That gets created, that someone is set up to be shafted, right? And when that situation kind of establishes itself, then of course, you know, maybe it's up to the skill of the shaftee, right, to kind of not not get himself in trouble, I suppose. I think we lose it. Try and keep some of the other stuff. I mean, more flexibility here. Don't really like this, but I guess okay. I guess I'll make it work, right? We'll make it work. Alright, I'm gonna do this because, well, even if I draw another 4, am I really like gonna be tossing this out? I don't think so. So we'll just try and make it work. Alright. I'm thinking this actually. So yeah, I don't know. It's just stuff that I think about all the time. Right, like the setup needs to be there, you know. It does, but we might end up in a bad weight. That's my concern. Right. Alright. So we're Isha 10 now. You know. But we might end up with a weight on the 8. That's the thing. And we kind of don't have a 5. We don't have a 5 to create that bullshit. Yeah, see, and there's another 8 gone. So problem now here, we can't even chi as well. Right. And the hand's one turn too slow. So we look at this, right? Hand's one turn too slow. We could, right? But the only way to wait on that would be to Ricci. Correct? I mean, of course, what I think would be a really awesome draw is to redraw ourselves here, right? We draw ourselves here. If we draw ourselves here, then yeah, it would be really, really awesome because then we just kind of reach into it. Actually, no, it's kind of not good as well. Because like, so many ones are out and stuff, so... I don't know. Well, he's two more, so it's like, there we go. Right. So this is the kind of bullshit, right? Okay, so it's like, clearly, right? Clearly, look at this, right? Look at this, guys. Look at this bullshit. Alright. So clearly, it's the start of bullshit season again. Incidentally, just when we get into like Jade again. So what's this tell me? What's this telling me? Given the pain that I'm kind of like going through right now. Or at least what is my hypothesis? My hypothesis then kind of becomes, right, that that maybe in general Go Room players are just that little bit slower in building their hands or recognizing, you know, like balancing the speed and strength of the hands. That's my hypothesis, right? Which is why I guess like maybe like, you know, I kind of survived there. Like I guess at an okay level, I suppose that's one way to put it. I kind of survived there at an okay level. But once we kind of hit Jade, right, then of course, you know, players are stronger. They're gonna recognize shit a little bit better and stuff like that. So if you cannot kind of adapt some elements to your game, right, like be it like, you know, building faster or like building faster, tile management, things like that, that definitely plays a part, right? You know. See, I think that even guessing here, right, the 9 is not going to be safe as well. But the thing is that, and there were so many times, right, so during my slide down, right, there were so many times I kind of like find myself in this kind of situation, right, where it's like bang, 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 Ricci, and then you look down at your hands and you're like, okay, right, like here, of course, I mean, like if you want to talk about playing defensively and whatnot, you know, it's a clear cut here. It's a very clear cut here, you know. But like that first discard, there were so many instances where it's like, okay, fine, you know what? What would you discard around here, right? Probably the first thing you go for is the 9. I mean, most people go for is the 9, right? And it kind of resulted in like deal-ins all the time. Like just perfectly, like just deal-ins all the time, right? And look at that, right? It's kind of clearly having a blast, you know. So if you look at this kind of situation, right? And like I said, my slide down was kind of like this. If you look at this situation, right here. Okay, right. I'm not dealt in, but now I'm last. I'm behind by like 2,000 points thereabouts because of that shit, right? So, and it's East game, right? I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's East or it's South, right? In this kind of situation, you're slowly starting to be forced into a position where you kind of just need to make something. I mean, how long are you going to tank for, really? Right? Then my question is this, right? Okay, I mean, I don't know. Maybe better players, like, you know, better players can kind of answer this, really, right? Better players can kind of answer me on this, right? Is the strategy or the optimal play here, you know, to kind of just continue to just like, well, tank out, right? Tank out and just hope for a situation where maybe this guy kind of deals into that guy. Like then you play that kind of hope game in a way, right? Is that the correct strategy or the correct response to, I guess, like this kind of situation? Because I don't know, right? I don't know. To me, I kind of just feel that like, well, they kind of got to play right, which might not be the right response. I mean, that's one thing I would say. It might not be the right response, you know. So yeah, I don't know if you have some insights, you know, that you kind of want to offer for that. I mean, I'm more than happy to hear it. But yeah, okay, let's see what Pino. Gotta break up one between good and great players. The thing is, gold, you still have like your expert 1 players, right? Expert 1 players is kind of like that borderline between like, you know, like people coming out of I can't remember what's the rank below that, like people coming out adept, right? I'll lose this first, right? People coming out adept. So gold still kind of has that mix in that sense, right? But yes, it is kind of like the beginning of that cutoff point to a certain extent, right? But you can see how like Jade really is like meat and potatoes in that sense. Like here is really okay, like you really just gotta get your shit together, you know, because if you can't get your shit together, then you're really just not gonna survive here, right? Because to be fair, like I said, now I'm in this kind of spot, right? I now kind of got to figure out a way out to dig myself out of this, you know, right? I mean, at this point, it's a clear no-brainer. We kind of got to fold because first thing, you know, we have a lot of shit tiles that up to this point do not have evidence of whether or not they're safe, right? Two is safe. Now, okay, now 7 is safe. But prior to that, like 9 doesn't look safe. 6 doesn't look safe, right? 4, 5, right? These don't look safe. So it's like, okay, so here is kind of where it gets just a little bit tricky. We lose the 7 first. Alright, so 9 is safe. Unfortunately, we kind of tossed the 5, which was kind of important because if I cut the 5, then we're kind of in like reaching for Ipeko Pinfu now. We can't toss the 5 and the 8, that's the worst part. So now we've written. Oh man. Ipatsu that round, that hand as well. It's kind of sick. That is kind of sick. Well, okay, on the bright side, well, we're Tenpai. Worst case, this kind of holds out. Alright. Actually, no, that's not worst case. Worst case is you draw a really shit card here, which is okay. Alright, that's okay. Alright, salvage some points. Hopefully, don't be surprised that everybody's in Tenpai. Happens to me many times as well. But yeah, as I say, Peter, you can kind of see like really just the standard of play, you know. That is the big jump. Right? That is the big jump. You know. But as I said, you know, it's kind of like a really good place to learn as well. Alright, we're not last, it's just kind of good. I kind of don't want to take another loss here. What's kind of bad is that, well, this guy kind of closes out, right? Hand's not great, and hand's not great as well. Hand's really slow. Okay. So what I'm thinking is this, right? What I am thinking is this. I'm not sure, I gotta be careful as far as adjustments are concerned, right? Is that I think I kind of got away with it a little bit in expert with regards to like how you build your hand and things like that. I kind of got away with it with expert, right? Like because maybe people are just a little bit slower in building their hands, right? Especially when we come across a table with slightly weaker players, you kind of get away with it. But at this point in time, what I'm really seeing, I'm not sure if it's just a luck thing or something, right? Is that, well, you really don't have the luxury of like messing around with your hands too much as well. Like, oh no, I don't want to do this, and you gotta flip around, right? And like, yeah, see, here we go, bullshit again, right? I mean, that was this whole entire game was pretty much reachy within like 6 turns, you know what I mean, right? Which then kind of becomes like, you kind of got to know how to fight your way in this, I guess, right? Like still fight your way in this, I don't know, so looks bad. What's kind of good though? What is kind of good? What is kind of good, I guess, is that if we can kind of hold out, I suppose, since these two kind of want to duke it out, is that, well, then if we can kind of hold out, right, and they deal into each other, we are at least third. Right? And the annoying thing is that yeah, it would really suck. Well, okay, I'm 100% sure this guy probably folded. Right. Yeah, I'm 100% sure he's probably folded. Alright, okay, well I guess that's the plan. We can't let those two duke it out. Because he's kind of dodging. Alright, out dodge. Not much I can do. Yeah. Right. So I mean we can all see here, right? Was there any way I could have avoided dropping points here? Why not? Right. So yeah, guess you kinda gotta learn to live with it. Gotta learn to live with it indeed. And that's something I gotta try and remember, because I think what didn't help with regards to my slide down as well, right, was the fact that like there were moments where I just couldn't live with it. And you kind of see elements of that in like the first couple of games as well, where like you kind of like, okay, fine, fuck it, I'll just kind of roll with it, right? And I think that is kind of like coming around, coming back to kind of like bite me in that sense. Well, I am adaptable. I got scene 3 here. That'll be fun. Send him some love since he is rather... See, Ruff. This is friendly, alright? This is friendly. Just kidding. But yeah, I mean, no. Actually, no, I'm not kidding. Yeah, that is friendly. Alright. Oh yeah. That one, right? But that's the thing. I mean, if we look at that, so if we look at that situation in that sense, the problem I think with that situation was that the left side was far from developed at that point in time, right? Like the Manzu was very far from developed at that point in time. It wasn't like Ishan 10 kind of on that spot, and then I just kind of had to make one risky discard. It was a matter of like, I guess it was a matter of playing safe that resulted in two risky, like a couple of risky discards suddenly forming up into something that was actually usable in that sense. So I guess that's where the illusion I think might kind of come into play, right? Where you think that, oh, if I had done this and that happened and then I kind of get away with it and I would have been in second, Right. It's kind of the illusion of like making loose calls, making loose calls on a poker table, making loose calls pre-flop for like, like really massive, like 3-4 bets kind of thing with your like, I don't know, like your 5-6 offsuit kind of thing, hitting a straight on the flop and stacking the other guy kind of thing, right? Like you got to be careful, I think, with like with accidentally falling into that trap of like, oh yeah, then it's kind of a good play or something like that, and then next thing you know, it's gonna turn around and bite you. Alright, so kind of rough spot here, I think. Alright, I'm gonna lose the 6. I'm gonna lose the 6 because the hand is pretty decent, right? And quite frankly, I'm kind of happy to just like take my 4 and kind of get out of here. So, alright. Okay, so that was a mistake. I actually meant to like hit Chi. I have no idea. Misclick on it and missed it. That's fine. I mean, we keep our hand closed, we can still kind of make something out of it. Sort of. Probably comes around and bites me, so. But yeah, so you understand what I was saying there, right? It's like this whole. Oh, okay, this is. Oh, actually, no, this is not good. We kind of really needed that then. That's okay. It's alright. Oh, hello! Hi, Penguin. Wouldn't 3 bamboo be better to drop? 3-4 bamboo since the pawn of the 2 bamboo. Yeah, actually no. So okay. So what happened here, right? Was I actually intended to kind of cheat this, right? And at that point in time, I kind of lost like, if I recall, I think I kind of lost like the 6. I'm not sure. I wasn't really. I was a little bit distracted as well. So yeah, and I'm kind of, I guess, not playing so well at the moment. Some distractions, some misclicks. And to be honest, like, okay, well, what kind of happened also at that moment was probably, I mean, if I kind of missed it, was kind of that like, I missed the click. I actually meant to cheat this, right? I figured like, you know what, it's a quick hand, we just cheat it, toss that, and then like kind of like go into Tenpai straight away, So that misclick kind of probably like threw me off a little bit, right? So now the question is this, right? Do we Unfortunately, I kind of think we stay the course. Yeah. Alright. But I tossed out a 5. Never. Okay. Alright, so you had the other one. Okay, well, waste of a good hand. Waste of a really good hand. Alright. And I have a tendency, and I do have a tendency to make these kind of mistakes, I admit, right? Like, I you know, I have admitted it many times on stream as well. I can be just a tad sloppy sometimes. So okay. So some things that I do, and I know it's a very bad habit, and I am trying to fix it, right? I am trying to fix it. So like you see like this thing that I do here sometimes where I like just kind of like mentally in my mind it's like, okay, I'm kind of going to toss this next, right? So this really bad habit that I have, right? For example, is that I kind of like toss it before my mind has processed what card came in, right? So I've had unfortunate circumstances as well whereby like, you know, like okay, if I didn't click this, and if I didn't click this and I end up clicking like the Hatsu or something like that, right? Then the Hatsu comes in and then like my brain just doesn't register and I just toss it out anyway, kind of thing. So it's kind of stupid. It is stupid, I admit. It's like, and it is a bad habit that I'm trying to fix, So honestly, for me, I find, right, like these are the major leaks in my game in that sense. Like I don't kind of recover from oh yeah, no, but I was talking about stuff like like some of these misclicks and things like that, because earlier that hand, I think if I didn't misclick, we probably would have won it, I think, right? So sometimes, yeah, I can be very lazy, I guess, sometimes when it comes to, I wouldn't say intentionally lazy. It's kind of like just that default, like maybe the right word to use is that I kind of take things for granted, which I know is not good, right? So what I find, I guess, is that you kind of get away with it in like gold, you would get away with this kind of stuff in gold, right? But I think in Jade, like edges are really just so razor thin, because like you got a mix of like Sage trees and like Sage trees all the way down to like M1s kind of thing, right? And people are good here. I've always said people are good here. It's one of the best places, to really learn. So I mean, like I feel that you really can't afford to be making these kind of mistakes. So I am trying to like hopefully cut them off, like trying to get a little bit better when it comes to some of these things. But yeah, like this bad habit of like, like pre-selecting and like yeah, not paying attention, then like 2 comes in, right, and just kind of toss it out immediately. That sort of stuff, like that really has to stop, I think. So hopefully I'm trying. Like sometimes when certain things which you just kind of take for granted, that's what you kind of do. But hey, thanks for stopping by. I mean, it's good to see, a little bit more people coming in, right? We can all have a good laugh at how bad I am. But I mean, if you see something, that's kind of like if you see something, which you think is kind of a bad leak or something in the game, do let me know, right? Like one of the things I personally really struggle with, in my opinion, is that I really hate tanky weights, and I have very low confidence in them, which is, and I kind of tend to sometimes prioritize pawns over tankies, right? But one day I kind of sat down and I kind of thought about it, right? Like, okay, let's say for example, you have a situation where you have a choice between a tanky and like maybe like, so do you keep the tanky or do you keep the pawn, right? I mean, all things being equal, the tanky has 4 cards, right? The tanky has 4 cards. Let's say like here, you're kind of waiting for 4, right? There are 4 4s, right? But if you're trying to make this into a shape, just as an isolated kind of thing, not with any reference to a hand in particular or something, right? But of course, you can see how that can kind of fit into a situation with a hand. So you kind of have a situation where maybe you have 3 5 5, right? If you kind of prioritize the yeah, we can let's go. If you kind of prioritize the pawn over the tanky weight, right? You only have two outs to the pawn, but the tanky kind of has 4, all things being equal. So when I kind of realized that, I was just like, okay, like really, are we then really making that mistake, in that sense, by kind of doing that, right? But even knowing this, for some reason, I still struggle with tankies. Mentally, I just struggle with tankies. I just hate them so much, So I don't know. I mean, of course, I understand some of these questions and some of these things I'm asking, you know, it kind of becomes a case of like, well, it's kind of situational as well, right? You kind of gotta play, you know, with what else you're kind of seeing on the board, you know. But of course, you know, that being said, also sometimes you do encounter situations where it's like kind of like you kind of just got to make a decision in the vacuum in that sense, right? Hmm. See, right here I'm kind of thinking like actually, do I reach G? Alright. Well, he's having a blast. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, do I reach G here actually? I mean, of course, the default answer is kind of like, okay, so this is the thing, right? I think some people will be very quick to say the default answer is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, this is where like I'm just gonna get myself into trouble. No, you know what? I've been dropping points all day. Yeah, let's not. I know it's really tempting. If honestly, if I had a fairly decent start, a fairly decent day so far, I would have gone for it. Like I would have gone for it, but at the moment, considering that I took like what 2 losses in today, yeah. Alright, so they kind of started like this, so bang, 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 bang. So considering that kind of happened, I don't think I have the luxury of attempting Kokushi here. So yeah, some people kind of like just look at it and say, well, yeah, you should reach it because you're a dealer. I don't know. The thing that I find with Jade as well, right, is that people will not like they do put in a lot of effort into not dealing in. They do, right? So we are still playing with him, right? Yeah, we are still playing with him. Like seriously, you if I reach you there, he's not dealing in. I'm almost 100% sure that he's not gonna be dealing in. Right, so then you reach it there and then like you're gonna be relying on Zimo or something like that, right? You know, but then again, of course, there are right spots where you should reach it, I suppose, like more from a EV, you know, from an EV perspective kind of thing, right? So I don't know, that kind of bounces in my head a little bit. Alright, yeah, I guess this kind of straightforward. I mean, after we pawn it, then what do we let go here? Oops. Do we let go here? That's my first question. What do we let go and do we actually front run this? I feel very inclined to front run this actually. Nah, I think it's a bit too sketchy to front run. Because one is out, and then it's like, if I can't get the second one, we're gonna be a shitload of trouble. Oh no. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, sucks, right? I don't know. If you ask me, I think, well, this kind of puts you in Ishan 10. Doesn't it? It's kind of close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's Ishan 10. It sucks. Right? Yeah, it's Ishan 10. I mean, I think we do it. This is gonna be really. This is gonna be really, really hard to integrate in the hand, right? This is gonna be hard to integrate in the hand. This has 1 out, 2 outs already. 2 have been out. Okay, I can't believe I missed the second one. 2 are out. Right. So yeah, well, no brainer. So this is kind of forced into it. Gotta keep our fingers crossed. Pray to the Mahjong gods. I mean, they're all live. Oh, here we go. Alright, action has started. Oh, everyone is just like joining the party. Alright. Alright, nah. Let's just not get cute here. Alright. The 2 of them can kind of duke it out. Let's not get cute here. That was kind of what I was hoping for as well. Right. So I guess it's one of those situations, maybe also, right? That like the whole rationale of like, you know, yeah, then you kind of like just hunker down and let them duke it out and deal into each other, and then you just get your second place or whatever by doing nothing is kind of fully fair. Well, I'm gonna kind of pawn this, right? And just kind of hopefully close this out with like, I don't know, like 1,000 point game or something like that. Just take my points and run. Try, I guess. I mean, this is kind of easy 1 point. Just kind of good. Right. Hey, Pina. Pina, are you still around? This off for speaker. Yeah. So remember we were talking about your Honetsu hand. I was telling you like how in Jade, right? Like how in Jade people are good enough to recognize that what you're doing, and they actually build around it, and they actually build you. You know, they kind of build the conditions also that might lead to you dealing into them. You can kind of see how it happens. You know, like just from watching some of these games, you can kind of see how it happens. You know, so I don't know. Just wanted to kind of like just want to kind of like throw back to that, right? When we were talking about like, you know, like these kind of aggressive Honetsus where you just kind of like out the gate and then the hand value is low, that kind of shit, right? So yeah, that's Jade. Like it kind of took me a while. It kind of took me a while to recognize that it was happening, but eventually I kind of did recognize that it was happening. Like, holy shit, these guys are like just building around, right? Because I was kind of on tilt and stuff like that, right? So obviously I was kind of like, you know, when you're on tilt, I think when you're on massive tilt, you tend to force a lot of Honetsus, right? You know, so I was seriously tilting, like forcing a lot of hands, things like that, right? And I kind of Australian bricklaying, chica. That's a new one. That's so like a new one. No man, it's not Australian bricklaying. This is Shanghai. You familiar with Shanghai? It's a tile matching game. You know, when you match these tiles together, right? You kind of stack them up. So this is like the first part of the game. This is the first part of the game where they, you know, where they build the structure. It's such a troll, chica. How's your day been? Oh, I finally got second. So okay, so then this is the other thing, right? That I guess maybe I just kind of got to readjust back. I think readjust back is probably like the right word to kind of use, right? I mean, this is not my first rodeo here, you know, in Jade as well, right? Is that I think in gold, right? You kind of can get away with I want to try and get first kind of thing, right? But I think in Jade, you kind of just got to, you know, you might need to go more with what the flow gives you, if that kind of makes any sense. Like if that comment kind of makes any sense. I don't know. It's just theory. I'm just throwing shit out there, right? You know, stuff to think about. I mean, if you guys have any like thoughts on it, like I said, you know, feel free to kind of just toss it in there, and we can always talk about it, have a good chat about it, right? But yeah, like it kind of just feels like, you know, only way you get flow is to whale. Dude, no way, man. Seriously, like I would so know that because I wailed for Akagi. That was the one time that I wailed, the only one time that I wailed, and I thoroughly regretted it because, like I said, right, Akagi's voice dialogue was just so shit, right? And what's really annoying is I wailed for Akagi, right, and I ended up liking Washizu. All right, I ended up liking Washizu. I just gotta pick one. Of course, with absolutely zero consideration of Shanshoku at that point in time, and the thing was, I got Washizu like on the second group of, I guess the word to describe is like the second group of 20, right? So like click, you know, roll one time, then I click roll the second time I got Washizu, and like pretty much most of the decorations and stuff like that, right? But of course in my mind it's like, oh man, but I got Washizu, I don't have Akagi, and it's like kind of like, well, they kind of like consider it as a collab and stuff. It was my first collab, I think. Yeah, it was my first collab, right? So considering it's like collab and shit, you kind of would want to, I'm just gonna do this and not make my life difficult and kind of figure this part out here, right? Yeah, that's correct. Okay, all right, that was correct. Because then you kind of draw here, toss this, and then like there you go, bang, right? Hopefully you can reach into it. Hopefully. So yeah, so and then after that I didn't get Akagi until like a hell of a long time later, right? So I ended up wailing for Akagi. Yeah, probably not enough, right? But honestly, it did fuck off as far as my luck was concerned, man. It didn't help one bit. I'm still kind of sore about it. And the worst part, like I said, I don't even play Akagi. Like I really don't even play Akagi at all. He's just sitting in my in my roster kind of thing, you know, doing nothing. So it's like, oh god. On the other hand, though, I did level Washizu. All right, see, silly me. I didn't even realize that I tossed the one out way before. So this hand is actually toast. That's okay, it's fine. We can kind of make it work still, right? We drew this, toss this out, and like hopefully draw a 4. I guess we got a 4 is kind of like the best we can hope for. Of course, he wants a 4 as well. Alright, so okay. Alright, so technically I could have kind of still made my, hand. Technically I could have made my hand and still not won. But yeah. So Penguin, if you kind of see this, right, this is what I mean. Sloppy. I can be a bit sloppy sometimes with some of these things, which is really, really not good. I do need to tighten this up if I'm gonna survive here, or at least not make this trip here a really, really short one. I'm just gonna toss this out early. Then nah. And honestly, Chica, I think maybe whaling is just not the answer, really. I'm more inclined to believe like what we talked about the first time, which is like we really just need to go to the right temple. We need to go to the right temple, man. Maybe wail at the temple. I mean, wouldn't that kind of make a little bit more sense? Like you wail at the temple rather than like wail on Mahjong Soul. Because if you're gonna wail in Mahjong Soul, right? You know, then yeah, okay, fine. Let's say it really does work. So you wail in Mahjong Soul, right? And then you get like really, really good, really, really awesome like Mahjong Soul luck. Right. I mean, wouldn't it be better than to just go to a temple and wail there, right? You go to a temple, you wail there, then you're just gonna be lucky everywhere. Right? I mean, I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong, right? I'm gonna let this go first, I guess. Actually, this is it's okay. Not much of a diff, I suppose. I don't know. I feel it's kind of. Nah, I think I let it go. Just gotta look at it and seeing like. Right. Okay, no, that was dumb. See what I mean? I'm like kind of no. Actually, no. Yeah, I had a plan. Don't worry, guys. I had a plan. There was some kind of plan there, right? The plan was actually to kind of work this shape instead. Like I figured, like okay, looking at like that all the soul discards and stuff like that, I could kind of work this shape instead and kind of let this go. Yeah, I think we can do this. The only problem though is that like, well, I wanted to work the shape. It turned out to be used as safe cards instead. I could still kind of make it work, but alright, right. Now the question is Vici or Dharma. I mean, his hand can't be that big. You know what? I just Vici it. Sorry. Yeah, his hand is not that big as well. I don't think it is lah. I mean the pays are all here, right? So he's probably like maybe at best what Richie Tanyao, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out. Alright. So everyone's joined the party. So that's right, Richie Tanya Painful 3. So I guess I kind of went in with a weaker hand, right? That's kind of a bit... What did I have? Richie Painful. Although I do feel that the chasing party, if you can get away with the discard itself. Hey, talking about Tom Cruise, right? That dude is like seriously old, you know, but he still looks seriously young, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh fuck! No, don't do this to me, lah. Why you do this to me? 1, 2, 3. So I say, okay, those two replaces. God. Well, I guess maybe you should have gone for it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Tom Cruise is seriously, like, he looks seriously young for his age. Oh man, this guy's making it, they really make it hurt. Okay. Alright. Well, it's okay. I'll make it work. I think he seriously looks really young for his age. But it's also obvious that he's getting old. Like he's starting to get to that point where like no amount of makeup, you know, it's kind of like gonna save it, you know. But he looks good for his age. Like he's like another Andy Lau, right? You know, that's what I think. I can't do this. Keep Shanshoku open, I guess. Yeah, Tom Cruise is like another Andy Lau. There's another guy who's like seriously old and looks like he never aged. But I guess like if you're in show business and things like that. God, I think 7, 8, 9. If you're in show business, right, then it's kind of, you know, I guess one, you can't, if you're really successful in show business, then you kind of have the money to do it as well, right? You have the money, you have the incentive. Oh, it's annoying. 9, 8, 7, 6. Yeah, I mean, if you're in show business, then you have, you know, and you're really successful, then you kind of have the money and the incentive to do it, right? Like, just really spare no expense, keep yourself looking forever young. That actually doesn't help. I mean, 2 is safe, so I let it go, but yeah, the rest kind of doesn't help. And you kind of got this weird, like, well, this kind of puts you in Ishanten, but so these donkey weights again. Right. I mean, I kind of figured 9 is safe here, so we can kind of break that, I guess, and keep our hand still alive. Man, it sucks. Alright. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna toss the 9 first. Alright. I think the 2 is kind of okay to let go, to be honest. Not this 2, this 2. I think this 2 is still kind of okay to let go. Actually no, it's really sketchy. Yeah, no, this 2 is sketchy as well. Alright, well, hands toast. Toasty! I guess we fall? You can still kind of make it work. we... alright. Alright, forget it. Forget it. Three six. 3-6. 3-10 wheat. Okay. What's my dealer hand? I'm not gonna waste it on that unless it's like really good. Alright, so in third place. Don't need a lot of points. Just kinda need some points and a win. But we are kinda, this looks like a hand that we might struggle a little bit with. Okay, this is kind of okay, I suppose. The only thing though, if we do draw the 7 here, then we kind of gotta start working stuff in. We get a 5. Alright, I'm gonna do this. Might seem weird. Dora is a 4. So chance to draw a red 5, even though then it becomes an extra pair and we kind of like don't really know what to do with it. But alright, hands are just starting to fill up with a lot of pairs. But Dora is the 4. This would be hard to work. Got a lot of other better options as well, so we can kind of like fiddle around with it. Unfortunately, we got a 4. Nah, we can let it go. I pawn the 5 already, so it's like working this way kind of gets a little bit difficult. What's not good, I think, about this hand though, what's really not good about this hand is alright, I'm gonna do this. Some might find it very questionable, but some might find it highly questionable, but okay, so what kind of sucks now is you're kind of forced to do this, right? Oh well. Okay, I think it's fine. Kinda think it's fine. We still get a chance for Dora, which you probably need to 自谋. Which if you do kind of makes up for this, right? If you don't know, I think 1 is also fine to kind of wait on. Here's where we draw like 4 or 6. Oh, you're so fucking annoying, really. God, look at that. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Alright, 1. Come on. Ugh. He doesn't have it, that's for sure. I'm gonna stuck on this stupid. You know what? Fuck it. Whatever. Oh, good news is we still can kind of wiggle our way out of this into second. Kind of, we kind of get at least like a half decent hand that kind of works. Oh, that's so disgusting, man. Seriously, it's like, oh god. See? See? This is what I mean, right? Take the shampoo weight. Take the shampoo weight and I get screwed. I don't take the shampoo weight, right? And go for and go for the ramen weight, and I still get screwed. So either way I get screwed. It's kind of just one of those ways. Like just pick, just go and just pray and just hope for the best, right? Because you can't argue and say that, well, you know, you kind of know people will hang on to the Dora, right? I should lose the 5 first because it's a bit more risky considering what I'm doing. But yeah, people know that, well, people gonna hang on to the Dora. Yeah, and then what happens if when I don't hang on to, when I don't switch into a ramen weight, then I'm gonna draw a Dora, right? So I don't know. It's just frustrating, really annoying. Really frustrating and really annoying. But yeah, Jade, razor thin edges. Well, so I guess you kind of hang on for dear life until like maybe, you know, hands start forming again. Maybe like the last couple of days or something. It is East though, so I guess just gotta bear that in mind. I kind of let this go. I would like some points, hopefully. Having said that though, we all know after throwing this out, right, I'm probably gonna draw it back. And even though we would like some points, as much as we would like some points, well, you know, if we can't, obviously we take the none pair over like nothing. Alright, any mini more. Just toss one. Oh, not that one. Good news is at least the Hornetsu is kind of shaping up. Bad news though is that we haven't been drawing anything, or at least we haven't been getting other cards from there, right? Pawn? Can we pawn? Yeah, we can kind of pawn this, and kind of like squirm our way out, I suppose. We need a 6,002, so we 5. If it's 5, but if it's Hornetsu, we kind of need to. Man, I'm gonna draw a second one or some shit like that, right? Alright. That's fine. Oh god. Oh, he had 2. We are playing for second at this point. Still, we are trying to play for second. Right. So this is what's running through my head right now. I don't know if it's right or wrong. Right. It's that we're playing for we can still play for second. We have a hand to play for second. The danger, of course, is that, well, we're kind of like up against a possible monster from him, right? I mean, he's not stupid. He will know how. He is probably desperate, right? He's not stupid and he is desperate. I guess we just take whatever. At least we're Tenpai. Get fingers crossed. We are set up for Honetsu here. So as I was saying, alright, so there's good news and there's bad news, I suppose. Good news is I think we can kind of just push this and not worry too much about consequences. Alright. Unfortunately, I think we're all waiting on the same card. Okay, he's probably ditched his hand. Looks like he ditched his hand. And he's kind of hoping that I deal in a massive one to him or something like that. Because it's kind of obvious that I am still pushing my hand. Well, he has given up. Alright. Yeah, I think we do this and hope for the best. Alright. Oh, bad choice. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I kind of did that knowing that like, okay, this is the kind of like the limit, right? You can't hit this, we're still third, so not that big a deal. I mean, you do lose that little bit more points, that's the thing, but oh well. 3-6. Oops, wrong one. Wait, I need to check how many more games. Like, how many more games? I think one thing though, you know, like the good news is, well, considering that it hasn't been good, it's kind of lucky that we are playing East games. So like, the point loss is kind of a little bit less painful. Bad news is, of course, like, well, we are still losing. You kind of need to like adjust quickly and adapt quickly. 3,000 East. So okay, 13 more games. Just got 13 more games to go. 1-3. Well, good progress. All right. Well, as we can see, once again, we kind of have a disaster all set up, waiting for us. Why do I say disaster? But it has shit. Other than the fact that we got the 2 Doras. I mean, I guess, okay, fine, we got a lot of workable tiles here, but as it is right now, it's kind of shit. So it kind of means that we got to do some work. The doing some work part is not the issue. The issue is like the RNG draw when it comes to some of this shit, right? Of course, what's gonna make it even more scary and a little bit harder is that when you have like hands that are strong and the dealer position, right? Well, for me anyway, tendency is to kind of like push. Tendency is to kind of like push, and then tendency is to kind of like make mistakes. Mistakes in the sense that, well, you kind of push and then like just burn yourself. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Gotta make yourself lucky, right? Gotta make your own luck. Alright, 7. Sprinkle some fairy dust here. I got that. It's kind of improvement. It's fine. Okay. Alright. Actually, we can kind of just lose this and Tanyao this, right? I mean, it's a dealer 3-hand hand. We don't need that. That's fine. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. It is a dealer 3-hand hand, we can kind of like make it work. Ta-da! Alright, here we go, Pina. Making our own luck. Of course, if we draw like a 4 here, it will be an epically monstrous hand, right? Because it'll be Richi, Pinfu. What's the Shanshoku status here? 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6. Nah. Okay, so unfortunately we don't have Shanshoku. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, unfortunately we do not have Shanshoku. But we could if we... No, really. Okay, this is what we do. We take this for now. We draw a 6. Okay, we draw a 6. If we draw a 6, we swap out, right? We swap out. Then we have a monster. Because we have Pinfu, Tanya, Shanshoku, Dora 2. Right? Okay, we make our own luck. If we draw a 7, we can literally force the Shanshoku. If we draw the 7. Right now we are Tanya, Ipeko, Dora 2. That's still okay. I mean, still 4. What, 11,006 or something like that. No, 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 yeah, no. 5, 6, 7, correct. This kind of keeps the optionality on this side a little bit better.
No.
So well, we tried. We got a Tenpai. Alright, keep our heads open. Then we do stupid stuff. But well, there you go. It's like, there you go. So again, another dealer hand. Flush down the toilet. Simply because, well, couldn't get there. Well, we got there. Let's go to wrap up. But you see, Peanut, that's the thing, right? It's like such a tease. Such a tease. I mean, seriously, when you look at it and you think about it, right? It's like you can really draw a lot of parallels, you know, like between like, I don't know, mahjong, life, women, right? Relationships. Like that last hand was kind of like that situation, you know, that situation where you kind of like meet this girl and then like everything is kind of like, you know, everything is kind of going really, really smoothly, and you think like there's some hope kind of thing, and then at the end of the day, she kind of like friend zones you. You know what I mean? Kind of like, well, actually no, sorry. I kind of thought that we were just friends. So I just kind of look at you, you know, I just kind of think of you as a friend, and you're just like, what? Like seriously? I mean, we're hanging out so much, right? Kind of thing, you know. We're so close, talk so much, we shared so much, you know. We shared so much time and like secrets and stuff like that and whatnot, stories, adventures, experiences, things like that. And she's like, nah, sorry, we're just a friend. And then this guy is like, you know, this person's like kind of like the guy that ends up dating her kind of thing, and then you just feel so like butthurt. Right? I mean, like if you think about it, it really just kind of has that parallel, you know. It's like, right? That's the guy. It's like, you know, like, so that moment, right? That moment, you know, was when like she tells you that like, oh no, sorry, I just think we're, you know, I just treat you as a really, really good friend. Like not even like you know, like, oh man, you're, you know, like you're like a really close brother to me or something like that. She's just like, no, I just see you as a really good friend, right? Before she rides away into the sunset in his, like, I don't know, kind of felt like that. It hurt. It hurt so much. Well, here we are, no safe cards. Alright, this one. Like, no safe cards. Oh, no, we do a 4. Yeah, alright, okay. The 4's kind of sketchy with this guy. Alright, fine. Wow. Ouch. 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 Oh, that wrecked his day. There's good news and there's bad news again. The good news is, well, that was the good news is that wasn't us. And boy, am I thankful that wasn't us. That is the good news. And to be frank, I mean, I'm kind of okay with that, you know. But the bad news is we're third, right? Can't make a hand, right? Some BS like 1 double, right? Some BS 1 double shit, and it's like, so you can't make a hand. Oh, this is kind of promising. We're kind of getting shafted with no pair again, right? Right. So first, like the girl we're interested in, you know, like rides off into the sunset, right? And then like your neighbor kind of gets lucky in life and like makes a shit ton of money or something like that, correct? And then like, you know, you have like and then you have MAHJONG SOUL telling you that you need to grow a pair. Well, we kind of technically have a pair, but really. Okay, well, I guess if we do get the Tenpai, we just kind of have to retrieve this, right? I'm gonna do this. No, but it's still kind of sticky because like what, you get the 4 and then you tear this. Kind of like doesn't work there as well. No, we can't do this. Yeah, that's true, I suppose, right? Yeah, life is kind of skill issue as well. Oh, this, yeah, you know what? We do it. It's kind of painful, but we do it, right? It's the path of least resistance. We just have to do it. We're not gonna get a deal in, that's for sure. So we just kind of gotta hope for Zumo, unless this guy goes full tilt and like just decides to toss it to us. But good, being a Richie kind of gives us time to talk about like life and skill issue, right? So I don't know. So talk about life, right? Like I always ask my friends, you know, I ponder upon this a lot. Like how much of life really truly is under our control, you know, and how much of it is like really within our control. Because like for me, I've always, you know, I did talk about this to some friends, people, stuff like that, right? It's like I think that we kind of overstate the amount of control we truly have with our lives. And my reason for saying this is because you know, I kind of once had this. I kind of once know this guy, right? And for the longest time, he really couldn't get his shit together, you know. Yeah, Chikai, but like that's the thing, right? How many of us are not side characters? That's the question that we kind of really gotta ask ourselves, right? You know, I mean, like if you're lucky to be born in the right family, then of course, right? But then if you're lucky to be born in the right family, then immediately the whole hypothesis of like, you know, that life is then not really under your control then kind of comes into play, you know. But yeah, so it's the thing, right? So this friend of mine like really couldn't get his shit together for the longest time, you know. And for a while I kind of thought like you know, I kind of felt like dude, like seriously, get your shit together, right? And especially if like, there we go, finally. Of course, we don't hit any kind of aura, stuff like that and whatnot, right? And it just kind of mocks you by being like right next to it, but it kind of doesn't do it. But it's okay, you know what? Screw it, right? We get second, we're kind of happy, maybe outside chance for first, you know. So to continue the story, right? So this guy, right? So he, yeah, for the longest time he kind of couldn't get his shit together, you know. And I kind of felt like I'm sure we've had friends like that, and we kind of feel this way towards them, where it's like, dude, like seriously, right? Put some effort, you know. All you need to do is put some effort, especially if you are a highly motivated, self-motivated kind of person, you know, who kind of knows how to get your own shit together. It's always very easy to kind of like look at other people, right? Like and say like, you know, this inverted commas, like this is all you need to do, you know. Alright, might seem kind of weird, but I think I'm just gonna do this. Give a chance for a rate 5 to kind of pop. I've actually not, it makes no difference. I mean, like what? Okay, might make some difference, I guess. Might make some difference. Of course, you see, here we go. Life screws us over. Once I start chasing rate 5s, then I kind of like missed up the perfect draw. So of course, like, you know, see, and then now it tempts you with this whole like, oh, maybe you want a Honetsu here because Honetsu gives you first. God damn it. So as I was saying, yeah, so for the longest time, like, you know, like you kind of feel that I wouldn't say it's, I guess it's, yeah, not resentment. Resentment is too strong a word, but you kind of judge and kind of just like say like, hey, you know, like just get your shit together, right? And then kind of, you know, one day I was kind of just sitting down and thinking about it. Alright, if you think about like food that you don't like, you know, drinks that you don't like, or stuff that you don't like to do, I mean, it can be anything, right? For some it's exercise, for some it's like studying, right? You know, for some it's like chores, that sort of thing. Like you really hate doing it, right? But yeah, some people, you know, oh man, this is like just bouncing all over the place. Some people, right, like you know, like chores, studying, whatever, exercise, right? They just absolutely love it, you know. So they love it, and because they love it, then it kind of becomes really, really easy for them, right? So the thing is this, right? Like, what if this friend of mine, right, was just unfortunate, just has the misfortune, right, of being hardwired to just like, I guess for lack of a better word to put it, like just hardwired to not like work, or not like, you know, not like studies, not like getting his shit together, that kind of thing, right? Like just hardwired in the same way like how some might be hardwired to just not like exercise, you know, that sort of thing. So so yeah, when I kind of came to that conclusion, you know, in my mind I was just thinking about it, it's like, yeah, right. Then can we really fault him? I mean, of course, you know, in society we kind of value stuff like in society we we go to 6-9. Let's go to 6-9. Let's be naughty and go with the 6-9. In society, I mean, we value things like productivity, you know, and work and all that, kind of stuff, right? You know, or the ability to generate value. I don't really want to Ipatsu here. Then I'm Fury Turn as well. You know what? Screw it. Worst case, we're not last. Man. The worst part is that we get through one time and we don't win here. We kind of like gotta go through it again, right? There we go. But I guess we kind of roll with it, continue rolling with it because that's safer. Not because he hits it a bit more. And we're kind of like bouncing around here all day. Oh well. See? Again, right? Man. Again, we kind of try, we get shafted, right? Just by like that 1,000 points. Come in third. I think we do get like 1 point or something like that. 1 point. Not gonna make up for it though. Yeah, 1 point. So here we are. Here we are. Making minimum wage again. Actually, no, we're not even making minimum wage. Jeez, we're like slowly bleeding out. Oh, this is not good. Alright, never mind. At least you stop blasting last. That's kind of good. You know, so back to what I was saying, right? Like what if you're just hardwired that way, right? Then it's kind of unfortunate, and you can't kind of control some of these things, you know. Of course. Then again, you know, we say that, well, you know, so and so, or like this friend of mine, he you know, he's kind of overweight, stuff like that, and then like he kind of like put his mind to it, and he kind of like, you know, like started losing weight or something like that, right? So this whole put his mind to it, I mean, there's also this different degrees of it, right? Like there's some shit that you absolutely hate, if you think about it, right? Like you absolutely hate, like no amount of convincing or whatever is kind of like gonna convince you not to do it, you know. And then of course then there's the degree of, you know, so I mean, you kind of get what I'm driving at here, right? Where it's like kind of layer it on enough. If you layer it on enough, then the question then is like yeah, if you're unfortunately just hardwired in the wrong way, like you're just born to be hardwired, you know, in the wrong way, right? Then how far kind of can you get in life, right? Especially like, I guess like you know, where we are born, you know, in a society which kind of like values certain things over others, you know, or certain skill sets or certain traits over others in that sense, right? Then like, you know, so yeah, I mean, this kind of just ties into this whole like, you know, like life and life skill, right, and stuff like that, you know. So I think like, yeah, some things can kind of be nurtured, right? But at the same time, yeah, we have to just take the Shanshoku. This hand really just has absolutely zero viability, and for most part I think even taking the Shanshoku is like kind of like a moonshot here, like a real absolute moonshot. Like even this, right? Look at it. It's like kind of like dangling in the middle of nowhere. We kind of end up working towards Jun-chan or something like that. Born to be Furiten? Oh man, it's not even a Furiten hand. Let me look at this. How are you gonna be Furiten with this shit, right? This shit so bad that it's just like gonna. Alright. See, and then here we go, right? Life telling us again that we need to grow a pair. We draw anything here? Yeah, we. Oh god. Oh well. Alright. I actually don't even like need to decide. It's like bing bing bam bam, and it's like that's it. It's like up, game over. Here we go, 2,000 points. Good news is we're not dealer. Bad news is, well, we're actually, bad news is also we're not dealer, right? In a sense that, well, you know, then it still kind of sets us up for ass raping. So yeah, someone just needs to wake up a hand here. Yep. Well, people know their shit here, that's for sure. It's kind of moving along, at least. It's still tanky though. You know how much I hate tankies, but yeah, at least we're kind of moving, I suppose. So now here, right, a little bit of a tough spot. You know what, I think we just lose it. Right. Like on one hand, we can argue for a case of like, yeah, if we draw it, you know, but if we do draw it, what's it gonna be? It's just gonna be another pair, right? So we might as well just keep the optionality of everything else. And of course, like, you know, before you know it, somebody's reached you already, and we kind of like, oh man. So yeah, well, it's only a 9. I could tear this, I suppose, but like, you know, like I would like to kind of maybe just try a couple of turns. I don't know. Honestly, I guess we fold though. Really, it's like it's too. Yeah, nah. With that, we kind of have to fold. I feel we have to fold. So see, that's the thing, right? Then we kind of stuck in this position where we do kind of have to play passively, right? We do kind of have to play passively and just be back foot, you know. Yeah, nah. Okay, so the thing with challenging this, why I chose not to. My main reason for choosing not to challenge eight. Oh, I didn't have any 8. Was mainly the reason that, well, one is that we weren't even Ishanten, right? We weren't even Ishanten, and 2 is that even if we do draw into Tenpai, it would have been a bad weight. It would have been a bad weight Tenpai. So that was the reason why I kind of like didn't challenge that. I mean, I kind of just couldn't justify it, you know. Like the hand value just it wasn't the hand value, right? Like sometimes it's not the hand value. In this case, it was the hand structure for me was just kind of like so absolutely atrocious that I couldn't bring myself to challenge that. Like, it just felt like I was asking for trouble, so that was why I kind of folded there, right? So I guess you could say that it's not that I don't know how to fold, you know. It's not that I don't know how to fold, but I think maybe also like where I suffer is like marginal folds, right? Like we saw some, like the first couple of hands, some of my deal-ins and things like that, you know. It was kind of like the marginal folds there that was like kind of the issue. Alright, so I'm gonna do this, right? Because at the end of the day, we kind of got to break one of the pairs, and why I chose the 5 as well. I think to be able to hit a pawn on the 5 is like, to be able to hit the pawn on the 5 is probably going to be a lot harder. I mean, once again, utility of the 5. Of course, having said that, somebody's going to toss one out or go draw one like right now, kind of thing. Then be like, oh man, I'm going to draw another 5, and then like next thing you know, people are going to be tossing out 6 and 9s all day, right? But I lost the expensive pair, that's the thing, right? So we kind of lost the expensive pair for like a cheap pair. Come on, just give me the 5, right? So that we can kind of like tell the story and continue with it, right? Then we get the 5. I mean, right now the rest of it is kind of playing out as I said, right? Like, you know, you're gonna get the 6 and the 9s and everything's just gonna be tossed, you know, like being tossed around while we just keep drawing bullshit all the time, right? Except the things that what we're missing to really complete the story is the 5. What's kind of not so good, I guess, in this situation is that, well, none of the Manzus are coming out, right? So, because then it kind of means that if we kind of even get this, then like this will be the no-brainer cut. I just kind of wait for the 6-9, I suppose. But of course, as you know, not only do we draw bullshit, we draw bullshit that's like kind of useful to others. We've been sitting here for like so long a time. Alright. Well, good and bad, I suppose. This should be safe. Bad news is, well, this is gonna take forever. Judging from the looks of things, like it's really gonna take forever. And by forever, it probably mean never as well. Just kind of tragic, kind of sad. So there goes another dealer hand once again. Right, we are third again. Right, just sit down here and just eat some more all the way. Oh crap, nah, that's fine. It's quite closest anyway. Right, and then in the process also we get the 2, got like, you know, kind of like lose that. Right, I guess okay, we can argue and say that, well, if we kept the 5, we would have this problem. Aha, but if we had kept the 5, we would have drawn these cards. So this is something that I've learned to. Oh. Well, I guess we just have to. Right. Yeah. If we had kept the 5, we actually wouldn't have drawn these cards because it was through him. It was through, oh man, you son of a. It was through him cheating that card that kind of like changed the whole rotation around, and we kind of like ended up in this state. Alright, we got 9. Why dealing here? Right, see? There I told you, it just goes around and round and round in circles. Not only that, he kind of deals in, right? And he's last, right? So second kind of inches just a little bit further away. We're still in third cycle. So there we go. Alright. I guess the signs were kind of there, right? The signs were kind of there. Like from the first game of the day, the signs were kind of there that this is probably going to be the setup for the rest of the day. Well, first place is inside, but we kind of got to push. Alright. Let's see. Oh, there goes pushing. Well, I guess if we draw a red 5, it kind of makes up for everything. Sort of. We draw a red 5, we still have like, what, some kind of 3-harm potential kind of thing. But it needs to be a red 5, right? Unless you get to a state of Rigi or something like that. 4 wins Yakuman. Nah. Trust me, I mean, like, dude. Like, I think I'm probably one of, like, you know, I probably fall into the category of players who, like, would really push and attempt Yakumans, right? And I guess with by playing Sanma, you get a lot of opportunity to do stuff like that, right? So this is the thing with like 4 wins Yakuman and that sort of shit. You really gotta have it up front. Like, you really gotta have it up front. You can't draw into it, unfortunately. We're going to do this. Gonna suck. Pray for a red 5, right? Then get 3. Pray for 2 5s. 2 5s doesn't really help us. 2 5 actually complicates the hand. So yeah, that's the thing, right? Alright, okay, so this is the plan. If we do get 5, we might need to like literally try for a direct hit off this guy. Of course, I don't know if you folks remember, we kind of had a grand plan for many hands, you know, for many hands and many rounds, right? We kind of had a grand plan, all sorts of plan. We're just like, oh, okay, all right, we draw this, we'll do that, we draw that, we'll do this, and then kind of get this, and kind of hope for this, and kind of hope for that, and like, yeah, look at where we ended up. So you know what? Maybe just fuck it. We just wait for to see what happens. Yeah, I know what, fuck it. We are third, right? We kind of need to make something out of it. Come on. Yeah, that kind of helps, I suppose. It kind of helps. Let me draw another pay and like chuck another one out. The bad news is we're not even in Tenpai. That's the annoying bit. We're not even in Tenpai. Come on, it's like 6-9 wheat here, right? There we go. Well, so see, once again, we kind of like just bleed points out in third. Right, lost 500 points. You know what's 500 points? 500 points is like some like dealer 1 hand more kind of like, you know, like somewhere during the round kind of thing. So this is what I'm saying, right? If you can't make a hand, if you really just cannot make a hand, you know, right? So it's like luck, skill, you know, that kind of thing. But it's alright. If I've been through this before, so it's okay. And maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing because then you kind of iron out all these like quirkiness first, right? Iron out all these quirkiness, you know. Then hopefully you kind of pick up another upswing, you know. As compared to like maybe like you end up like, you know, rocketing through right through Master 1, going to Master 2, Master 3 even, right? And then your downswing hits, and then you get so accustomed to winning, inverted commas, you kind of get so accustomed to winning, right? That then when the slide hits, you kind of cannot deal with it, which has happened to me before. That has happened to me once as well. It's the first time when I think I hit Master 2. So I Master 2 and then like gonna hit downswing, and I kind of couldn't deal with it. Then went on tilt and then like went right back to expert, right? Then second time again the same thing, you know, went all the way up to Master 3. Master 3? No, the second time sorry. First time was the Master 3, right? But it was a fairly quick and easy trip up. Then kind of hit a downswing, went on tilt, came all the way back down to expert 3, right? I kind of ground my way up to Master 2, right? Master 2 and like 50 points from Master 3. Then hit another downswing, right? And this time I kind of tried, like I really tried to like hang in there and not tilt as much, you know. But eventually it kind of just overwhelmed me. When I say overwhelmed, I'm not sure whether was it like just the negative variance overwhelming me, or was it actually tilt overwhelming me? That I wasn't sure. Right. Well, here we have a fast hand but cheap hand, but it's like, oh whatever, it's a fast hand, we'll take it. But yeah, I mean like so that's what I always say, right? If you cannot make a hand, right? And we're lucky this is East round, so it's like a little bit less painful on the brain. But can you imagine like sitting through like weeks, you know, like weeks of South rounds, like the South rounds, mind you, right? So you just like sit down there, can't find a hand, then like you just kind of blow slowly, you know, just die, just slowly die, slowly lose points, kind of thing. It does kind of wear you down a little bit, you know, mentally and emotionally. Again, like I said, right, I've always also felt like the much better players, right, they just have that kind of I guess mental fortitude when it comes to playing the game. You know, like in a sense whereby like one is the focus, right? Like you guys see, you know, you guys notice when I play sometimes, you know, like I would say I get sloppy, right? All these like preemptive discards, things like that, right? You know, just mindlessly clicking sometimes, you know, taking things for granted. Like, okay, my hand shape is kind of like that, and then like, you know, in your mind you're thinking, okay, you know, I just need a 3 or 6, and you just start tossing stuff out. Right, and then next thing you know, you kind of like draw this random obscure card that actually would have like really drastically improved your hand or the hand potential kind of thing. You just toss it out because of reflex, right? You know, I think like a really competent player, right? I'm sure I bet we do not hit an Ura. Alright, I'm sure if you guys hang around here long enough, you will know that you will know never to take that bet. But anyway, you know. So yeah, I mean like I think like the really skilled players or like the highly ranked players, like they just have that discipline to just sit down there and just maintain absolutely focus, right? I mean, I guess one of the ways is just not to play so many games, you know. That's one way, right? Like human beings, you know, our mentality is such that we tend to take stuff for granted as well, you know. So I mean, like if you're like me here, like kind of like just spamming these games because you're just trying to get that achievement done, kind of thing, you know, then it is probably very easy to kind of fall into that trap of like, yeah, just click, and that's if I lose and stuff like that. But I guess if you only had like, I don't know, 5 games to play every single day or something, then you can kind of commit like 100% of your mental strength or energy to it. Maybe, I don't know, right? I mean, for sure, I'm one thing for sure, right, is that you're not going to get very far if you cannot maintain that high level of concentration, right? So okay, so this is the part that I will always struggle and suffer with, right? Which is kind of like usually I'll actually break this block, right? Usually I'll break this block. And some people are just like be going absolutely batshit crazy at this point. They'll be like, why would you break this block? Because I hate I hate tanky ways. It's just my nature, right? So like I actually value like some of these like lone center cards over the tanky weight, because in my mind I just feel like, hey, you know, it'd be so much easier to like draw a 5 or 7 here or something like that, right? You know, so I guess like maybe what I did here was maybe a little bit better, more the correct play, whereby like, okay, you know what, like just don't immediately sacrifice the ship block, right? Like I guess you kind of should be, what's the word called? You kind of should be valuing a block over no block, right? I mean, it's like in that situation, for example, you have one block and you have like 2 like really good center cards, right? You still value the block over the 2 center cards, right? Which kind of might be the case, because like if the center card is that good, then well, you don't need 2, you just need 1, right? And then if along the way you can kind of like improve on that, like what happened here, then you lose the ship block. So you kind of like don't do it prematurely. Maybe, I don't know, right? That kind of feels like the right answer to me. Whether or not I should have recheat here though, yeah, I think it's fine. Although at the same time, you know, like, should I be asking this question after I recheat, right? It's like kind of a little bit too late. It's not like I can take it back. I think it's fine to recheat here. Unfortunately though, well, again, once we see shit happens, right? Like such a simpy hand, right? There you go. So yeah, I know. I guess maybe it's my fault again, right? So if I rank down, it's my fault. Ah, well. Yeah, right, Pina. And okay, so this is the thing that really gets to me sometimes. This is the thing that really gets to me sometimes. Ah, man. Alright, you know what? Screw this. So this kind of floating, right? We kind of let it go first, right? I guess here we kind of hope and pray for Jun-chan, I suppose. I mean, if Chanta comes first, Chanta comes first. But if we can Jun-chan this, I guess we just kind of have to Jun-chan this. I mean, I don't see any other way out for a hand like this. But anyway, so this is my gripe. This is my gripe, right? Like I've seen so many times where I've been in so many like instances, right, where, well, there goes the Jun-chan. I mean, I suppose you kind of got to value this over this, right? Of course, some will argue and say that, well, you know what, you could toss this and like hope to make whatchamacallit? Hope to make whatchamacallit? Like Sananko or Suanko or something like that, but well, then he had a pair. It's kind of locking me out there. But yeah, so I found myself in like so many situations where you kind of get this kind of bullshit, right? Like some guy, like, you know, like maybe he is like whatever, you know, east or west. When I talk about east or west, I talk about like the table east or table west kind of thing, right? Yeah, I guess we kind of can stick with it a little bit. But the problem is I didn't get this tree. This tree is a problem. This tree is a very big problem. And in fact, like if we really want to talk about like playing Jun-chan or something like that, which honestly I really just don't think it's gonna work. It's just that I think why am I continuing to pursue it is because, well, that I really don't think that there's any other opportunity for this hand as well, right? I mean, kind of like just mean randomly keeping all this stuff as we draw it and like just tossing everything else out there. It just doesn't make sense to me. So we're kind of stuck in a situation where I feel, right, that like we can't, in my opinion, I think we can't even keep this. Can we? In some like universe, can we keep this? Or should we keep this? Should we even keep this? Right? But yeah, okay, I kind of lost my train of thoughts. What was I saying? Man, it's just not happening. Oh yeah, okay, now I remember. So like yeah, you get some guy, you know, who's gonna like be dealing east, you know, like deal to the east, deal to the west, deal to everybody except you, right? or something like that, right? So like he's gonna be like in my spot. Well, you know what? So I'm gonna do this because why am I doing this? You say, well, first thing my points are shit. Okay, this is my rationale. If it's wrong, do tell me that it's wrong. This is my rationale, right? It's East only game, right? So it's East only, right? So this is the only time I'm gonna be East. That's the first thing, right? Hand is shit. We all can see that, right? And this is the only win condition that I have right now. And clearly, there's no way I'm gonna be able to maneuver myself out of this, right? No way. Even if, let's say by some miracle, I kind of draw like two, you know, like two months here, right, in the next consecutive turns kind of thing. Then what? Then Richie on the 9 kind of thing. Like you can see that path is just way too far, right? Not much you can. It's really a moonshot in that sense, right? And in the meantime, like people be tossing out 7s and whatever, whatnot. You know, your hand's just gonna be this way too slow. So I kind of am stuck in a situation where I just don't have a choice. I gotta do this, right? So that's kind of my rationale. Alright, just hope for this win. Alright, how many 2s are out? 1, 2, 3. Well, 3. Okay, alright. So see, there we go. No chance for anything at all, right? But yeah, so back to what I was saying, right? Like then the same said person will be in this same spot, right? Right. So he's dealt to your 2 other opponents, right? Here you're sitting in last place, okay? And here you are, like maybe like I don't know, sitting on 25,000 points or something, or like maybe, you know, that sort of stuff. And then he kind of gets that bullshit hand, that bullshit comeback hand, like bang, like oh here we go, like you know Richie Patsutsu Modora, whatever, you know, bullshit kind of thing. Then like Paiman, right? Then because he's like Paiman, then like the other guys are so fat from like his feeding, right? Well, we just kind of need to do something here. So you know, I don't know, try to build 100 or something. Right, because technically it's like the last hand, so we just kind of gotta roll with it. So all this kind of like just has to go. Right. I mean, I guess there's an argument for like what Richie Pinfu Dora. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, okay. I guess we can kind of also try that. Right. So because everybody else is like so flush and fat from like him dealing into them, then he hits his Paiman. Next thing you know, you are sitting there like last or some shit like that, or even you're not last, right? Then now he's like on equal with you. The other 2 guys that have been like really nicely fattened up, they are like, you know, so far ahead that like it doesn't really matter to them anymore, right? And then he hits like back-to-back hands like that, and next thing you know, you are last, right? So you're kind of like in that position where you're stuck, you know, you're stuck of no fault of yours kind of thing, right? So yeah, my question is always like, where's my bullshit comeback hand, right? Because if you can see like every single fucking time, right, when I'm dealer, this is the kind of shit that I get. Like really, it's the kind of shit that I get. You know, the hand's like completely non-workable with like absolutely zero promise, you know. Right. And by the time the damage is kind of like so great that you're just like looking at it and you're like, oh, what am I going to do here? You know. I guess I also do need to pay some attention here, because like if there's a chance to like kind of like lose this and try at least game Pinfu, maybe I should try attempt it. So maybe I draw a 6 here, I can kind of like try and lose this, I suppose. Try. You know. Of course, it's not gonna happen, right? He's already Richie. Look at that, right? My hand barely moved. You know. So my last hand, my best weight was that stupid, you know, Tanky 7 shit, right? Here I am like bouncing around, not drawing anything, right? He's like already Richie, you know. It's like, yeah. So then you eat last place again, and I drop another 1,000 points. No, it's not 1,000 points, 100 odd points or something like that, right? Okay, there you go. It's like. So yeah, I don't know. This is the part that I struggle to kind of control in that sense, or at least to like kind of manage, right? So what's the best play, or what's the right play here in that sense, right? Or do you then turn around and say that, you know, well, okay, it's just luck. Well, I can understand and kind of relate with the whole like, yeah, it's just luck thing, you know. But at the same time, I guess I kind of need some verification to a certain degree that like, okay, you know what, you are also like not being a total fuck up yourself in that sense, right? In terms of like, I don't know, I guess play and things like that, right? I mean, okay, fine. The first game, you know, I guess there were some arguable discards, right? Actually, no, there was just one arguable discard that kind of cascaded into like this massive shit show. One, right? But then the impact to that was only one game. Right, and then what about subsequent games? Or is it like this whole cascading thing where like you know, well, if you didn't kind of like, you know, screw yourself over, if you didn't screw yourself over in that round, then you kind of would have the points to kind of like tank some of this shit, right? But it's okay. The reason why I'm not panicking is because, well, you know, when I started this whole entire, like, okay, you know what, let's just grind out all the East games for the quest for the achievement, whatever the achievement part, the quest part of the achievement, right? Like the lowest I kind of got was E3 I don't know, like 920 points or some shit like that, right? Which at E3 920 points kind of puts you, I remember the middle ground was like, let's see this, the middle ground was somewhere around 1,000 points if I recall. It's about 1,000 points, 1,002 I think. No, it can't be 1,002 because this is, yeah, I think it's about 1,002. It's about 1,200 points, right? So it's about 300 points down, which is like, okay, like from here we are only like about 150 points. So I think we should be fine. Provided we can kind of like, I guess, like get some kind of hand, put some kind of okay, so this is the thing as well, right? Talk about get some kind of hand. No, we can't survive with some kind of hand, right? There were so many rounds as well that we played where we like kind of got some kind of hand, right? But the thing is that we need a couple of hands, so everything kind of needs to string together sometimes, you know, with some of these like East games, or like some of these like even Hanchans or whatever, like whenever you play a Mahjong game, you kind of need like shit to string together, right? Like if shit strings together, right, you just need like maybe a Mangan win or some shit, right? And you kind of like get away scot-free, right? Like here I hit a dealer Mangan or something, or it doesn't even have to be a dealer Mangan. You hit like 7,000 points here, like 32, right? And then for the next couple of games, you know, everything is quick and they just like bang bang bang, and it's just like deal into each other all the time or something. Alright, again, this is my bad habit. I'm not sure if it's the right play or the wrong play. It kind of looks like I have fairly enough blocks to kind of attempt this anyway, so I'm just going to try and toss these two out and see if we can kind of improve. Clearly we don't, right? Clearly we don't. I mean, okay, so given how the day's been going, I recognize this spot, expect to draw a lot of bullshit. There we go. Okay, alright. I take it back. That's one card. That's just one card. That card fills up. We don't want to fill up. Not at this point anyway. I kind of just need to make something happen. Right. So this is where we got a little bit of bad news as well. Let me tell you what's going to happen. Right. I'm going to draw a 7. A 7 man. Not a 7 pin, a 7 man. But this hurts. Oh, this hurts. Of course, you guys are gonna say, oh, but why, right? Looking at it, and like we have Itsu there, Itsu possibility there, right? I mean, of course, you draw a 7 here, we still get pinful and stuff like that. Because all I think is gonna happen, what I think is likely to happen, right? The best way for like fate to kind of like screw me over here, which it really has a tendency to do, is that we draw the 1. We draw the 1 soul, right? Which is gonna be the absolute worst card to draw here, to be very honest. Right. I mean, of course, this is not ignoring like the usual bullshit that is even more likely to happen, which is like we kind of just bounce around until like somebody hits Richie and then there we go. Right? I mean, it's kind of like just ignoring that part of it. I think we got a hand that's kind of like okay to take a little bit of risk for now. But yeah, see, the worst card we could draw is the 1, because then we got, not only do we lose the Dora, we like we lose the Dora with Tanki on like this. Right. Right. Okay, I mean I could have folded that hand. I admit I could have folded that hand, and I probably should have. I guess I was just kind of mildly tilted and like a little bit like I was just a bit too amused at that point. But like what did I say, right? You know, we're gonna draw the 1, right? And it would be the absolute worst draw for us because like, you know, then we kind of like not only do we have a shitty weight on the Itzu, we have to like lose the Dora or something like that, right? I guess I should have folded, like tossed out the pay or something like that. But at that point I was just too I admit I was just kind of too amused at that point, and I just kind of like had to test the 8 just to satisfy my curiosity, right? And just see like, okay, like, well, it was exactly as I said that was gonna happen, right? Like in terms of how like the cards are just gonna be like absolutely primed to kind of shaft us over. So I just couldn't resist. I mean, I just couldn't resist testing it at that point. You know, I mean, yeah, okay, fine. I will drop points as a result of that, but I mean, I'm not exactly like treating this whole entire game and experience as life and death anyway. So it's just kind of like, I just had to do it. It was just a little bit too funny at that moment for me. It's like, right? Yeah, that's actually no, it kind of depends. I mean, I pretty much like okay, I would say I pretty much sealed my fate again in this round, right? I don't think I hand delivered him the victory because honestly, with these games, right, a lot of shit can happen. Seriously, at this point, a lot of shit can happen. In a sense that not in a sense that he goes last or some shit like that, but a lot of shit can happen in a sense that he could still come in second, or even third. Like really, just get some kind of bullshit. I guess that's you know, just get some bullshit like Hahnemann Zimo from the dealer here, right? And then like maybe like another bullshit. I mean, like look, it's East 2. There's still so many. East 2 in the East game is still fairly early, right? There's still plenty of opportunities for like some bullshit, like you know, some guy that just like keeps repeating and stuff like that and whatnot. So it's not guaranteed that he wins. Of course, but although clearly he is having a blast, right? All right. I guess I kind of got to give some kind of opportunity to fight back. If I kind of like be absolutely reckless here, then I just completely see my fate. Although I don't see any path forward, to be very honest. I mean, like, well, it's gonna take like, okay, these two are definitely safe. That's for sure. I'm like, well, it's not 100% safe, but you know, yeah, I kind of like expect this as well. But like, you know, sometimes it's not even like how fast your hand can advance, but rather like you know, what's the likelihood of him hitting his Zumo or something like that, right? That's the thing, right? Like low stress, you know, low stress for this guy. You know, but when I am playing and I go into Richie, like, look, it just goes round and round, then eventually like it ends up with me dealing in rather than like some Zumo or something like that. So that's the painful part. No, but what's saying? Yeah, I mean, it's exactly as how I said it would happen, right? Like end up drawing the 1, we won't draw the 7, right? Which would give us an absolutely fantastic like situation. You know, where at least like you can kind of justify the risk or something like that. We'll draw the 1, which would be absolutely dodgy. I mean, we're not even. I'm going to ignore the fact that he's in Richie, right? We just ignore the fact that he's in Richie for a sec, right? You know, it's like even if he was not in Richie, the 1 was the absolute worst card for us to draw. You know, because then it means that we're Tenpai on an Itsu, which is not small, but we're then Tanki on the 5, which is like to me the worst card to be Tanki on as well. You know, so yeah, I don't know. Clearly today is kind of like one of those days where like, you know, it'll probably be a lot more like, if you're gonna watch this, you'll probably have a lot more fun watching it and anticipating like my pain and agony, right, and having a good laugh out of it, than like sitting down here watching and expecting like some kind of fantastic performance or something like that. That's what I kind of feel. But it's okay, I'm here to entertain. Yeah. But yeah, you know, don't judge that Dylan. That Dylan honestly was more really, I was just too amused and just had to kind of like just wrap up the whole entire story with that rather than I just had to wrap up the story. I just had to wrap up the story like that. You know, like, yeah, check it out, right? So this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna draw the 1, right? And then in order to go into Tempa, I'm gonna have to I have to lose the Dora, right? So not only is the hand value discounted, that's going to result in a deal in, which is going to be like a big deal in because it's a Dora. And coincidentally, he is gonna wait on it, and then like, yeah, there we go, shit show. All right, well, you know what? I can't really do this. This is a problem, right? Oh man, seriously, just before. Oh no, okay, I click skip. It is a skip click. All right. I mean, even then, also, this is not good. Like, this is not good. Okay, this is good. Like, why I say it was not good is because I was kind of worried that I end up drawing the 7 there, you know. Because if you draw the 7 there, then that whole entire shape is like shafted, right? Like here at least, right, you kind of like, okay, alright, we end up drawing the 2, so I guess like some kind of good luck happened. But yeah, see, right? Then it's gonna go, if it's a 3-card wave, it's gonna go round in circles, right? Eventually I'm gonna deal it or something like that. Right. Like absolutely no respect, you know, like everyone is just like having a blast. But okay, I guess like it's kind of obvious also. What's the worst, what's the maximum my hand could be, right? So Richie Painful, I'll miss the Uradora, it'll be some bullshit. No, okay, we got one. Alright. No red 5 though. I mean they probably had enough. They probably had enough to kind of like work out and figure out that like, okay, no worst case, no red 5, so Richie Painful Dora is like gonna be about there. I mean, reasonable. I would probably like push as well. No big deal. It's one of those situations where like the Dora is a win, right? Good news is, I guess like it's part of that shit show. You know, it kind of gives us a little bit of a chance of at least scraping second. A little bit. Of course, we take it, right? Kind of lose this. Maybe hold on to none a little bit. See if we can kind of like get that little bit more. So, but we need 3. We need 3 hand here. How are we gonna get 3 hand? There we go. I guess we have our answer. Unfortunate thing though with this hand. Punishing me for having no faith in my tiles. Dude, I have a lot of faith in my tiles, man. Come on, seriously, right? I actually do have a lot of faith in my tiles. 1, 2, 3. Okay, all right. What I have absolutely no faith in is my draws. I have no faith in my draws. Of course, I kind of have no faith in my ability to play as well. I mean, that's a given, so it's like, you know, no worries there, but it's like... Alright. Well, so we have conditions for second. Which would kind of be a good thing, right? It'd be kind of amusing if we actually do get second out of this. Because we kind of like really messed up that first hand. Oh, it's so funny, seriously. Which is why, you know what, like, oh, see? Look at this. Like just look at this shit. Alright. I guess one way would be like, no, you can't, you see, you can't even lose, like, you can't even say like, okay, you know what, I lose this, try and pawn this, and then like wait on 2-5 or something. You can't even do that. Because like, if you can do that, you're gonna lose like the 5. It's like, you're kind of like really like, you know, you kind of like, damn if you do, damn if you don't, right? And look at this shit now. Seriously. I can't even move into a 2-sided way. I can't. Okay, right? I mean, obviously, if you're here, you're kind of just gonna go for. I mean, at least I have the conditions for second right now, right? Given the shit show, I have the conditions for second. Why should I be like playing for third when I have the conditions for second? Zumo there for 2. I guess Zumo there for 2, yeah, would have done it, right? Maybe we can't. We got can't here. Bad news is though, like this mofo here is like playing souls, right? He's obviously playing souls. Then it's like, oh god, how's that? How? You know, he let the 4 loose, so we're kind of like in trouble here as well because like, I mean, goddamn it, like, it kind of just looks like the sixes are with him. Like some bullshit pair or something. No. Right, there we go. It's like absolute cock block here. Ah, well. Okay, so I guess maybe I should have gone for... Maybe I should have gone for the second, the third instead. I don't know. Well, what can you do? Right, what can you do there? Again, like I said, right? Okay, so conditions were there for second. They were there for second, right? It was a tanky wait, but conditions were there for second. And like, look at how nicely it was set up for him. You know, like held two of my outs, kind of shit, right? Not only held two. You think too greedy? You think too greedy? The thing is, so the thing is, right? If you play for second at that, I mean, you play for third at that spot, right? If you play for third at that spot, don't forget, if you get third, you're still going to be dropping points, you know. I mean, I guess, of course, if you kind of look at it from the perspective, if you look at it from a perspective, whereby we say, okay, you know what? Well, theoretically, you should have been last anyway, kind of thing, right? It kind of worked from the bottom up rather than from the top down, kind of thing. Right, so like your thought process is more like, well, you know what, I should be last anyway, but if I can get away with third, then like, you know, then like yeah, that's fine as well. Then we kind of take the 1,000 points there and like, or the 2,000 points there and kind of like come close, you know. But I guess the other option was then like, you know, we hope that we kind of direct hit off this guy instead, right? Like then we go for 2,000 points and we just kind of hope for a direct hit off there. If we don't get a direct hit from him, then we just like, okay, well, you know, life sucks, and we take our second points, as compared to like, okay, you know what? No, we go for 3 and try like actually like outright just take third. Ah man, you know you know what? I'm just see this is really where I go and tilt. Right, like you come off a hand like that, you come off a couple of rounds like that, right? Then the immediate start of like the next session, the next game, is like this, right? I mean, if you look at it, well, let's be honest here. If you look at it, what's safe, right? I guess you could argue 5 is safe. I guess you could argue 5 is safe. No, we are not, Chica. We're not. It's like you're just in time for the same shit show that has been like happening for the last couple of like, weeks as well, right? 6M is safe. Yeah, I'm quite sure as well, man. It kind of feels that way. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, to be honest. Like it's also kind of like starting to come to a point where I kind of feel like sometimes, you know, the most dangerous style or like whatever it is you think is safe is kind of like, because I've been hit so many times also with this whole like, you know, someone reaches in, like you look at it, you're like, okay, I have no idea. I'm just gonna throw a 9 and it's like that's the card, right? Or 1 and then that's the card. I'm gonna throw a win and then that's the card. Right. But I mean, usually this is also kind of like the time where like I start to go and tilt. Right. You know. Where it's like, oh man, like just come off a bad round, you know, and like, okay, like here, you know, then you kind of like, okay, you know what, at least the hand's kind of decent, maybe like let me try and get some points back here or something like that, right? And then it's like now it's like, oh, they're like that, right? Then Richie, right? I mean, come on, look at this hand here, right? Then Richie, and then you have to give all this shit up, right? And you kind of don't have a choice. I mean, okay, let's look at what is the right play here. I mean, the right play here, of course, is to give it up. I mean, let's be honest here. The right place, the right play here is to actually give this up, right? I think you can kind of maybe argue for like chucking some of these and kind of hoping, right? Oh well. Okay, so look very carefully, right? Again, see this, right? So this is how it starts, right? This is how it starts, okay? So now, comes the magic question again, right? Which is kind of a shame. I mean, it would be really nice if at this point in time you kind of like have players who are really good, for example, to actually sit down here and tell you, answer this question specifically, right? Which is the whole, so this is how it starts, right? And what is the correct response here in that sense, right? So you come up with a couple of bad games, right? And maybe like, you know, as far as like the way the bad games go, you know, in case you're wondering why I did that, is because like, you know, I figured, okay, you know what, maybe kind of like draw some Shanshoku there or something like that, because at the end of the day all the weights are really bad anyway. So if you're gonna hope, you might as well hope for Shanshoku, right? But yeah, so what's the right response here at this point in time, right? I mean, yeah, okay, fine, then you start folding all these hands, you know. I guess if you kind of then play everything individually, right? That means every single hand you just kind of like play individually and kind of like not care about the initial outcome kind of thing. But you still have to factor your current points into the equation as well. You can't really. Correct response is to grow a pair, dude. This time around I have a pair, right? Not only do I have a pair, I got backup 3 of a kind here as well, right? Shit ton of pairs. Look at that. See, once you start asking me to grow a pair, it's like I'm just gonna be swimming in them. Oh jeez, what have you done? What have you done? Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I guess there's an argument that maybe in some universe I kind of squeeze out Tanya or this or some shit. I don't know. What would be the correct response in this kind of situation, right? I mean, okay, I guess, you know, one could say that, well, you're kind of like, you're just marginally down. It's East 3. Everything could kind of like anything could still kind of happen at this point in time, which is true. But I mean, look at the hand as well, right? It's like 777, like, and then like 1, and then like this is the shit that's left behind kind of thing. And the worst thing I think, like over here as well, right? Like even if we draw a 4, you kind of like, yeah, this is gonna be, yeah. I kind of figured this. I really kind of figured this shit was gonna happen. Okay, alright. Never mind. I don't know. Okay, alright. Well, gotta decide quick. I guess we'll do this. I don't know. Yeah. Alright. Right. So you're in a situation where you can't really do anything with the hand, you know, kind of stuck, kind of jammed, and then like, yeah, you just get absolutely cornered and funneled into like this kind of shit, right? Whereas like, you know, like the dealing cards are going to be fairly random, right? You see, like right here also as well, right? I'm kind of looking at what should have been a slow hand, I suppose, right? But having the right conditions, then it becomes a fast hand. You know, like some kind of Honetsu, get a couple of pawns straight out the gate, and then like if this is very, very nicely set up or something like that, then you're kind of stuck, right? And then here I am, like getting, you know, all these kind of like weird shit here. And again, like what I say, being cornered. Oh man, right? And like this, like straight out the gate, and then you're gonna take another loss, right? And the question then is like really like, okay, fine. Then how do you control this, right? How do you control this, or how do you at least like kind of stem some of this? I don't know, this bleed. I mean, the worst part with the discards as well, you know, is that the hand is in such a weird shape that like you just look at it and like, okay, what am I gonna do here? Really? I mean, I don't draw this. The hand is pretty much stuck in like, okay, best I can kind of hope for is Ricci, right? But your setups also are such that like, well, you know, even getting the Ricci is gonna be pretty difficult. And even and that's not even counting the fact that even if you do get the Ricci, the hand's gonna be worse shit anyway, right? because what's the best case situation here, right? We kind of like, I don't know, we draw a 1, we draw a 1, we can't even get the 8, look at that, right? And then we like keep repeating this shit. I don't know, if anybody knows, please tell me what's the correct response here, right? What should we really be doing here, right? I mean, we sit here and then we kind of hope, I guess. Okay, so I agree with you, right? You know, I agree with you, which is kind of like most of my go-to as well. The problem here is that, well, if you think about it, right, at our current situation, we do need the points, correct? So yeah, okay, we do that, I guess, right? Okay, no, what I'm trying to say, I guess, in this circumstance is that yes, right, it is an option. It is an option to like cut the Hatsu, right, and then go for faster hand. The problem that I guess I'm kind of like looking at right now, or I kind of feel is the problem, is that even if we had cut the Hatsu, the hand is slow. So this is the thing, right? It's like, and not only was it slow, is that there was no flexibility to the hand as well. You know what I mean? Right? I mean, you saw the hand. It's not only was it slow, is that there was actually no flexibility to the hand as well. So, I don't know. I just feel we kind of just have to go here and try and hope to kind of make something. I mean, can't even get the 9s as well, which I guess in this case, it's kind of arguable that it's actually a good thing, I suppose. Right? It's kind of a good thing because then it's kind of live, right? Then kind of like, I don't know how to do this. Well, good news is that it's kind of like safe here, but whether or not we get this also is another matter. Right? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess we got lucky here. Right? But okay, then we kind of look at the situation, right? It's sort of like, this is the only way out of that mess. You know what I mean? Like to me, this was the only way out of that mess. And the best part, we're still only third. But yeah, this was the only way out of that mess, right? Anything else would kind of have been not the choice. Which then means that at the end of the day, you know, you're kind of reliant on luck. Which is fine, right? Which is fine, you know. But the thing is then, it's like again, my question is like, is this then the right response? I mean, in this case, of course, it kind of worked, right? It kind of worked. We kind of got the objective, right? But just overall, in general, is this kind of the right thing to do? Or like, okay, maybe that one was a little bit more clear cut in the sense that, well, you know, the rest of the hand is shit anyway, so you just kind of gotta hope and pray that you do connect, right? Oh, I mean, I guess of course we can't do this, but do we actually just go for it and like cut all these and like, you know, we hope to steal everything or something? See, right? So this is now the interesting question here, right? Because clearly, going for Chinitsu here is going to be slower because of these gaps, right? But at the same time, well, I'm gonna go for it anyway, but I don't know. I'm just gonna go for it anyway because we're like kind of Ishan tend to it also in a very warped sort of way, I guess. But so I guess like, yeah. See, so this is the question here, right? It's kind of like this is how I am looking at this current situation, right? How I'm looking at this current situation is, we have the opportunity to, right? We have the opportunity to take the win here, you know. Oh man, this is dodgy shit thing again. Okay, we do this. Yeah, we do this. You know why? Because we pawn this and it kind of like makes this a little bit difficult and stuff like that. And plus we kind of feed into the 9 as well. 6 is going to be a little bit hard for someone to work in. So yeah, plus the 9. But of course like this happens, right? So we still end up in like third. We still can't lose points, right? So again, this is what I say, right? Like everything, you know, everything kind of just needs to really, really come together for like this kind of shit to work, right? When I say this kind of shit, I mean I'm specifically referring to like, you know, like actually ranking in that sense, or actually collecting rank points in a way, you know. But yeah, back to that last hand, right? It's sort of like what runs through my mind, you know, in these kind of situations is that, well, okay, so you have I mean, it's kind of like, it's not dodgy, right? Like, it's not like I was really forcing the hand or something like that. I mean, if you look at it, then it's like theoretically that doing that also was kind of arguably the path of least resistance also. You know, maybe the play could have been a bit different to a certain extent, right? Because he kind of he pawned one of the cards that I released, if I'm not wrong. He kind of pawned one of the cards that I released, and then like, you know, and then from there it kind of like changed the dynamics of certain things. So maybe, I don't know, maybe if I kept the 7 and like tossed the 9 out instead or something like that, then we could have won or something, right? So I guess maybe you look at it from that circumstance, then it's like, okay, like if you kind of read it correctly, you know. But my reason also for going for that weight was because, well, I pawned the 5, right? So it makes like the 3s and the 6. It kind of makes the 3s and the 6s a little bit harder to work with, right? So maybe that those get released. Could be wrong, you know. But yeah, I mean, the thing that always kind of floats in my head is sort of like, you know, like if you have the conditions to kind of go for it, right? Then wouldn't it make the most sense to actually go for it? That's the thing that always like kind of floats in my head, you know. Actually, maybe I should release the 1s instead, right? Well, okay, now it's kind of like a no-brainer, straightforward. I should release the 1s here. First thing you release the 1s, and then you kind of start feeding until like, I don't know. But yeah. But well, so far, right? It's clearly been a struggle. Today has been a struggle. You know, it's like always kind of almost the right ingredients, but not the right ingredients. We always kind of get shafted, right? Like over here now, it kind of looks like, okay, it kind of looks like it's kind of coming together, gelling together, right? At best, okay, if anything, at least we can kind of get a 2-hand hand or something. But yeah, something kind of stupid just would pop up, right? Well, on the bright side, like people at least have kind of stopped reaching with like in 4 turns, right? Although, like, then the question is that, like, I guess. I guess. Alright, for viewers watching, in case you missed it, that's the instant replay of me tossing the pay out. RNG loves to do this. Don't be surprised we draw the none next, even though there's only 1 left, which has a habit of happening, which is really annoying, but it's fine. At least I kind of same, toss this out, kind of keep Honetsu alive. Well, that's dead. Which kind of means that we draw it next turn, and then, like, you know, something of value becomes a completely useless pair. Well, there goes the Honetsu, right? I was kind of sitting on here thinking, like, okay, maybe we should kind of chase Honetsu a little bit. That was kind of a possibility, but I was also at the back of my mind, I was thinking, like, well, we kind of got 4 and 5s here, right? And the really annoying thing with these things is that, well, you decide Honetsu and then you're gonna fill out everything else. You try and fill out everything else, then you're gonna get your Honetsu, which is kind of like what's happening here, right? Like, it's always the total opposite of whatever it is you plan. You know, it's not even like a situation where you can kind of say like, hey, you know what, I'm just gonna go with the flow here, right? You kind of really got to decide, like, okay, you know what, it's Honetsu or bust, right? Which I can kind of jive with that, right? This whole Honetsu bust thing, right? You just decide right from the start, say, okay, you know what, I'm going to do this. If it doesn't work out, then like, you know what, then we kind of go to defense or something like that, right? But the problem is that when it fails like multiple times in a row, which it can, right? It's been happening all night tonight, right? Where it kind of fails multiple times in a row, you know. Then what, right? Do you still continue that path, you know, kind of thing, because it's the right path, right? Kind of like if you can get all in, you know, aces pre-flop kind of thing, and say just keep going on with that path because it is the right path and it is the right decision kind of thing, right? And that's assuming like you know for a fact, right? Like statistically for a fact. Like yeah, I mean like if for me, if I'm ever given a chance, like yeah, I mean aces, all in aces pre-flop, like whatever, I mean you just take it anytime, right? No matter how many times you get sucked out or anything, you're just gonna keep going at it because you know beyond doubt, right, that is the right play. But I mean something as, you know, with something as subjective as Mahjong, right? I guess sometimes you're kind of put in a situation where like is this even the right play kind of thing, right? Like, I don't blame him. It would have been the next card that tossed out as well. I have absolutely no idea what he was waiting on. You know, it's a kind of case of like follow the leader. Like, how do you know what he's waiting on? Like, you know, it's like win, and then like, you know, terminals and stuff like that. Even like after he reach it, it's like, you know, alright. So this guy now is like clearly having a bad time, which is good for a change because it's actually not me, right? Like it's kind of, I don't know, I'm gonna use this opportunity and like kind of take a little bit of a breather. Like, okay, fine, finally for a change we're like a little bit in the lead. Worst part is that we're kind of like, I don't know, I don't even know if we're actually first or second here. I mean, why I say that is because sometimes you got this weird thing, right, where like if two people have the same score, and then they kind of like, I don't know, randomly assign someone to be first or something. Does anyone know? Does anyone know how they figure out like who is first, who is second when the scores are the same? It's nothing to do with the rotation, right? Like it's not like as though like, oh, okay, you know what, like so and so is East or something like that, and then because of that, I don't think so anyway. I guess we still kind of keep this, right? It's like, what's that? What is Atamahane? Atamahane? Oh man, like yeah, look at this, right? Like oh, okay, hit bump. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's what I thought, right? That's what I thought. But I actually had a situation where theoretically I was the hit bump. But the system actually kind of put me as the last place, right? Not last place, like the lower place. That was when it kind of really confused me in that sense, you know. Yeah, I kind of thought that it was to do with the rotation, so it's kind of like hit bump kind of thing, you know. But then that situation happened, and I was looking, and I was just like, wait a minute. It's like, no, I mean theoretically, if we kind of follow the whole hit bump thing, then I should have been. I guess we lose it here, right? We've got Tanyao and all this kind of shit, you know. The only thing, of course, then we end up in Chitui or something, and then we're gonna hit live. Like we draw a second one right now, then we will have been in Chitui Tenpai, and then we're like, oh god. Yeah, so I kind of thought like it was, you know, it was a hit bump thing, but I don't think so, because when I saw the time, that one time where like, yeah, it was not hit bump for me, right? Then I got confused. It was like, okay, so maybe it's not hit bump, then what is it? You know what I mean, that kind of thing. So I don't know. Original seating order. Okay. I mean, fair enough. Alright. This is tough. This is a little bit tough. I got opportunity for Tanyo Pinfu Ipeko, right? We kind of like take the Tenpai now. Because you're wondering why I would even consider taking the Tenpai now in that sense. It's because, which is it? This one. That better be. You're both shit. Sering hatanya pinful. That's 2. And I kind of feel Richie here is kind of a little bit sketchy as well, right? Because like the 7s are... Man, I didn't get that shit. Oh, that sucks. You know what? Let's just... I have no idea. Let's just gamble. I mean, like, it kind of sucks that we actually did draw Ipeco anyway, but... I don't know, feels like gamble here, right? Like really a gamble here. I mean, it's not good because like this has been kind of killed, but... Ah well, I don't know. Whatever. This is fate at this point in time. Like I said, I've been in painful situations where it's like it's 4-4 on both sides, so I kind of never get it anyway. So it's like whatever, whatever. You're all waiting on the same card. Alright, okay. Still E3. Ah, okay, sorry. I just realized the brackets actually have your... Fuyuhiro Karu? Fuyuhiro Karu? Which is probably a better abbreviation. Karu? Is Karu fine? Alright. Well, hey, nice of you to drop in. Oh, alright. Yeah, the Reddit post. Yeah, so, I mean, like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I figured, hey, you know what? Alright, if you know, it was kind of just a way maybe to just get a couple more people in, you know, so that we can kind of like, so that I can kind of connect, you know, and just talk and chat. Right. And I mean, I mean, I'm sure you saw some of the other, you know, like, okay, I'm gonna lose this. Yeah, I'm gonna lose this. Kind of keeps Tanya open, or at least it opens up Tanya. So yeah, like what I mentioned in the Reddit post, right? It's like it's not like I'm trying to like, you know, at least like the plan or the intention is kind of not to really like say teach something, you know, or that's the focus or anything. Like for most part, it's just like me, you know, sitting down here and like yeah, what I do is I air some of these thoughts, some of these questions that kind of like also circulate through my head, right? You know, and I don't know, and we talk about everything here as well, right? Like me and Pina comes here a lot, right? You know, we sit down here, we just talk about stuff, you know. Sometimes like I said, we always, you know, I was just kind of relating like some of the mahjong hands to like, you know, like to like real life kind of thing. So I kind of had this situation where like the hand looked really good, right? It was really all primed, and then like somebody just came and like cut the whole game short with like a one hand game kind of thing. I was saying, yeah, if you look at it, right, it's like kind of like that girl, you know, that girl that like, you know, kind of really get along with, and then at the end of the day she just tells you that like, you know, that she treats you as a friend, you know, like shit like that kind of thing. It's just to make all these kind of weird associations with like hands, you know, hands and real life and things like that. And then of course on occasion then you kind of get situations that kind of present themselves, and then we kind of like, I guess just kind of discuss like some of the, you know, like what the right response is to, you know, some of these situations in that sense. right? Like whether should you actually be doing this or you should be doing that kind of thing. Because I guess like again, like mahjong is like so straightforward. It's not straightforward, and some of the things it's just like really I guess kind of like this. All right. So if you're wondering why I did that in my mind, I was just kind of thinking like, well, you know what, keep Tanya open, right? This is kind of like, well, if it something works out of it, I guess it works out of it. I do kind of feel inclined to let it go here right now though, because I can't really do much with it, right? I kind of lost a one, so this was what I was kind of like, All right, it might be weird. Please don't judge me. It really might be weird, but please don't judge me. I'm doing this because like, well, I do want to challenge him for first place, right? And this was kind of like the fastest route to at least like 2 Shanten kind of thing. So fastest route. It just didn't feel like I was drawing it in, and I kind of feel like I kind of need to rely on this at this point in time, right? See, so when I do stuff like that, right? Like of course sometimes I toss it out and we do try to talk about it. Or if anything, like I just sit down here and I just air my thoughts about it, right? It's like yeah, so is this then the right play? Is it, you know, right? Because like I said, it's the fastest it kind of got me to Shanten, right? I mean, let's assume like something else happened, and if anything, at least I either got to Shanten or Tenpai, you know, which it's in that circumstance, right? Let's say I got the Ishanten or I got the Tenpai, right? Like, how do you then discern whether or not it's the right play? You know what I mean? Because yeah, of course, the argument is always like, you know, we optimally we kind of want to keep our hands closed, right? Kind of build a hand. You have flexibility for defense and things like that and whatnot. But you know, the part that kind of sometimes swims through my head is that when you look at it, and you think about it, right? Like now we're in a situation, and of course, in that situation also there were 2 Ricci sticks out there, right? So in this situation, like you are kind of put in this, you know, in a spot whereby like, hey, you know what, you kind of need to finish him out and then go negative, dude. At this point in time, right, you do realize is if I can keep myself from going negative, that's like really an achievement in itself already. And then, right, for today, if I can keep from going negative, I think we have done very well. So, oh man, this is so painful. So I mean, yeah. So here we are kind of, I guess there's an argument for like, should I cap all those and like at least put a Shanshoku in or something, right? That way I like not so stuck. But it's a little bit more floating at that point in time, and it kind of didn't look this way. Oh man, I hate this hand. No, seriously, right? Okay, I'm gonna lose this, I guess, mainly because like the 7s are kind of there, and like then if that's the case, then we value the ship block over like no block, right? But yeah, in this circumstance where like at this point in time, I mean, of course if he reaches or some shit like that, then we just kind of like go into defense and pray. But like while this is kind of all still going on, right? Like, do we at least try? The annoying thing though is that looking at the current situation, oh man, we can't even draw a 9. I mean, if we draw a 9 or 8, then at least I can kind of lose the 1 and hope to kind of build it soon, right? But at this point, then we kind of got all these shitty options where it's like, yeah, you see here, toss the 9, do this, kind of doesn't make a difference. Okay, I guess he kind of put everybody else up. Oh wait, no, he makes me first. He makes me first. How cool is that? Ta-da! Alright, well, some good luck for a change. Some good luck for a change. So Pina, as you can see, right? Like this is a hell of a lot different from the last couple of days, right? Like at this point in time, yeah, it was, but at this point in time, you can see how like literally the rankings, right? The rankings and what happens during the game is like really totally out of our control. You know what I mean? It's like this is so out of our control, you know. I mean, I guess again, you know, the big thing here is that this is Jade, right? Everybody has that certain that degree or that level of ability in that sense, and the closer some of these things are, the closer some of these things, the closer the edges are, right? Then at the end of the day, it really will just boil down to luck, right? And when it boils down to luck, then when it does hit, then it kind of gets really really shitty, you know. So then what? Are we then kind of like in that? Wait, I'm gonna change to Grumpy for a while. We haven't seen Grumpy in a while, right? You know, okay. I'm gonna use the washroom. Just 1 minute, right? And then I'll be right back. I guess maybe then the other thing to do is just like, I don't know, pray for good luck. And if you have the misfortune of like kind of like hitting a really really bad streak and like falling down to, you know, dropping a rank, falling down back to goal or something like that, then you just kind of like then rely on ability and like grind your way back up or something, right? Like generally, if I when I do fall back to goal, I don't find the trip back up as painful, you know. But it's kind of like the volatility of Jade, right? Like between like whatever, right across all the master ranks and stuff like that. I can't even imagine, like, you know, when you hit S level, what it's gonna be like, because then the point swing is gonna be high. Man. Alright. What do we do here? Okay, so again, this is my thought process right now. Alright. And I'm kind of more than happy to be corrected if I'm wrong. Alright. Is that kind of like if you get the opportunity to take these cards, then you kind of do take them and hope for the east? Maybe. Like that, right? It's like, yeah, I know what, just take it. It's like, I'm just thinking how to figure it out. I mean, in this case, of course, you kind of like can say that we just kind of got lucky there, lah. Alright, but I mean, either way, for this hand, that this is the condition, right? This is the condition. You know, if we sit here and we kind of wait to draw in, that's gonna be a little bit slower, right? If you wait to draw in like the 7 or the 9 or the whatever, so this is the tough part. I guess we take it. And we do this. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that was a close one. Nearly made that stupid mistake of like trying to tanky the one and then like yeah. All right. So okay, in this case the hand kind of in this case the hand kind of played itself, right? Of course, then here we kind of keep our fingers crossed and hope for good luck. If you all know, it's something that is in very scarce supply for me. Yeah, I guess Rinshan, that'd be nice. Guess not. Oh, I hate it when it does that. I so hate it when it does that. Then I should cut the one. I really hate it when it does that. This is so painful. Uradora win. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is so painful. I hate life. Why am I upset with this? It's because, well, there's one out sitting there, right? And our second out is now Dora. Who the hell's gonna throw it now? Of course, then you can say like, you shouldn't have canned, but yeah, of course, yeah. But if I can't, and it's like Rinshan or something like that, it's like, and that, like we kind of had the advantage, I guess, over there. We kind of had the advantage, so kind of makes sense to press, I suppose. I guess in this case I was wrong. Yeah, I guess so. Self-draw a 3, right? I mean, good. I guess the good news is I don't think. Oh man, this is really just RNG messing with us, man. Isn't it? Oh, this is so painful. I feel so hurt. Like I feel so hurt. It's not cheap. It's not a cheap hand as well. It's a dealer hand. I guess maybe should have can't. I don't know. Why you not can't? You can't there. I mean, I don't see how you wouldn't can't there. Right. I don't see how you would play the hand any differently. Actually, the card really kind of screwed things over, in my opinion. That card really kind of screwed things over. Wow. Okay. So yeah, okay, Pina, it's official. Lady Luck is officially in like grief mode today. Like grief us mode. Go for a Shanshoku here. Nah. Kinda easy, right? Just pawn this, pawn the 8, and then like try and draw the other 8 or some shit. Plus we kinda still have Tanya after that or something. Trade the 3s for the 7 since the entire range was messed up. No. True. But the problem with the 7 is that the 7 is then tanky, right? Like if I was willing to kinda like take the tanky if I was willing to take the tanky, then I should have just stuck with the 1. Right. Of course, yeah, I agree with you whereby like the situation kinda changed a little bit over there. Right, in the sense that yes, it kind of made like that draw a little bit more sketchy. That's the problem. That's the part that I think was a little bit difficult to ascertain, or I found difficult to ascertain at that point. Was that oh yeah, that's true. That is true. Does make sense. True. That is true. Oh, okay, but in my defense though, also why I guess I was kind of like still hanging on also to that at that point was cause like the 2s were kind of flying out as well, right? Which kind of, in my opinion, was killing the 4. But of course, in you know, if you look at it in the big picture, right, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, it kind of does make sense as well what you're saying, right? Is that the force were not being tossed out because not because they were not being utilized. I think the force was just not being tossed out because they were afraid that somehow in some way I am incorporating that shit in my hand, right? Because then that would be really, really painful. I guess like unnecessarily painful. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. I agree. Do we? Right. I guess not. So why I'm unwilling here? Right. Is that I kind of feel like, I mean, we're too Shantan. True.
No.
We're too Shantan. Ouch. We're too Shantan, but like wasn't confident in the weight. So I kind of felt like, okay, like maybe from there we kind of get to Ishanten and we'll struggle and then we'll just deal with it. I mean, I think in that situation it's kind of like fair to argue both ways lah. It's kind of like, you know, what do you want to do there? Do you want to like gamble, take the chance, like be aggressive kind of thing, right? And kind of deal with it. And I guess like because like in our spot there where we were like kind of like we're kind of not in that great shape already, right? Like in this case, at least he kind of deals in, and we're kind of like in third place, and we kind of like we can kind of try and fight a little bit, try to fight a little bit over here, like pick out a hand here, kind of thing. Hopefully, pick out a hand here. We kind of have a hand, right? It kind of looks good, but like I don't know, like we talked about, right? Like Lady Luck today is kind of like in shaft me mode, so you know it's gonna be trust me, at the end of the round, it's gonna look exactly the same, that sort of shit. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. So you all know what's gonna happen. We're gonna draw the 5th pair. Right. We're gonna draw a 5th pair and we're gonna be screwed. I guess we do this. I guess. Even though the 5 has like the versatility of being the middle card. Well, here we immediately kind of gain 2 blocks. Right? Sort of 2 blocks. Oh man. But yeah, it's like, what do you do here? Really? Chitui kinda is the path to least resistance, I guess. Alright. I think we lose this. So now in this usual spot, right, where Ishanten to Chitui. I guess I don't know. Right now for this, we just talk about this hand, right? I think we kind of just gotta hope and pray that Chitui works. That's kind of what I'm feeling at this point. All right, this will be the last switch, I think. Because I know one thing you don't want to do with Chitui also is to keep bouncing around, because then you end up in Furi 10 a lot. But since 1 is out and like I don't really see a lot of souls being played, right? Kind of figured the chances of this happening is a little bit higher. I guess if it's like this, then we kind of gotta give up, right? I say give up. I mean, of course, we try to follow as best we can, man. But the problem with Chitui also is that then, like, you practically have no safe cards, right? But well, You see? Yeah, I don't want. Yeah, I don't want to deal into this guy. I really think it's gonna be. Like, this is not a hand to be fight. This is not a hand to be fighting with him. This is not a hand to be fighting him with. I mean, alright. And then he kind of Zimos and then like that, and then kind of stuck on this shit show again. Hello. Hi, Avatar. Yeah, Singaporean. It's kind of obvious, right? Like you can immediately tell, like, off the accent immediately, kind of thing. Yes, Singaporean. How are you? You're up late. It's like 109. Thanks for dropping by. It's kind of nice to have people in the chat. Oh yeah, Jade too. Alright, let me have a look after this game. Well, I kind of keep bouncing around, you know. Like, I'll stay here for a while, kind of, you know. If I kind of like at least can kind of get my shit together, then I kind of move up. Alright, well, okay, at least we kind of got a hand together that could save us, I guess. Yeah, of course I take it. Sorry. Yeah, it's nice shape, but my luck's not been that great, right? Like I just keep getting caught in all these awkward spots, stuff like that. 1, 2, and yeah, you know, you kind of have to take the Richie here because, like, well, that's the only path to 4, right? Or any remote chance of a path to 4. But it kind of gets into these kind of situations where, like, yeah, like that, right? So this was pretty much the whole day. Like, the whole day has been kind of like so I don't seem so if I don't seem so excited, it's because this happens a lot. Like recently it kind of just happens a lot, you know. Yeah, Pina can kind of vouch for it. It's like it happened a lot today, where like it really just doesn't matter what happens, what the hand shape is, what the situation is, kind of thing. Like, you just cannot complete, you know. Like, okay, like even getting there was kind of lucky. Most of the time, that kind of is situation. Oh, wait, I want to stop this for a sec. Yep. The Jackie. Let's have a look. Oop. Wow. Like, see, like, you look at your stats, right? You're MS1 and then, like, you play 103 matches. How do I have 500k coins? Oh, because like as we were talking about it, I kind of wailed for Akagi when it came out. So I kind of wailed for Akagi when it came out, right? And they kind of give you a lot of points for you get a lot of points for this, right? Like, you see, sorry, you get a lot of coins for this. So, like, yeah, you see, like, if you kind of wail to a certain degree, like, you see, it's like 5,000, 5,000, 2,000, 2,000 kind of thing, right? Sorry, 20, 20, you see, like 20, 20, 20, 50, 50, 50, that sort of stuff, right? So you do get a lot of coins from that, you know. And then it's like 2 years of playing kind of thing. Yeah. So I wailed for Akagi, and then I kind of regretted waiting for Akagi, you know, because I was sharing the story earlier, kind of thing, right? So like by the second lot of 10 pools, I kind of got Washizu. Then kind of felt like, oh, but I don't have Akagi, right? So it's like, okay, fine. Then getting Akagi kind of cost quite a lot of trips to the shop, right? And then I got Akagi, and I was like really disappointed because the thing is, like what I look for in characters is, like, at least have some kind of interesting dialogue in that sense, you know what I mean, right? So like with Washizu, you know, when he says like stuff like when he runs, right, it's like, you know, like he has very exciting voice dialogues in that sense, right? you know, where you kind of get some emotion, some long dialogue, long comments and things like that, right? And then I wrote Akagi, right? And it was just like that, right? Like that was just like, oh dude, seriously, right? So it's like thoroughly disappointed. Like, so you wailed for him, and then like you know, like, yeah, okay, character model and stuff like that, whatever, right? You know, and like I guess like iconic, but then you get like absolutely shit voice dialogue. All right, so good news is we kind of just have 6 games to go, and then we can kind of like move back into like South games, I guess, and like bleed out faster and be back at E3 before we even know it. So 6 games. Yeah, and the events as well. Events give you like pretty good amount. So it kind of depends on how much you play as well. You know, it really depends on how much you play, because you play a lot of Jade. Like if you're playing a lot of Jade, you play a lot of Jade South, right? You hit a bad streak, you could probably drop like 100k copper like in like less than a week. You know, right now, like I kind of have a little bit of free time. You know, well, I kind of have a lot of free time, so you know, then I end up killing it, playing like Mahjong Soul and stuff like that, right? Yeah. So it's like, yeah. So like what I'm kind of doing, I guess, to kind of mitigate and stem the copper bleed, is that I then subscribe to the fortune charm, right? Because I figured, like, you know what, it's $5. Like, okay, fine, you know what, just pay the $5, right? Good news is I don't really have plans to gacha anymore, kind of thing. Not particularly anyway, right? So then I figured, you know what, worst case we'll use the jade from the fortune charm and, like, I don't know, buy coins when I run out, because I do expect to run out, believe it or not. I mean, I have this rate where like go up down kind of thing, and like, you know, and then bounce around in jade and like just keep. A bad run in jade really just could set you back like a shit ton of copper. So it's like but yeah, how long have you been playing? Man, Pina, then you could like go there and like pawn all the noobs, right? And then go back with it. I'm gonna lose this. It's kind of too close to the 8. As in, just started Mahjong Soul or just started Ricci this year? Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. So how did you discover? Yeah, of course, right. Honestly though, like I played Ricci for so long that I barely even touch like what we play anymore. Like, I'm just so uninspired to play what we play, because like this is just so much more fun. But how do you get started on Ricci? Like in a way, like how do you come across it? Ah, okay. For me, how I came across it was like this was like about like 10, I think about 10 odd years ago, kind of thing, right? You know, where YouTube was still like the frontier kind of thing, and then like I was kind of like I figured like, hey, you know, let's see if I can find some kind of interesting mahjong tips or something like that. Maybe I should cheat there and go for Honetsu, right? Maybe I should cheat there and go for Honetsu. Not really. Actually, no, yeah. Okay, I see a mistake there. I think it's like... Man, I can't screw it always, right? Alright, please don't judge. Please don't judge. I mean, what I'm thinking here right now, right? Why did I like skip the 9 and kind of pawn this? Is that, well, theoretically there's actually zero way for me to make a Yaku with this hand, and we're running out of turns. Chaining the 9 was kind of better there, because there at least, like, you know, you can kind of chanta or some BS shit like that, but like Alright, but right now then the only option is Honetsu and kind of like hope and pray, which is kind of like not looking like it's gonna happen as well. So then of course if you're trying to like, if you try and get to at least like minimum, okay, if you kind of thought minimum get to Tenpai and just kind of hold it and like try and at least reset the round or something like that, then it's the same thing, right? You kind of like gotta go and take that shot there. Which that means we can let this go. Yeah, so this was the part that like after I passed, right, and I was kind of looking at it, I was like, shit, it's gonna be slow either way, right? Like really either way, everything's gonna be slow. But the thing is that if I don't kind of at least pick one direction, that's just gonna sit down there and hover there, right? It's not gonna go anywhere, right? I guess you could say like, okay, maybe you draw that and then like be in Vici, but like even then, because we kind of like have this like stupid thing here, right? Kind of have this stupid thing here, and then we kind of have like, you know, this stupid thing here. Actually, whole entire hand is dead. It's just kind of like, well, it's not totally dead, I suppose. We could kind of like, yeah, it's dead. How tragic. Alright. Maybe given how bad my level of concentration and my ability to play is, right? I really shouldn't be like having a shit ton of people in here chatting with them. Nah, just kidding. Anyway, I just can't play for fun, so it doesn't really matter. Everyone else is just as bad as me anyway. But yeah, so for me, like what happened was like this was like frontier YouTube kind of days, right? It's just like kind of, so I thought like, okay, you know what, let's try to see if we can get some kind of mahjong tips or something. So I went to Google, like not Google, I went to search on YouTube like mahjong, and then I came across Akagi, and then I watched it. I was just like, wait a minute, this is mahjong, but this is like so different. So I watched Akagi, and then I was like, wow. And then I saw like the kind of hands that they played, you know, and the strategies and stuff like that, right? You know, okay, one thing good about Akagi, like at least they have something, like at least some kind of interesting logic applied to, you know, like their stories in that sense, right? As compared to like something like Saki, where it's just like, oh, my power is like Rinshan. It's like, oh god, okay, like that's so stupid, you know. And like a lot of these kind of like mahjong related like whatever, right? Like your movies and your stories and your anime, even your anime, right? If you think about it, you know, most of the time, like even the other one, there was this gambling one that kind of had mahjong as well, right? Like everything either kind of involves like either magical powers or cheating. You know what I mean? It's like either they kind of like, oh, I know how to cheat the cards kind of thing, or like it's like, oh, I have magical powers to like Rinshan all the time kind of thing. It's like, man, yeah, okay, I guess we do this. You know, so yeah, you know, so Akagi, what, the 7S, 7P. Okay. Yeah, so okay, so talking about the 7P, right? So this is the thing that I kind of I personally feel I struggle with, right? Which is I kind of hate donkeys too much. You know, which I think, yeah, maybe from an EV perspective, I think hurts my game. In a sense that I kind of value, sometimes I value, like see in that situation where you have like 4-6 kind of thing, I feel very reluctant to hold the to at least tackle on the challenge of filling the donkey versus like, you know, the pair kind of thing, right? So like for me over there, like what I was kind of seeing, like, okay, like, you know, like you kind of have a pair here and try and like at least maybe try and draw into the 7P side, right? Like at least you kind of like then keep the pair option there and kind of maybe make something work, you know. So I don't know, like that's the thing, yeah. But I do understand that the I mean, I have come across like logic, you know, and people talking about it and thought processes as well with the whole like, yeah, too many pairs in your hand, you kind of got to cut one out kind of thing, you know. So yeah. So the thing was, so you know, when I saw the anime, then I was like kind of like, okay, you know, it's kind of cool. Then I decided, okay, you know what, let's just watch it. And then I was like, wow, this is amazing. Like this kind of mahjong like just seems absolutely amazing, right? So then I kind of picked up from there. Then of course at that time, you know, we didn't have like web games, stuff like that, you know, not I wouldn't say web games, but rather like mobile apps and stuff like that wasn't so accessible, you know. So I ended up playing on this, like some of the other websites and stuff. And at that time, you know, like a lot of it was in Japanese, you know, but you have a couple of people who would bother to translate it right into English and things like that. So you play on like these Japanese websites, which you kind of had to subscribe to as well, right? You play on these Japanese websites with like some printout that kind of like explains the, I guess we do this, that kind of explains like, you know, like which button to click to enter the lobby and all that kind of stuff, you know. So yeah, that was how I kind of got started. But ever since then, like, you know, I don't know, I really find that I struggle to play like the local rules that we play nowadays. Like, to me, it's like maybe I should have kept that. You know, I kind of struggle. No, not really. It doesn't help. I really shunt that anyway. I guess you cut the 2, right? Cut the 2p and then kind of keep it, because like eventually also you probably need to cut the 2. Unless I draw a 7 or 9 here, then it's like kind of like, yeah. But the problem I find also is that like it kind of depends on the on the individual, right? Like for people with open minds. So I have a couple of friends, you know, who have very open minds. Then for them it's like they're like, you know, they still play SG Mahjong, right? But they also pick up Richie and they learn, and like, you know, then they play on MAHJONG SOUL, stuff like that. And like, you know, like when we hang out and stuff like that, they're more than happy to, like, you know, then we all play on mobile. And I guess I go for it. I don't really have points, you know. Yeah, I keep finding myself in these kind of spots today where it's like, you know, look, you have no points, right? You're last. It's kind of sketchy, but like, if you don't at least try and win here, then you're just gonna continue to stay last. Then of course you kind of like make all these kind of sketchy discards. Okay. You know, kind of make all these kind of sketchy discards, and then you deal in, then you're like even more last, and then like somebody gets a Zimo or some massive bullshit, and then like next you know you're down points, and the hole gets like kind of deeper. That's kind of like how I generally bleed points. Like I get into this kind of weird downswing, and then like you see, like even here also where you're tempa, and then it just kind of like goes round and round and round and round, and nothing happens, kind of thing. I mean, of course, then you say like, yeah, this was the part that I was kind of concerned with, right? But like, it's one of those where like, okay, you kind of get the 2 out, like kind of get the 5 out, then it's like kind of makes sense to hang on to that one and try the 2 instead, you know. Right? I mean, you kind of need points, so you're kind of in that situation where, okay, fine, you know what? Then cut the 2 and like do that, right? You know. So this was what I was mostly also kind of struggling with today, where it's like, wow, like a lot of the times the worst case scenarios kind of happen. So it's like, yeah. But I mean, I guess I'm kind of numb, because it's like, well, okay lah, this kind of happens, and it's like, you know, which I guess is luck. What can we do, right? I guess it's luck. I don't know how the more consistent players do it. I guess for them, then they just like super disciplined, don't deal info all the time kind of thing, right? But even then, there were so many games today that we were playing, or I was playing, right, where you can kind of see, like, you know, right out the gates, you're just kind of caught in really, really bad spots, right? Like straight out the gates, like Zimo or some shit like that, and then you're kind of almost in the same situation where it's like, look, it's east only kind of thing, right? I mean, even south games just kind of like creates a wider opportunity or wider window for this kind of stuff to happen, which it kind of does sometimes as well, you know. Then you're like, oh, okay, so what next, right? And then you just, I don't know, bleed out and die, right? So the thing that I keep asking today, right, is like, okay, so what's the correct response then? Do we then like just sit here and not deal in all the time? Like literally, that is our sole purpose and existence, right? Like we sit here and just not deal in, and then wait for optimal conditions, right? And if you're gonna be last because you can't find the optimal conditions, right, then you just have to accept it, even if it means like eating last like 5 times in a row. Versus like maybe you try that one, you know, that 1-2 times where you can like kind of at least get out of it, you know what I mean, right? Duh. But I think it's like yeah, so back to like people's attitudes towards it and stuff like that. Like at the same time, you do kind of get like try. I don't know. Like for me, I was never able to convince like like any of the older folks to learn Ricci, right? I don't know. Have you ever tried like your parents or something like that, right? Like whether have you ever tried convincing them that like, hey, you know what, you want to try Ricci or something like that? I've never been able to convince any of the older folks. Most of the time they're just like, you know, like not interested. And I'm quite sure it's not a case of like, you know, like old people don't really want to learn new things, kind of, you know. But I don't know. I just find like sometimes they're just. Never had a Ricci set. Okay, so the thing with playing Ricci live, right? It's like do you know how to count the scores? That's the first question, right? Do you know how to count the scores? I mean, we're talking about the full part, right? I mean, of course, there are tables out there and stuff like that. You need to cross-reference them and stuff, you know. But yeah, exactly. So okay. So the problem with full, right? So before stuff like Mahjong Soul, right? I actually did play like. You can get the stuff that you need for live Ricci here, right? Like you go to, I don't know, you go to like People's Park. I think it was People's Park or something like that. You know, one of those like one of these like mahjong shops kind of thing in like People's Park and whatnot. So you go there, you could get I guess, I don't know, a bit distracted, but you could get like the Ricci sticks and stuff like that. Okay, but this is the thing, right? With counting full and whatnot, yeah, I kind of figured I should cut this instead. One of the things with counting full and stuff like that is it's a little bit tedious, I would say. Like I'm not fast enough, you know. So you gotta like kind of like cross-reference, like, oh, how many pawns do you have? You know, do you can, right? What kind of weight was it? And then you gotta kind of add it all up and then kind of round it. I kind of know roughly, but I don't know it by heart. So yeah, like you, I'm just kind of like, okay, like Mangan Plus is kind of like easy, right? You just kind of it's gonna look like some pseudo Qitui shit, and it's like it's gonna keep looking like Qitui, and you're just gonna keep bouncing around. Next thing you know, you're gonna draw a 5 and an 8, and it's like, should have gone for like pinful instead, right? So this is the thing as well, like I've been struggling with the whole entire night, where it's like the hand just like has this, could go here, could go there, but actually in reality just doesn't go anywhere, right? You know. And then finally, eventually, it kind of nudges in one direction, like it nudges that little bit in one direction, then it stalls, and then you're just like, okay, fine, right? And then eventually your hand becomes just this huge mess, you know, that you end up like, okay, stuck, and then you deal in, right? Or you stuck, and then like, you know, end up zimo or something like that. It's like, oh, it's so painful. Like today, a lot of the decisions have been like that, right? Like you look at this, you stare at it, and you're like, okay, what do I do here, right? Technically, I can't tan yao. I can't Tanya. The speed of the hand is too slow to Tanya at this point in time, right? So you can't Tanya. You can I guess you can say, okay, then you Chitoya, right? But the problem with Chitoya here is that, like, well, I mean, ignoring the fact that I discarded the 1 lah, yeah, you kind of Ishan 10, but like, do you really think that you'll get your Chitoya through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I mean, yeah, it will be Ishan 10 the Chitoya, but I don't know, man. It's like as you can see, it's, you know, it kind of just falls into this neither here nor there shape, which can't even get to Tenpai, and then you're just like, oh. And then the worst part is like, look, this guy's last place, right? So last place kind of finds a hand, then it's like, and let's put it this way, even if he doesn't win, he is in Tenpai, I'm gonna drop points, then we're gonna be challenging for like 3rd place in the next hand, right? So yeah, I don't know, I've been bleeding points out like this the whole entire evening. So painful. Hey Psycho. Toss 6M. Yeah, I guess I can, but and I guess for me, in my mind, I was just kind of thinking, and then what, right? It's not going to make a difference in the sense that, well, it's still not going to be in Tenpai, right? Keep both Chitoya and normal hand alive. I mean, I guess but we were 2 Shantai for Chitoya, right? And we kind of like had two rotations kind of left behind, you know. So in my mind, it's like, okay, like one is that what happens if, you know, like you kind of like be dodgy and deal in. Like, okay, we know about be dodgy and deal in kind of thing. It's like the situation with the 5 earlier. Right, Avatar. Remember that situation, the five, right? We drew the red 5, and then we're like kind of like, okay, fine. You know what? they toss the two out, and like it was a stupid Suji, right? You know, so in that kind of circumstance, when this kind of happens, right? So it's I don't know. It was just like the whole entire situation tonight, where it's like you really like I'm always caught between a rock and a hard place kind of thing. Like even this, look at this, right? Where's this hand going to go? You know. To me, I look at it as like, I say like, okay, you know what? I'm just prepared to eat last place here at this point in time. I mean, I kind of see the blocks, right? In a sense that, like, yeah, you know, but I don't know, man. It's like, right, they end up spending like so many turns drawing this kind of BS, and like by turn 10, if it's still gonna look like this, you're kind of screwed anyway, right? It's like this. Yeah, I guess then forcing the Shanshoku is probably like the only way out here, right? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree that like yeah, I agree with you as well. Like it's one of those that like any win is also okay, right? Because it's like, but you see, this is the thing, right? If you look at a hand, it's like, oh god, like you can kind of see the path to the win, right? Yeah, I guess kind of a bit slow on the cut, but even then also it's like you talk about Richie, it's like what's your best case situation there? You know, it's gonna be like some kind of like tanky weight kind of thing, and then you're hoping and hoping and hoping, right? Oh god, this is so painful. I guess we lose this first, just in case. Just in case. Yeah. Alright. So this is kind of what I struggle with, right? This whole like, you just sit here and then you just keep sliding and sliding and sliding kind of thing. Like you just can't put a hand together. You just can't, you know, right? And it's kind of like a case of like, yeah, exactly. But it's kind of like a case. So like earlier, so there was this kind of situation where I was third, right? Where I was third, you know, I was third. Yeah, I was third. But second and last was also like all within like 1,000. No, second was like 2000, about 2005. Second was about 2000. No, 2008. Second was 2008 ahead of me, right? And third was like 1000 ahead of me or something. So I think I was fourth. There. Yeah, I was fourth there, right? So of course then I had three hand, right? You know. I was kind of chatting with Pina about it, right? Yeah, I know the whole like variance thing and whatnot, right? Like okay, so the road down was fairly quick. I mean that's the thing. Road down is always fairly quick because you just wait. You need so many. You only need so many losses, but you need so many wins, right? So like when I slide from like when I slid down from M2 to E3 kind of thing, that was like really quick. Like in less than a week, like bang 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 bang, and that's it. Like you drop 1,000 points in a day, and like that's it. You know. But then again, when I hit like E3 and I was like, then I shifted back to gold. Like the road back up wasn't as painful, you know. So I don't know. It's like one of those things where like, oh god, you really just need to put together this whole. I feel like you kind of need to put together this whole entire string of, you know. Yeah. No. I totally agree with you, right? I totally agree with you. You know. So I think where I struggle with is the whole like I mean I think any struggling player, when I say struggling I mean like struggling with consistencies and stuff like that, right? You know, is dealing with the bad flow. right? Like how do you identify bad flow? Because there are certain situations where you kind of just have to bite the bullet and take the risk, right? Some situations where you just kind of got to bite the bullet and take the risk, and there are some situations where you kind of shouldn't, right? So I think it's kind of like being able to identify and differentiate, that situation. And yes, that part is kind of like really, really hairy, right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like generally when I'm in goal, it's like it always feels like a holiday. You know what I mean? Like you just go there. I mean, of course, you still hit negative variance there and stuff like that, whatnot. But in goal, it always feels like a holiday. In in Jade, it just feels like a lot of pain and suffering. For me, honestly, right now, oh man, I'm not sure. For me, right now, I just want to get that. I just want to get the 3,000 matches done. Then I'll kind of figure it out, right? I mean, I guess it'd be nice to kind of hit S at some point. Closest I ever got was M3. It would be nice to hit S at some point. But I also feel that I will not hit S until I can resolve certain issues. Oh, okay. What's your current rank now, Psycho? What's your current rank? Ah, okay. I know the Amai rankings. I don't follow it, but I use the website kind of like just to so occasionally just kind of like have a look at stuff and see like like where kind of I guess could be improved or something, So okay, so see like situations like this also I kind of struggle a little bit, right? I mean in theory I don't know. I guess just like. And like given this kind of hand shape, what is it like auto fold like right now kind of thing, or like Do you play Jade East? Are you primarily an East player? But to maintain goal win rate in Jade is, I think it's gonna be really difficult, isn't it? Okay, and then what you kind of swap to East for the efficiency kind of thing. Okay. So are you primarily on Tenho now kind of thing, or like kind of like just alternate between the both of between the like both? Bad at the beginning, in what sense? The 9 was a bit sketchy, right? I mean, clearly this guy's kind of building some kind of Janta thing, and then it's like you toss the 9 out. But like, well, with this you kind of got painful as well, so it's like, really, 3+5. Actually, that's the thing, right? I kind of agree, or at least I kind of feel that way as well. Like it almost feels like it's actually easier. I mean, today's example notwithstanding, right? It kind of feels a little bit easier to rank in East. As safe tile. Get the A as safe tile. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like don't factor in safe tiles for myself, right? Unless like it's like really, really super obvious kind of thing. That's the thing with me as well. I mean, I do admit it's always a problem. I kind of think this hand is a no-go though. Unless I can kind of draw the 6 here. So Hanchan wasn't even double the point. So like basically playing Hanchan in Tenho and like ranking up was just gonna be absolutely painful now. Oh man, this is bad. The good news is you can release the 7, right? But bad news is you release the 7 and you're still kind of stuck with this, right? Well, there goes painful. Okay, that was something I didn't expect. Alright, okay. Oh. You found it harder. Okay, alright. Because the variance is higher? Yeah. Alright, okay. So being an aggressive player, right? How do you deal with okay, that was bad. Because anyway, okay. Being an aggressive player, how do you deal with the negative variance or something like that, right? Because being more aggressive, obviously you will end up in situations where like, you know, you're just gonna get the wrong end of it, right? Yeah, no, I agree, because for me, for most part, actually the first time I ranked all the way up to Master 2, I did it with East Games, right? So I can appreciate what you just said where Hanchan players will struggle in East. Like primarily Hanchan players will struggle in East, and vice versa, East players will actually struggle in Hanchans because, like, you know, because of the nature of like, you know, the offense and defense kind of thing, right? Okay. Okay. So I mean, like, I guess just kind of try and keep your play at least fairly solid, and just kind of ride it through, like, I guess, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get that one. I definitely hear you, man. I definitely hear you. Like my second trip up, right, from M2 to M3 kind of thing. I can't remember if it was the second or third, right? I was like 50, not even 50 points away from promotion. I was not even. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna. Well, pretty much the story of my night, lah. If you look at this, really look. If you look at this hand, this is pretty much the story of my night. This is really the story of my night. It was just like so painful, right? Like, look at that, you know. I hate it when like, I guess, like, I don't know how you describe it. Like the flow kind of falls into that state, right? When, like, yeah, you know, it's like at that point, what you gonna do? He's pretty much been like tossing like winds and dragons all the way kind of thing, and then it's like then he tosses a 5 Ricci kind of thing, and the only inverted comma safe option in your hand at that point in time was like kind of like, okay, do the 8, right? And then it just turns out to be this like absolutely perfect Suji, and you're like completely screwed. So yeah, so yeah, I was saying, like, I was like 50 points away, less than 50 points away, right? So I just needed second place for promotion kind of thing. And then, like, this bullshit, you know, last minute you know, like Hahnemann, Zimo, BS, whatever shit thing kind of thing. But okay, I mean, I guess, you know, in the grand scale of things, I'm kind of less bugged about it, because for me it's like, okay, like, even if I got the rank promotion there, right, you know, you probably wouldn't have the consistency to kind of hang on in M3 long enough anyway until you kind of like sort out your issues. So it's more just the soreness of it all, I guess, you know, that sort of thing. I don't know, it's just yeah, that's true. I agree with you. That I agree with you. Just kind of gotta put in the work and like just. Okay, so there's one question here, right? Like in a Tanki situation like this, do we then just Ricci? Because Sometimes I do. Actually, I guess I wouldn't. Right. Okay, let me just chuck that Ricci on first. Alright. So and then we can talk about it, right? Okay, so like for this situation, I guess for me it's I kind of feel it's a little bit more of a straightforward Ricci, right? But the logic that I kind of apply here is that, well, there's absolutely no way for you to kind of safely or efficiently improve this weight, in my opinion, right? It's not like the 1-2 was, you know, then you got like some kind of like nice run somewhere where you can kind of slot in you know, like a possible, like, okay, maybe you draw here, you kind of get pinful kind of thing. Like in this case, like this 1-2 is, it's pretty much set. Like there's no way to kind of like inch out of it without like taking a serious step back, you know. So like when you get this kind of shit, like when you get this kind of situation, then it's just kind of Ricci and pray lah, I suppose. No, it's fine. I mean, like, yeah. Okay, so what would you do? Ricci and pray here. What would you do? What I really don't like about these situations is that it's one of those where it like. So yeah, I mean this spot pretty much like you know, Dora won, right? But you got 1-2 and absolutely no way to improve the hand, and then you're in this spot where like you're kind of like eating last place. I'm sorry, why I was so amused, right? It's because I always go with my gut instinct. and I always eat it after that. So I'm kind of like starting to seriously doubt that gut instinct. My gut instinct usually just tells me that, like, you know, like okay, so like in this kind of situation, I might not reach it, to be honest. Three S number. Yeah, that's true. Then you hope to draw like a 7 or 8 kind of thing. Actually, yeah, that's true. Sorry, it's kind of like a bit. I was kind of a bit distracted, a little bit too engrossed with like the 7 and the tricky donkey. So like, well, I draw the 2 here and then kind of like retreat off the 2 or something. Oh, I guess it's a no-brainer then. Just like that, it's a no-brainer. Oh, but I had situations as well, right, where like the whole entire night was like that. Like it doesn't matter what kind of weight, like painful weight, you know, painful weight, this kind of 3-card weight, you know, stuff like that and whatnot. It just doesn't make it at all the time. Wow, so painful, so painful. And then after that, by the end of the session, you're just so worn out and so beaten down kind of thing, right? And then you're like, oh god, it's like by the end of the session, you're just so beaten down and you're just like, okay, fine, whatever. I think I guess I would kind of say also in those kind of situations, then the best thing is to just take a break and walk away, right? Because the worst thing is like you know, the worst thing is to like kind of like super go on tilt and then like, you know, start doing all sorts of even more crazier shit, like you know, and it's bad enough like you're going through a downswing. The last thing you need is like to kind of like be making shitty decisions to kind of like add on to that kind of thing. Oh yeah, why would FIFA cause tilt though? Okay, this is the first time I'm hearing it. Why would FIFA cause tilt? Okay, so the FIFA that I played were like the old PlayStation ones kind of thing, right? So it was not like FIFA Online or something like that, right? So like how does RNG kind of apply in FIFA? Or how would it apply in FIFA in this kind of situation? Really? Cause of like the what's it called? The net code kind of, is it called like the net code or something? Is it called the net code, or is it actually like an inbuilt part of the game? Like okay. Okay, is it Okay, alright, okay. So it's optimization kind of thing, like some kind of inherent bug rather than like actual like shitty, like actually like it wasn't actually intentionally made that way kind of thing. Okay, alright, I hear you. I get it. I get it. I guess you did this. I guess. Man. Alright. I do this, I suppose. I don't know, can I just hope and pray? Yeah, 3-4S and then like go Tanya, right? Okay, so now my question is this, which I you know I think would help me a lot, right? Because this is where I would 3-4S, right, and I might actually throw 5p. Will you 3-4S and throw 5p, or will you 3-4S and throw 7p? Three 6p. But you 3-6p and then what do you do with this then? Oh, okay, alright, okay. Okay, so you take that and then you go SSK. Alright. Yeah, I didn't have Yakuza. That's the thing. Oh man. This is 9's a date here. I didn't have time, so I kind of went with like 9's a date here, so I kind of went with no, it is, but 9's a date though. This is the part that was a bit like, ugh. Okay, which was why I kind of jammed up there, because I kind of had two choices, right? Like 9's a date, so you're right now. I'm technically like even though it's painful, I'm kind of tanky on the 6, right? But I had the option to toss the 8, and I had the option to toss the 8, right, and kind of like be tenpai 7722. Woo! Okay, it works. So yeah, it's true. A bit late game, right? But the 7, yeah, okay. Yeah. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Agree. Agree. Yeah, I need to kind of work on these kind of sketchy situations a little bit better. Like you know, like kind of like identifying that, like in that circumstance, right, even though it kind of says that there were two 2Ps available kind of thing, and like yes, of course, in some remote universe you actually do draw in the 2P kind of thing, you know, you kind of do zoom on the 2P in that sense, but in reality in that situation you're kind of like your real outs in that situation was actually just the last 7P kind of thing, and then you're better off like then just taking the 6P, right? Taking the 6P tanky, you know, and even though the 9s are kind of dead kind of thing. Alright, fair enough. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Hi, Fluffy. Thanks for joining in. Welcome. Oh, okay. So I gotta ask you guys. There are a lot of you guys come over from Reddit just out of curiosity, because for most part, like I mean, like for myself, I kind of do this mostly for fun, right? You know, that's just like I said, I do this mostly for fun because I was just kind of sitting out here, kind of grinding out games, you know, And then my daughter was kind of like, oh, you know what? Since you just play so much, why don't you just stream, kind of thing, right? And I kind of figured like, yeah, you know what? Let's just why don't we just just do it, meet people, chat a little bit, like just kind of get out there, you know. And you know, I do like the interaction and whatnot. So yeah, that's true. Agree with you on that part. It is East 4, right? Do we 3 here? I kind of feel we do. Alright, I'm just gonna do it first, and then we can kind of like talk about it later. Alright. Fold here. Oh yeah, this guy, sorry. Yeah, I'm kind of like juggling like people and like kind of juggling people and juggling like all this, so it's like kind of like I guess this. If we did we oh man, we did we kind of go into overtime, right? Which is kind of like what I don't know. It's kind of what I'm trying to avoid. Yeah, it would just nice go. Actually, no, we can kind of do it and get second place, but I would like the points, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's 28, 29. I mean, we didn't here. We probably just end up in second. It's not. It's so. I mean, on the bright side, there's no point loss. Given the whole entire evening and how it's kind of gone, right? It's like, no point loss is fine as well. I mean, I kind of feel we could even argue a fold here, really. Dorito ramen. Shucks. I think it's fine. I guess not. I was just about to say like you know, I was about to say that we could argue a fold here. Alright, okay. Kind of a bad mistake, but Alright, I was kind of distracted. I saw the 8 and I was just kind of like, oh, okay, and then like I didn't realize it kind of gave him Hanuman there. Although the problem is if we fold, then what do we kind of lose here, right? He did toss the 8. Oh man, I gotta like see this whole entire thing all over again. Like you just watch this whole entire thing all over again and like feel the misery and pain. Yeah, true. Oh man, what am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah. I was kind of contemplating a fold, then I decided to just kind of like do the stupid thing and kind of chance it with that last 9 kind of thing. Let's see. Yeah, he was the only one in Tempai. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. Well, the good news is my mind was thinking fold. My mind was thinking full. The bad news is I clearly need to work on bandwidth, right? And the ability to manage chat, to manage reading chat and actually playing the game. But do forgive me, like I said, right? Like for me, this is the first time. Wait, when I say this is the first time, it's not the first time streaming. It's the first time like actively having to chat with people and play at the same time. Yeah. Oh wait. Alright, how many more games? No, it's not this one. Where is it? Season. Alright, 4 more. I'm just trying to get this over and done with. Then I'm gonna worry about like what my main and next objectives are. Okay, so that's the thing that I kind of suffer from, right? With regards to chat, is that I have 2 monitors, so it's like they're kind of side by side, and the chat is actually side by side. Like the chat window is actually right next to the monitor that I use for play, right? The thing is, what I think would actually kind of help me a little bit more is like if I can find some way to kind of like actually have the chat on the window, but not in a way that is like kind of intrusive and like kind of then also becomes this double thing where every, you know, like how should I say it? Because if I put it here, right, then you guys are gonna see it like all of like double on the stream itself. So that's the part that I was kind of like, oh, so it kind of had no choice but to not put it on the window. I guess I could change this to a window capture instead, right? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna think about it. Like actually put in some effort and think about it and see what comes up. Yeah, but I admit I am also kind of struggling a little bit with like keeping up on both sides. And again, like my play is kind of a little bit bad enough. Okay, so what I was thinking there was kind of like, well, we kind of like, I was kind of working, still trying to work these styles in rather than kind of play Honetsu in that sense. But I'm kind of seeing a little bit of that mistake now, right? So the problem with reading chat and playing at the same time, for me, anyway, this is what I'm kind of starting to... Again, like, okay, so this is the first time the chat has been so active. Like, honestly, this is the first time the chat has been so active while I was playing. So it's kind of a little bit of an adjustment thing for me, I guess. Right? It's that one, I'm kind of like just, I guess, like rolling with a little bit of instinct, and 2, like then I kind of like just find what kind of looks like the easiest thing to do, which in this case would probably be like a bit of like try to do some Tanya Pifu thing or some Pifu thing kind of, you know. So that was why I kind of cut the north, right? I figure I'll cut the north and kind of like figure it out from there. It's definitely not some high level thing, that's for sure. Like really. Yeah, it's kind of looking like Chitui, right? It's like, oh god, so painful. Man. My issue with Chitui, right, is that like, it's really, my issue with Chitui is that like, it's the last part where you're trying to complete it. Right, that last pair. I'm not talking about the Tenpai pair, so I'm talking about the sixth pair. The 6th pair is always like absolutely painful. You know, Yeah, that's true. But my ability to read the wall is kind of like it's like I kind of have this awesome ability, right, of drawing the same card that I kind of discarded. That's as far as my ability of reading the wall, which is kind of like a really useless skill, but unfortunately I seem to be really, really good at that. Drawing the same card that I discarded. That's my ability to do that is like absolutely next level. It's like seriously saint level, celestial level kind of thing. Actually, no. Here, I'm kind of thinking like you kind of would cut these fairly quickly and try and build on this. And of course, like right now, I mean, to be honest, right now, I'm kind of a little bit like okay, like how I'm playing right now, right? Is like also because at this point in time, right? Like I said, I'm not really fussed about what the rank is gonna be or the rank points are gonna be right now, right? Because I'm just trying to get through that stupid thing. Get through the East game first, and then I'm kind of gonna worry about anything else after that, right? Because East game variance is kind of really high anyway, so I'm not gonna stress too much about it, So I'm also kind of like at this right now I'm also kind of like just like really happy to go with like what you guys are also kind of recommending and suggesting kind of thing, because then I kind of like get to see or get to feel like how some of you guys are playing or thinking in that sense. Okay. Okay. All right. One, two, three. Of course, this is where we're gonna like end up bouncing around and not draw anymore. Manzu here, right? I guess go for it. It's kind of 2 cards left. It's kind of neither here nor there. Even though it's like some kind of tanky weight, might as well. I don't know. Can we do this? Yeah, we can. I mean, it's a shitty weight. It's a shitty weight, but it's a weight, right? And we can kind of draw something. Okay, so this is the part, right? If we can kind of draw something better, that's the big if. Right. I don't know. Will you take the one the hell weight on the one, or will you take the marginal improvement with this? What do you guys think? Yeah, it is improvement. So we had one hand earlier. Which like turned out to be an absolute monster, right? So the hand was like the hand was it turned out to be some like 对 Dora 3 Khan, I don't know, like some mega BS thing, like 对 with a shit ton of like Doras and stuff like that, right? Then I ended up in that weird situation where where it was pretty similar in that sense, right? Where the weight was 1, I had 1, and then yeah, it was 1555, right? And we're kind of like waiting on that last one. So it's kind of waiting on that last one. Yeah, that's true. That was the other thing I was considering as well, right? It was kind of like, okay, like I mean, East Games, if you kind of hit a decent big one kind of thing, and then kind of like sit back and chill a little bit, you know. But I do agree as well. I mean, it was a 3-hand hand, right? Just like it's a 3-hand hand, and kind of kind of had an easy way out with the 6-7 as well, you know. And then the question is, how greedy do you be, kind of thing. They kind of get it wrong. It's like, oh shit. Okay, all right. It bites you in the ass. Oh. I would have to adjust for sure. I mean, I think I would have to adjust for sure. Let's say again, you know, like really, this is the first time. This is the first time like chat has been so active. So I, you know, and to be frank, it kind of ramped up fairly quickly. So I was a bit like, wow, okay, all right. Really gonna get good at this multitasking thing really quickly. But don't get me wrong. I mean, like I really do enjoy the company and the interaction, and it's kind of helpful. So, you know, get some new perspectives and things on things. The sad thing though is that I kind of can't talk as much, like I can't ramble as much shit as I usually do, because because I am trying, you know, I find that I'm trying to respond to you guys more than I am, you know, just kind of like just sitting out here shooting my mouth off, right, and like talking shit about the hand, and like just bitching and whining and complaining. Oh, but this has been the night. Look at this. It's like, oh god. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't, you know, seriously, to this guy. I just really just end up on the wrong end of it all the time tonight. Yeah. So normally what I find, like for myself, this is where I start to struggle. This is kind of when I start to struggle, right? Because like you know, you get situations like that, and then like again, like I said, this has pretty much been a whole night, you know, where like nothing just seems to work. I mean, don't talk about that hand earlier as well, like, you know, stuff like that, where it kind of feels like, okay, like straightforward Richie, right? Just kind of Richie here kind of thing, you know. And like you're either at the end of like some of these marginal stuff, you know, or somehow or rather you're just always on the wrong end of it, right? And then you just find yourself in this kind of situation or this kind of spot where it's like, okay, fine, you know, like here again you're like kind of last. You just sit down here and just eat last all the time. Like nothing just seems to work, you know, be it whether you're trying to, whether you know, you try and run fast, you kind of like doesn't work. You try and move slow, it doesn't work, you know. And then after that you kind of like start to you know, like I guess like you kind of start to doubt your play a little bit, right? You know, and I guess like for me, you know, right now we talk about like the state of my game, right? I'm kind of at that point where I feel like, okay, I recognize that something needs to be improved. Like definitely something needs to be improved. There is something that is really fundamentally wrong with how I play, you know. In the sense that, okay, so what do I believe? I believe that if I can sit tight, right, like sit tight, actually play properly, like actually like try and focus and concentrate on what I think is my optimum game, right? I think I could probably hold like you know, right M1. I could probably hold M1 to M2 kind of thereabouts, right? But I mean, of course, you know, at some point in time, I do care to improve. Right. Hey Pina. Hey One Night. Thanks for joining. Thanks. You know, good to see you guys. Right. Right now it's not been a good night. Kind of just like sitting down here bleeding out points all night, you know. Either can't find hands, get on the wrong end of stuff, make stupid decisions. The stupid decisions really do not help, right? But I think, you know, when you end up in a situation where you have stupid decisions, and added on top of that, like, you know, like just a very dry night, hands wise, luck wise, stuff like that, right? Like Richie, you know, like Rayman Richies and stuff like that kind of don't work. You know, that's where you like I don't know, you just suffer in pain. So it's kind of been that night. Oh, it's a raid. It's a raid. Hi everyone. Hi. So I was reading some of the books, and like, you know, like there was one that I thought was kind of interesting, which was the I remember it was just a PDF, and it was talking about like some of the statistics and stuff like that, right? When it comes to like where you know, where do you chase, when do you chase, when should you chase, kind of thing, you know. Of course, I was just that little bit I was just that little bit lazy, right? I'm kind of stuck here. Like, they all look good, to be honest. They kind of look really sketchy always. Yeah, that statistics spreadsheet I thought was really good. You know, the only problem, like, I think was like where I kind of struggled with was like application in game kind of thing. Hey, One Night, thanks for the raid, thanks for dropping in, you know, and the words of encouragement. That was awesome, you know, really appreciate it. So it's the first time my chat has been really busy, you know. And like I was telling some of the other guys here, right, like it's the first time my chat has been so busy, and I'm like kind of a little bit overwhelmed. So I'm struggling to kind of keep up with chat and keep up with my game as well. My game is horrible enough as it is, or at least it's inconsistent enough as it is, you know. Yeah, I know. That's the thing, right? But alright, I guess we kind of at least get this. But I feel kind of stuffed here anyway, right? Unless I kind of get some really epic Ipatsu with like Ura kind of thing. It's kind of gonna be painful. Hey, Fluffy. Murakami Junbo. Not familiar with that. What book is that? There we go. So yeah, as I was saying, right, it's just been one of those nights. Alright. Like, you guys barely see me win a game. It's kind of like, it's just like the hands kind of go nowhere, and when they do go somewhere, you know, you kind of like just eat it anyway. Ah, flow books. Alright. Flow books. I shall keep that in mind. Now the question is, can we like survive the 7 games before we rank down? Can we survive the 7 games before we rank down? Well, it's not 7 anymore, right? We play a couple more games. 3 more. Let's try and get that in. Oh, wait. Yeah, G. That's great. I'm just gonna check it out for fun. I'm gonna check it out after this for fun. Wow, has JE's actually dried up? I don't really want to go back and go east for now if I can, right? Because the problem is that I know I definitely can survive and go. That's for sure. Wow. Alright, I'm definitely gonna check. I'm definitely gonna check out all these. Thanks, man. Surprisingly, this is the first time I had to sit here and wait so long for this game. Alright, you know what, I'm just gonna stick this in so that we don't have to wait too long for the next game. Alright, so it ended up in gold. Oh, okay. Yeah, right, bronze room south. Like so locked out there. Okay. I will check this out.
Hi there, everyone.
Yeah, so as I was saying, right, I think I can be like kind of like at I mean, I think if I really just sit down, get my shit together, you know, when I say get my shit together, I mean like really like get my existing shit together. I'm not talking about improvement, right? Get my existing shit together. Like somewhere in between M1 and M2 would probably be kind of like where I think I'll sit, right? Somewhere around there. You know, if you see some extremely stupid shit happening right now, it's kind of like because like this is the first time chat has been so active, so I'm just that little bit overwhelmed. So it's kind of like on top of that shit kind of thing, right? But yeah, it's kind of like so the things when I sit down and I kind of think about it, I kind of feel also that unfortunately I'm gonna need some major overhaul. So like this road to kind of improvement, right, isn't going to be easy. That's the thing that I kind of feel, you know. Yeah, man. Thanks, Psycho. Thanks so much for sharing. You know, that's really awesome. See, which was kind of like why I guess I kind of, you know, which was why I kind of started this, you know, like started doing this, right? I was kind of hoping like, you know, like well, just hang out, just chat, like stuff like that. Then it's kind of easier also to like bounce ideas off people and whatnot, right? You know, and then, like of course if you get some really interesting like you know, views and links and stuff like that to share. Like I had a couple of people who kind of dropped in, you know, like a few days back kind of thing, and they were not familiar with Mortal, you know, or like even the my website and stuff like that, right? So of course they can kind of just share it with them, you know, and then like everybody just kind of improves together in that sense. Yeah, I know, it's cool, right? It's just kind of, which is why like, you know, this guy's still kind of like pushing here as well. It's like, only Dama with 6+. Really? The whatchamacallit? The cutoff is that high. Like personally for me, I kinda Dama like 3 or 4 kind of thing, to be honest. I mean of course depending on also like how I feel like people are kind of reacting to that to that particular discard tile at that point in time as well. You know. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so where exactly is then the cutoff for Dama? Yeah, that's true. Agree. Okay. So I have to be honest here, right? I also have to be honest here, right? I kind of reach it so that I can kind of like so I kind of focus on a little bit more on the chat. Actually, no. I find okay. So talking about like Dharma versus Richie, right? I actually find that after hanging out with Jade long enough, like when you hang out with Jade long enough, you like kind of learn the Dharma a lot more. Like you really just learn the Dharma a lot more. Yeah, that's true. I mean, for East, it's kind of like just like the fastest path to actually kind of getting points, right? You know, and like for East, I do agree with you. Like, you know, difference between Mangan and Haneman to some degree. I mean, of course, if you can get Haneman, good. But if you kind of have to sacrifice a lot for that, then it's kind of not worth it. You know, you probably do it in South, but I agree with you that you know, with East. In fact, East most of the time, like even three is going to be really pretty good, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with Dharma there. I mean, like I said, you know, for me, on really, to be honest, the only reason why I reach it is so that okay, it's like Richie, and then like don't have to worry about it. Like let it play by itself. I don't even have to click this card. I just let it play by itself, and then I can go and read what everybody else is saying. This is. Yeah, that's the thing. I also find like for mahjong, you know, the amount of play and amount of hands that you kind of have to go through to really see it's kind of tough either way, right? Oh god, I'll do this just in case we really. You think 1M? I don't know. I was kind of keeping the Itsu option still a little bit open. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention also to this. So yeah, I agree. 1M. 1M. I need to find that balance between how hard I'm focusing on what's going on in chat and what's going on the table, right? So what was I saying? Yeah, so the problem I find, like, you know, like with kind of sometimes figuring out what the best play is, you know, with regards to like some of the mahjong, I guess like decision tree and choices and things like that, right? Is that the number of hands you kind of need to play and the kind of situations that you kind of need to play to actually see the true mean in that sense is so wide, right? It's just so wide that sometimes it becomes very difficult to religiously follow what is optimum. Okay. Alright. I have experienced that, Psycho. I have experienced that. So good to know. Good to know that, because you kind of confirm what I've been experiencing. So then the question, I mean, I kind of then have to ask is this, right? You know, for in that circumstance, right? Do you counter aggression with aggression, right? Or do you try and fight the aggression with I guess, for lack of better word to put it, right? You fight the aggression with holding. Fluffy, you fold? We're talking East games, yeah? East games in Jade. East games in Jade specifically. You know. So I know East games can be very aggressive, like really aggressive, right? So the question I'm asking is like, you know, do you counter the aggression with aggression on your own, given the chance, or do you actually, you know, what's probably like the right decision here? You know, do we counter the aggression with aggression, or do we actually like counter the aggression by actually being more defensive? Because the problem with East games, of course, is that like sometimes you're only given that one shot, right? And if you don't take that one shot, then you're just kind of like you're just gonna end up like, okay. Man, it's one of those like neither here nor there thing, right? Like we go like, I mean, I don't know. I look at this and I feel like, okay, you know what? It's a fairly decent dealer hand to kind of like at least keep the aggression point path open in that sense, right? Okay. Yeah, East games actually are different, you know. East games are different. Like having so I was primarily an East game player, right? And then after that I kind of swapped to South, right? So of course when I went to South, I suffered a lot because of the aggression, right? Because of the aggression that I brought into South, right? I suffered a lot because I realized like, holy shit, people are not only countering your shit, right? They're kind of like literally using your aggression against you sometimes in South Jade, right? Especially like we're talking about like maybe Saint or like, you know, Master 3 Saint 2 kind of thing. They have the ability to actually counter that aggression and actually use it against you, you know. Then of course like you know, when I kind of rank back down to go for a bit, you know, then I realized, okay, you know, I need to do this East game shit kind of thing, right? So I went back to doing East games for a while, you know. Then that was when I found, okay, yeah, so this was why I was kind of having problems, right? But I realized at the same time you cannot be too passive for East games as well, because again, like what I mentioned earlier, you know, East games, you many times you'll find that situation where you kind of like only have that one shot to take. Like if you don't take it there and then, right, and you let the opportunity pass, right, then you're not gonna find a hand for the rest of the round, right? And then you're just gonna sit down there and like be everybody else's bitch kind of thing. So true. This is the thing, like right now I guess I'm kind of back at a state of self-discovery, or back at a state of discovery, you know. So I haven't kind of like established like, you know, what I feel I guess I'm gonna take as it's gonna work, or I'm gonna go down this path kind of thing, you know. You posted your stats earlier, right? I remember I clicked on the. Yeah, true. I agree with you on uncomfortable situations. That's actually honestly one of the best ways to learn. The problem with this is that this now becomes very late game, so I don't like about it. Like, not to refrain, I don't think you can reasonably even build anything here that is like gonna be, you know. But I guess you kind of take this, and if you can kind of like just get that one hunt and just kind of like, okay, kind of scrape together points, then it's like, you just kind of hope for a repeat of the dealer position, right? No, just kidding. Clearly no need to do that. Well, I guess given that this path has kind of opened up, plus I think I can kind of get away with the 3 here, right? We kind of roll with it for now until like we kind of have to 4. Unless I get Sujit here again, then it will really suck because it'll be just mean that I've been Sujit the whole entire night, right? Okay, actually that's the thing that I should kind of look at. Okay, 9, so 6. Actually, wait. I do want to compare the stats because let me pull it up. Alright, actually wait, East 4. I should kind of just hang in there. Alright, you know what? Okay, let me hang in there and then go pull it up and then let's kind of take a look at it side by side with what I'm doing. Hmm. Three, 4, 5 or standby for me. The last hand I kind of like ended up in that final state because I was just kind of watching out for the Richie as well. That was also part of like the. Oh, there this goes. I guess maybe I might have missed like a safer discard that could have given me a slight better outcome, a slight better weight. Oh, honestly, right? Tonight has kind of come to a point, you know, honestly, Avatar, tonight has kind of come to a point where like even hands like these, when it looks like this, I'm kind of like just like, oh, whatever, you know. like I don't even celebrate until like I actually like the round is actually over. You'll be surprised how many times it's kind of like look like this and then just like kind of flipped on its head, right? Yeah, true, I agree with you. Makes sense. That's something I should kind of do a little bit more often. Sometimes I do actually keep that option open, yeah. I like to keep that option open because like for me, I one of the things that I kind of like to do a lot is to, I mean like who doesn't, right? Is to kind of retreat into 3-side weights and stuff like that. Actually, I don't even need to, no. I mean, just take first place and kind of go, right? It's like, yeah. Just gotta take first place and go. Two 5. Okay, all right. Wait for Itsu. The problem with wait for Itsu is that we don't need it. That's the thing. Yeah, we don't need it. If we went for the Itsu there, then it's like Tanki on a 5, and it's kind of excessive. Yeah, we just honestly right now, you know, we just need one. We don't even need like. Of course, then the shit show and drama has to start, right? Yeah. I guess if we fall here, then the pressure and the job is on this guy, right? And I'm sure he's kind of more than happy to just not. The problem is actually, so okay, at that point in time, while I was kind of contemplating like maybe not folding, like just maybe not folding, is because. Okay, as long as it's not Haneman, we're fine. Alright, we're fine. I think we just kind of hang in there. Yeah. He still takes first though. You would push there. Okay, so Avatar, I think for him the rationale here would be that the extra points gained from Itsu isn't gonna change our first place, right? You know, and the trade-off with the Tanki on the 5 for that would have been a little bit like the trade-off is just not worth it, right? You get more, that doesn't change your final standing, right? You get more, but it doesn't change your final standing, right? Yeah, so when it's like we already had the Yaku there kind of thing, and we just needed to actually just like either for the game to steal or for us to just close out with a one hand kind of thing. So the extra Yaku there kind of like, I don't know, I feel that it also just doesn't make sense. Yeah, so you kind of just take the pinful for like the 2 outs and just try to close it out right there kind of thing. I mean, I guess if the positions were flipped and we were the south player, right, with 28 in this circumstance, probably probably would have gone for it too also in that sense. Anyway, what was it we wanted to see? This, I want to have a look at this. I wanted to look at East games only as well. No, I wanted to look at overall, because I kind of like sometimes have a habit of playing. Okay. Alright, see you, Avatar. Thanks for dropping by. I mean, Psycho, I can kind of really appreciate your play style, right? Because like looking at the stats kind of thing, you know, which is why I'm always asking you also, like kind of like what you think in some of these spots as well, you know, because the play style is kind of similar in terms of like, you know, like the aggression, and I think you agree, like sometimes you feel that willingness to kind of trade off the deal in for the opportunity to kind of like take the win in that sense, you know. Which is kind of like I said, what I guess where I struggle with, and I think this is something that like if you're gonna adopt that kind of playstyle, then you're just gonna have to accept it, right? Is that when it doesn't work against you, when it doesn't work for you and it ends up working against you, you kind of just gotta eat it, lah. You know, like you really just gotta eat it and be prepared for it. And then when it happens, also, you know, at the same time when it happens, then just kind of not let it I guess like affect your gameplay, you know, in that sense, right? Then like a lot of faith in the gameplay kind of like have to. Yeah, correct, exactly, right. Like for you, what you see is that, okay, if you can kind of if you feel that the one hunt is realistically achievable in that spot, right, you will kind of go for it because at the end of the day, if you can win that one hunt, you kind of like block the dealer, move the position down as well, right? You know, like. And not only that, especially for East games, like if you can even achieve those two, is actually kind of like, I would say, almost like the objective in that sense, you know. I mean, for those players who kind of like push Mangan, you know, like Mangan bad weights against anything kind of thing, right? Like then they just see Mangan and just kind of push. I mean, I think you agree with me that generally, if you kind of adopt the attitude, you'll most likely end up staying in goal. Most likely, because you're definitely not going to survive Jade if you do not have some level of, you know, ability to discern between when you should do it and when you shouldn't, right? Yeah, correct. It's kind of like that very fine line, that very fine line, you know. I mean, take for example, like playing Kokushi, for example, you know, in a way, because I play a lot of Kokushi for some strange reason, you know, especially when I play Sanma and stuff like that, right? You kind of like have to have a good feel for that line where, you know, where you can actually push, and when you kind of like, okay, you know what, really this is kind of like not gonna work anymore, you kind of like need a throttle. But I understand and I appreciate that part about the line as well. Yeah, I kind of struggle. I think right now for my own game, right, it's because I'm kind of, I see the merits of both styles of play, you know, and of course, like this, and this is with the understanding that that to a certain degree, you know, of course the dynamics of East and South is very different. So you cannot adopt both extremes, you know, like you cannot adopt a South style of playing in East, and you cannot adopt an East style playing in South, right? But to a certain extent, you can kind of at least like there is that spot where you can play a hybrid of styles in both, right? That means you can kind of carry some level of aggression into South, and you can kind of carry some level of defense into East as well, you know. So I think like for myself, where I'm kind of struggling is that at this point in time, because like I said, I used to be an East player, then went South, they kind of like, okay, see the merits of defense play and things like that and whatnot, right? You know, defensive play. Then I kind of like, okay, so I kind of swung a little bit to that overly defensive play, and then I realized that, okay, you know, this is also kind of like not quite there kind of thing. So for me, I guess right now, you know, because like having having been introduced to a little bit more of like this weird defensive, or, well, weird to me anyway, defensive play, and kind of seeing its merits, I'm kind of, I guess, at a point where I'm reassessing where exactly I want my game to be. So of course, like stuff like, like introducing more Dharma, knowing where to spot Dharma. I mean, at the end of the day, to me, I find the whole purpose of Dharma also is to basically just increase the win rate, right? It's not, I mean, ignoring the pointing aside, like sometimes also you really just do want a Dharma just to have that higher probability of the win, rather than just purely from a point of view as well. The thing with the East style and South, I find, is that while you really got to eat variance, and we're talking about easily like 1.5 rank worth of swing kind of thing. Easily 1.5 rank. I that's what I feel. Like if you're, I mean, this is assuming that you're a really solid aggressive player kind of thing, right? Like really solid, So in terms of like what you say, right? In terms of pushing, when to push, when to hold back, those kind of fundamentals. If you're really solid, even then you're probably gonna be eating like 1.5 ranks of variance. The thing is also for South to East players, I guess, like for me, what I kind of feel like at that spot, you kind of just need to. I mean, if you know how to increase aggression now, I mean, I know there are some South players. There are some South players who are like just absolute. They're just absolute turtles, right? Like for them, they just like literally fold anything. Like they fold all hands. Oh wow. Okay, this is like super quiet. Starting to get super quiet. Like they just fold all hands and they just like, I mean, if you're gonna adopt that kind of mentality East, then yeah, definitely you're not gonna survive. That's for sure. But yeah, I kind of need to reflect a lot more on that part, right? Like okay, you kind of decided that you see the merits of both, and you kind of want to form some kind of hybrid position between the both of them. You kind of got to decide like where exactly is it that you want to be, right? Yeah, exactly. Like for South, so I find, yeah, this is the thing that I find for South, is that like some of these guys, like they really have that patience to kind of turtle and things like that and whatnot. Actually, Psycho, do you play Sanma as well? Just out of curiosity. Psycho, do you play Sanma? Or primarily Yeonma? Whoa. Okay, this is what I hate about like playing on desktop sometimes. It's like hand a bit sparse, and then like you don't move the mouse enough, and then like, good thing I kind of realized that I was set on single click, and then I changed it back to double click. Okay. Honestly, if I think if you talk about finding that sweet spot between like aggression, right, and when to throttle back, like that spot of when to throttle back, I honestly feel actually Sama is a very good place to at least kind of find. It might actually help you find that spot. Like recently, I kind of got back into it, kind of thing, right? I was just I hate when this happens. But then we got no pair. It's one of those like gotta grow a pair thing again. Mahjong Soul telling you to grow a pair. I guess. Oh man, okay, yeah. Duh. Yeah, I was looking at chat again. That was painful. Just completely like scuttled this like completely scuttled this hand. God, what was I thinking? There goes my screw this. This is bad. Yeah, I know. Please don't cringe. I know. It was kind of like a brain fart moment. I was like, look at the chat. Let's look at that. Let's look at the chat. That was just like okay, like I was like kind of like okay, like good Ishan 10 pinful, like many dollars kind of thing. I was like kind of done there, right? Now then I kind of like oh shit. After I tossed it, I was like, wait a minute, my hand kind of looks extremely weird here. And I was just like, fuck. Okay. I was like, fuck, this is bad. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's the funny thing, right? It actually wouldn't have made it. Funnily enough, it wouldn't have made it, and it would probably have made the hand a lot harder to fool. Honestly, also I find like given how the night has been going, like everything just looks damn jinxed. Like everything just looks damn jinxed, man. Oh, incidentally, I mute this character because I really find her voice like I don't find her voice annoying. You can't really hear her voice because she just whispers all the time, and the whispering, she's like so guilty of whispering that it just drives me absolutely bonkers. Okay, so Chanta, let's talk Chanta, right? Like. Honestly, for me, my requirements for Chanta is actually very high. Yeah, I'm playing East games for the achievement. Like right now, I think as of now, I just need 7 more, right? I just need 7 more. Doesn't mean that I am then immediately gonna go to South. I'm just right now, I'm just kind of like focused on just getting that shit done because it's like I just need 7 more for like 3,000. Then after that, I kind of like I have full optionality to choose whether or not I want to play East or I want to play South, right? Then I can kind of decide like okay, which do I like better, or like like how do I want to go ahead from here. But right now it's just like yeah, I just need 7 more, right? Then I'm totally not tied. I'll be totally not tied to like whatever like to like. And I don't have to like stare at this whole like stare at it and like oh shit, I'm missing 7 East games or something like that. So that's the it's the 3K. I'm just trying to hit the 3K. So I've been a little bit more free, sort of, and like really just playing a lot like the last couple of months. Like yeah, literally the last couple of months. I mean, like I said here, I'm like, oh, 20 games, 30 games. It's like, okay, could probably get through that in a day if I have the energy and like just kind of like blaze through it, right? Hmm. Really? 80? 80? 80 is... I'm trying to think, 80 is like... Seriously, that is like probably easily 12 hours of... 12 hours plus of play. I really think... Yeah, I think that's for like about 12 hours of play. Shit, it's a lot. And when I say 12 hours of play, I mean like 12 hours non-stop, you know. It's like barely any breaks kind of thing. And I kind of know this because like, well, like at the end of the day, each game's plus minus will be like kind of a certain range, right? Hey Knob, how's it going? Hey. That's the most annoying spot. This is seriously the most... I really hate this spot. Right. It's the usual Ishan 10, Chitui, then you're like sitting on hand like, okay, the rest of the hand kind of like... you know, it's like really CMI and like, then you kind of stop and then you're kind of like, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to do it. Oh, and then you draw this, and then you're like, okay, sitting on here, like, okay, do I like... Alright, you know what? Yeah, it's ease to keep the optionality to like kind of at least grab some points open, and if you kind of like draw something big, then you draw something big. Yeah. I mean 80 games is definitely doable, that's for sure, but yeah, it's a shit ton. It's really like this seriously mega shit ton of games, right? And the way you are gonna achieve 80 games is if you seriously play with like very little break and like just like kind of just keep plowing through it kind of thing. It's quite scary actually. Here's the thing, I kind of hate this spot because it's like, well, I kind of hate this spot because for one, it's gold, right? For 1's goal, it's not Jade, and for 2 it's like, and 2 is like, I mean, like we talk about this, right? Psycho, it's like you kind of agree with me that this, you probably agree with me. I kind of feel like, okay, I like prior to that Richie, like this is kind of like a spot where you kind of like gotta try. But once again, like this has been really the story of the night. Like, so it's like, doesn't matter whether you can find a hand, cannot find a hand, or you can do anything, can't do anything. It's like you kind of just either get blasted into 4th place with like some BS shit, or like you just sit down here and kind of like not be able to make any kind of points regardless, right? And you just end up eating like 3rd place. Ugh. I mean, what I would say with like, yeah, it's gonna be difficult to. What I would say with 70 East games though, is that you could probably do it for a day or 2, but I don't think you could like do it consistently. Speaking of some of these Celestials, right? Like, some of them are there with a ridiculously low number of games played. Or maybe not Celestials. Maybe not Celestials. The what you call it? The like Saint 2, Saint 3 kind of thing. Like they're there with like under 100 games kind of thing. Right, see, this is what I mean. Story of the night, right? Then kind of stuck in this spot. This has literally been the story of the night. Then get stuck in this spot, right? Where it's kind of like, you know, well, you're 3rd, right? So you're gonna sit down here and like either eat 3rd, or you kind of need to at least try and do something about it, right? But we talk about doing something about it. You're kind of also in that spot where like somehow or other you're always behind, right? Like you're always behind on pace relative to somebody else, regardless of like the circumstance as to like how fast or how slow your own game has been running, right? So like I mean, I could for example be in this state like maybe by turn 4 or something like that, right? And like these guys will still be in this state like by turn 2 kind of thing, and ultimately like you know, like every single hand you're kind of like always at this position where you're like behind, right? And trying to figure out like whether or not you can safely kind of move on, but yet also in this weird position where you're like in this kind of 50-50 spot where like it's not like as though you can comfortably sit in, you know, can comfortably sit tight and say, hey, worst case I'm gonna be first, right? Worst case I'm gonna be first, or like or second kind of thing. Like it's this kind of weird like, okay, I'm 3rd, you know, I'm 3rd, then I can kind of like worst case I deal in here, right? Seriously, God. And then you get this kind of shit that you get this kind of shit happen, and you're like, oh man. Yeah, 8 for the 5, right? Duh. Sorry, I'm like really just like massively tilted lah. I'm kind of really massively tilted and massively out of it. It's just kind of like this whole like, oh man, it's like... That sucks. Alright. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's really just been like that the whole entire night. So it's kind of like really frustrating. Where it's like, you're really just kind of. Trust me, man, I am. I am. I think though my general threshold is that I can kind of like probably put up with 1 day of it, right? 1 day of this, you know, before my play really absolutely suffers. Like right now is okay. Right now the play is kind of suffering because, well, like again I keep saying it's like it suffers because I'm not used to the level of I'm not used to balancing the chat and play kind of thing at the same time, right? So it's a bit of a new experience for me. But what you call it? But yeah, I mean I mean as an East player you kind of know, right? You're like you know that like it kind of you kind of can end up with like this shit for days sometimes, right? That's it. I can't chuck it already, right? You can kind of end up with this shit for days, like days and days and days, and you're just kind of like, oh god. And then like RNG just does this whole Groundhog Day shit again, where it's like, So yeah, this is where my wall reading ability, inverted commas, kind of like starts to really shine. Alright, well at least that kind of makes up for it in a really small way. Alright. Okay. Honestly, this is like one of the slightly better spots the whole evening. Ah, tragic. How tragic. Yeah, I think we kind of. I think I kind of reachy here. Like okay, like so for me, I kind of reachy here because I feel that like, okay, it's first game, right? Try to kind of make the most out of it. Doesn't look like a very scary kind of position at this point in time, especially with East like kind of like, God knows what he's doing there kind of thing. Alright. I mean, it's a small hand with a like a small chance of an upgrade, right? If you can kind of get a 1. So a little bit of like scraping razor thin value out of this. My problem honestly with still in the wall is that more often than not it's like kind of in this wall. just wait till somebody cants and then like you see it pop up there, right? Although in this case I guess if it does pop up there it's kind of good because then it just means that we have the tools, but yeah, more often than not it's in the really shit part of the wall. But yeah, story of the night, doesn't matter what kind of Richie, what kind of state of Richie, what kind of like, it's just gonna go round and then And at this point in time, you're just thankful to even see the 4 also. Yeah. Well, you guys have school and you're up till like 5. Jeez. Well, thanks for dropping by. You know, hopefully you'll drop by again. We can chat soon. I mean, like I said, you know, really like to bounce ideas off you, right? Maybe we can find that balance together. But by the way, talking about Sama, do try it out, right? You know, from the perspective which I kind of said, right, where you know it kind of helps you find that spot where you need to balance aggression and you know that spot where you need to throttle back, because I found playing Sanma, you know, playing a lot of Sanma, because Sanma inherently you gotta carry a lot of aggression into that game, right? You know, but that throttling back is also really like extremely important because you know, because first the aggression is a must, but at the same time Sama has this weird like I guess like it's just mechanics of the game kind of thing, where it kind of always converges to that point where somebody kind of has to give up or somebody has to kind of like throttle back, you know. And if you cannot, you like, I guess like how I always put it is like, you know, if you cannot identify that you are the sucker, inverted commas, in that situation, right, then you are gonna deal in. You know, and in Sama, the whole point also is that you don't want to be the one dealing in, because like there's a very clear point difference between like the guy, you know, having forced to Zimo and you dealing in kind of thing. You being the one dealing in because of the point difference in that sense, you know. The good thing with uni is that you kind of get to decide, right? Bad thing in uni is that, well, because you kind of get to decide, then you kind of chill most of the time. I don't know, man. I remember in my uni days, it's like half the time I wasn't even going to school. It's just like hanging out with friends and like playing video games all night kind of thing. Alright, we have action. Unfortunately, we're not a piece of it. I guess we can kind of reach it and like be really scary, right? The sucky part is that, well, we're kind of behind on. See, once again, you like kind of have something that kind of looks decent, and then it's like, just sit down here and be. And it happens on like, it happens when you are dealer as well. What kind of bullshit weight is that, man? Seriously. And then you sit on last, just like that. Oh god, this is so painful. Alright, good night, Psycho. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, this is so painful. Oh. How much more of this can I take? Like, really? See, the thing is that in my mind, I'm also kind of sitting. Okay, so when it comes to East games, right? In my mind, I'm kind of like thinking like, oh, okay, can't wait to like kind of get this whole like 3000 East games shit over and done with, right? So that I can kind of go back to South. But the problem is that when you actually sit down and think about it, right? Like if East games are gonna be this, you know, like this, right? If your East games are gonna be like this, right? You just sit down here and just eat it, like pretty much every single hand, right? What's not good about doing this in South is that they, you know, like East at least is like kind of like you have the opportunity to like, okay, you know what, alright, I just need to put out this shit for 4 rounds and then like everything kind of restarts, right? At least you kind of have that chance to kind of start anew. The problem is that when this kind of shit happens in South, right, then it happens early enough. Like imagine if this was a South game and I was like kind of in this state right now. I mean, okay, it's not the worst because it's like small point difference, right? You can kind of still reasonably fight for second and stuff like that, you know. But at the same time, like when you say reasonably fight for second, then you kind of need to have the flow to kind of like at least work this way, you know. Like you kind of need the flow to kind of work its way so that you at least kind of have a hand, right? But if the situation is kind of developed because you really just can't see the fine hands, right? And you're playing South, Then you're gonna have to put up you're gonna have to put up with this for another like I guess this, I don't know, it's kind of like a semi-full here, right? But yeah, then you're gonna have to put up with this for another 4 rounds, you know, with absolutely no hope for recovery, and then you're gonna sit down here and just like I guess bleed and suffer. You know what I mean? Alright, well, everyone's partying, and clearly you're not invited once again. I mean, okay, so talk about if I had hit Cheatway here, right? I guess my play that I would probably kind of do, you know, would kind of be still like a little bit of a half full rather than a push. That's what I would do. I don't know if you feel that that's the wrong play, you know, I'm kind of open to discussing. So okay, so my rationale why I would kind of do that is that because in that situation, it really felt like I was behind, you know, and any attempt to push would be extremely risky. And this is we're talking about a full hand where you kind of half don't care already, right? So the problem with Cheatway is that like you're literally stuck in a sense where, you know, you have just that one tile, right? And the tile has to serve basically almost both functions, right? Which is kind of like offensive and defensive, you know. So I'm sure like we've been in situations where you kind of like play Cheatway and then like then you draw this really dodgy tile that you kind of cannot win on also, right? Then what are you gonna do, you know? So I guess that was kind of like also running through my head at that point in time when we talk about that hand. It's sort of like I was trying to think ahead whereby like, okay, you might kind of pass like maybe two or three cards or 2 or 3 turns kind of thing, right? But when you're really, really far behind, you know, which was kind of like what I felt at that point in time, like I just felt like I was far behind, you know, with no reasonable, I guess, like path to push through in that sense. Then I kind of, you know, which was why I kind of like really played that hand absolutely passively kind of thing. And in this situation, like for me, like it was one of those where it did feel like as though I guess for lack of a better way to put it, the situation was hopeless, you know. And why I say, you know, why like that point I kind of felt like it was just a little bit important in that sense is because I fully recognize that my points are shit, right? So, you know, given that circumstance, if I really feel like, wow, like even in this kind of thing, I cannot find the button to kind of at least push, right? Oh god, I can't believe we have to do this, seriously. Alright, like you see, like here I'm kind of a little bit willing because I feel like, okay, that wouldn't end the game, so we can kind of like nudge it around a little bit kind of thing, right? But yeah, that spot, I don't know, for me it kind of just felt like there was no path forwards, there was no safe path forward that would not have ended with me in absolute trouble kind of thing. Why am I Richie? Everyone's having a blast just taking cards, right? So well, maybe the extra excitement. No, clearly you missed that as well. Okay. Well, considering that like everybody is just having a blast going to right? This is kind of shit because there's also a fairly high chance that, like, you know. Well, at least we looks like finally got that done. So yeah, I mean, we've been sitting here long enough, you know, like kind of just hanging out kind of thing. You can kind of see really this is really okay. So for me, this is really where I struggle, right? Like you try and do something, you're gonna lose points. You don't do something, you're still gonna lose points, right? You do something and like it kind of doesn't work out, you're still gonna lose points. Then like basically the short version is you just lose points. Oh god, so painful. Alright. I mean, like what for the last probably about like five, right? Five, I think 4, 5, 6 games or something like that. It was kind of like that, right? Like you just sit here and then like, okay, you just try, and it's like, you know, like regardless of circumstances, whether you can get the Ricci, whether you can get the, I mean, like of course, like it's not like so for the past 6 games I didn't win a single hand kind of thing, right? But the thing is that you still need to either win a super massive hand, or you kind of like need to stack enough small wins to at least kind of like get the first or second and take points, right? But when you can't, you know, and basically every single effort is either like whether or not you're in third place, either lands you in third place, or like in this case where like you do nothing at all, right, and you end up in fourth. I don't even think I dealt in. Let me check. I don't recall dealing in here actually. I don't recall dealing in. I could be wrong though, because like it's quite unlikely to end up. Yeah, right. Look at that. It's like, yeah, so basically everybody took a turn except you lah. It's just usual kind of situation, right? Everybody like has a party, get what you call it, everybody gets a piece or get invited to the party kind of thing, and then like you're just so painful. Alright. Yeah, see this game as well, and then you sit down here and you just eat third. Alright. This one was second. I remember this one. This one we were like kind of like first, and then we had that really dodgy spot where we were talking about the Itsu thing, right? This one I think I had one bad deal in at the start, and then after that just cannot kind of recover. No, it wasn't even a bad deal. Come on, look at that, right? Like 2.9, and then right. But ultimately also if you look at it, it's like just seriously just not finding hands. And okay, this round was bad. What happened on this round? What was this one? I think this. I think. Oh, okay. I think I can't remember this game. This game I was like really distracted by chat. Yeah. This one I can kind of see how I was like really distracted. Alright. Yeah, this one's a real bitch. I remember this one as well. Right. So how I ended up like dropping a lot of points in this game was this happened. Right. So I drew the 5, tossed the 5, right? And it kind of went on. And the whole point here at this point in time was kind of like, okay, you know what? If I can at least close the gap here, like close the gap just that little bit here, right? You know, then maybe like try to hopefully, I mean, of course the whole night hasn't been running like that, right? And hopefully kind of piece together something for at least East 4, right? I mean, at this point in time, it was a case also of like, you know, like if you can get a win, you get a win. You don't really, you know, don't really kind of like want to stress too much about it. So then this happened. I drew the red 5, but it turns out that like the Ricci was kind of like Suji on this with this stupid Ipeco thing, right? Yeah, I just got it. Like I just saw it flash out, so it's like, so at least like, okay, so at least now we're kind of at the spot where like which I said, right? Like East games are a complete option right now, you know. Okay, as far as the achievement goes, it's only that part of the achievement. No, it's not this one. It's season. Actually, wait. There's an easier way to get there. Here. Yeah, here. Is it here? Oh, they don't show. You don't show it. Don't show it. Oh, it should be here. Should be here somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, that's the problem when you're like kind of done. Then you can't find it. So are these East Games. This one, yeah, there we go. Unstoppable. This one. Right. Yeah, 7 3,000. Okay, so the problem with this achievement, right? As I was saying, okay, this one I'm kind of not worried about, to be very honest, because it's actually fairly achievable in Sama, right? I mean, Peter, you can attest to this, right? Sama is like it will happen if you play enough Sama. It's not so much of a concern. You know that it will happen. The part that is gonna be really sketchy is not sketchy. It'll just really take a really long time. Like this one, 3,100 games. Like yeah, just play is fine. You know, probably be done. Probably not be done, but you probably get somewhere meaningful by end of the year or something like that. The part that the one that I was kind of like a bit like raising my eyebrows about was actually yeah, this one's kind of close as well, right? But was this one, right? The 5,000 games in Zumo. So this is the total number of Zumo after like about I guess like 2.5 years of play. So if the number is here after 2.5 years or 2 years kind of thing, right? Like how many more years are we looking at, you know, before we kind of even see anything close kind of thing? You know, that's the part that's gonna be like, oh god. But yeah, so as I was saying, right, you know, this is a part that's I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to sit down here and kind of like think about it a little bit, right? Like if the situation is like this, right? I think you're just gonna suffer a lot more playing South, you know. And I don't know. It's one of those situations where I really struggle how to deal with it, right? Where like it's just this weird combination of like, you know. What was this one? Oh, it was this one. Yeah, alright. It was this one. But it was kind of okay. It was kind of okay after the point where I hit that cunt. Right. It's kind of okay after the point where I hit that cunt. It's kind of like that. They opted for the... Yeah, I opted for the 3 because I figured like, you know, 3-4 kind of thing, right? And then we kind of drew a con here. Right, we drew a con here and then hit the con. So the problem with hitting a con was that like, well, this kind of happened, right? So it completely like, it completely messed my weight. You know. Part was painful. Then eventually I kind of drew a 7 and then like, dealt into the Cheetah here. You know. Hey Pina, the funny thing, right, is that we kept talking about the force, right? But right, then you end up with this kind of shit. Look at that, right? All of them like in the back, in the wall and or whatever, they're just all hidden everywhere. And the last and then like, okay, so the 3 was there. 3 was there, and then the rest were like kind of utilized. So the 1 here also kind of like screwed it all up. If I kept the 7 instead, then like he gets the ease. Oh man, I don't know, man. Pino, what do you? It's like, so yeah, right? I mean, if you look at this also, it's one of those where I guess I don't know. What do you guys think? Like just rough night, then kind of just gotta suck it up and see. This is the part that I also kind of really struggle with, right? It's kind of like trying to figure out like whether or not it's rough night or whether or not you're really screwing up somewhere. You know, of course, then it becomes really hard to ascertain because like you didn't get this kind of shit, right? Because Pina, if you recall, we were discussing about like keeping the 7 instead, right? The annoying thing is that we had kept the 7, we would really have hated life when we drew the 4. Right? And when we drew, and when we if we drew the 4, we are likely to actually maybe fold the hand or something. I don't know. No, we wouldn't fold the hand. We'll still toss the 4, right? And then like I don't know. So, but we are hated life. We will really have hated life then. It's I don't think it's no. Okay, so the fatigue is not. I don't feel it's like overplaying fatigue. It's just that threshold, you know, of like how many games can you go, you know, with like this kind of pain, right? Where you're like just completely held, you know, like you're completely held. Like see like this one for example, right? Like okay, yeah, fine. We had one bad deal and what was this one? That was someone's dhamma. Oh, okay, alright. Yeah, right? Like this one for example, you know. I mean, I don't know. I tossed the 2 here, right? And then end up hitting this, right? Then I'm hitting this, right, for 7/7. Okay. Right. So again, then we're in this shit spot again. Like pretty much this is how every single round, every single hand kind of starts, right? Then in this shit spot, right? This one wasn't so bad because then we make up for it with this. Right. So make up for it with this, and then we were like back at 2-5. So everyone's like kinda at 2-5 kind of shit, right? Okay, and I think this one he didn't really make up for it, but we still end in third. Because we couldn't find a hand here. Right. I recall we couldn't find a hand here, and then like then he kinda I remember he kinda re-cheat or some shit like that, and then like so then we end up in third. Right, yeah. We ended up third for 25,000 points. So again it's one of those where like you just sit on there and like you can't get any points. Right? I mean, either third, either fourth. You're always either fourth or you're third. Kind of regardless of whatever you do, like whether you know. Apa on this one? Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, this one we were just laughing about it. Like okay, I admit I kind of tossed this game. It was like, so the funny thing with this round, right? Because like again, like you know, the whole night in terms of flow, it just kind of felt really really bad. Like felt really lousy in terms of flow. So I was just like, I mean, if you're not in chat at the time, you know, you're not on the stream at the time. Then I was kind of just bitching about like how like, oh man, at this spot, right? Like I was just going on about how I am definitely gonna draw the 1 instead of anything else, right? So you're gonna end up in that spot where like you're Itsu, and then you gotta ditch the Dora, you gotta ditch the Dora, and then like you get Shizitaki wait, and that's like all that you got kind of thing, right? So and then eventually it turns out like I did actually draw the 1. I was like, yeah, like I actually did draw the 1. I was just laughing about it. I stared at it like as the timer kind of went down, and I just kind of threw the 8 in resignation. I just threw the 8 in resignation to my fate, right? The tragic thing with this hand, right, is that if you look at it, then the 5s are all dead as well. Alright, 5s are all dead as well. So you know, it's like there was practically like, so if we kind of like take out even like the stupid plays and stuff like that, right? You know, there's pretty much almost, it feels like there was pretty much almost no way to salvage like every single game. Alright. This one, what was this one? Oh, so I was in Richie. Right. Yeah, I was in Richie and then I dealt in, you know. So Richie for pinful weight kind of thing, and then I dealt in 1-4 pinful weight. Where are the 2? Oh yeah, and then this mofo has the 2 here, right? Pardon the language, but yeah. This mofo was temper on the 2 for this bullshit. Right. Like just pay Dora 3 kind of thing, and then like you draw the 2. What are you doing? So then you're last. again. So E and R last year. Alright. Alright, so I mean, I guess like looking back here, it's just one of those where you just gotta eat it, I guess. I suppose, right? See, this one's like same thing, right? So like everybody kind of like took a turn, kind of had fun. You just sit on there, be a wall, be the wallflower kind of thing, and then eat that here. You drop points there. Alright, okay, so we're gonna come here. So now the question is, what do we do? Like, what do we do here? Anyone has any idea what do we do here? Right. Do we ride out east for a while until like, I don't know. Alright. I mean, I'm kind of, okay, so luck is luck, right? Luck is luck, flow is flow, variance is variance kind of thing and whatnot. The thing I feel like that needs to be kind of like, I guess, like thought through and like addressed slightly over here. Hide enemy hands. Hide from enemy hands, I think is more likely. No, I mean like we're just looking at this, right? So it's kind of like, or rather I'm kind of like looking at like the general, like what happened, I'm kind of looking at the general what happened, across the evening kind of thing, because it really just felt like this huge upward struggle today kind of. So yeah, so as I was saying, right, the part that I'm kind of like trying to, okay, at least like kind of factor and consider here right now, right? It's like, of course, it's clearly I mean, I'm definitely in some kind of state of tilt, right? So okay, the good news is, having looked through the logs and stuff like that, right? The good news is, it kind of feels like, well, the whole entire evening just kind of happened because it happened, for most part, right? I mean, okay, fine, there were one or two like where I was just being sloppy and like we were just laughing about it kind of thing, and there were one or two moments also where I was like a bit distracted in chat, kind of, I was a bit distracted by chat, having to kind of like, I guess, like manage it for the first time, where, okay, you can argue and say that, well, if you kind of like manage that situation just that little bit better, maybe you would have won a couple of hands kind of thing, but also, those situations where, like, remember, like, there was that pinful hand, right, where it was like kind of like dealer pinful Dora 3 or some shit like that kind of thing, and we're like, I'm sure everybody was cringing when I kind of like thought misdealt that towel kind of thing, right? But I mean, we do remember also looking at that hand. Actually, there was no way to win, and the misdeal actually kind of probably helped us because it put us in a no-win state, even though we had like this like really beautiful hand kind of thing, right? And it made folding like just that little bit much easier and kind of saved us, right? So, I mean, of course, then you end up in this situation where it's like, well, you're kind of almost already lost, I suppose. What happened here? Oh, it's this hand. Okay. Yeah, it was this hand. So this hand, what happened was that, I guess, like, we had a reasonable shot at second here, right? We had a reasonable shot at second here, and we kind of took it, right? And then we ended up dealing in, what was the dealing card? Yeah, I went for the 5-8 weight here. Alright. I mean, admittedly a bit risky because like the towel was, I mean, it was a very dodgy discard. I guess like if you didn't want to be greedy, and you want to like kind of keep the most optionality and the hand kind of like, I mean, at least kind of stay in the fight kind of thing, then of course the right decision would have been to follow the Ricci and then go for the bad 3-6 weight, I suppose. Would have been dead weight, but like, it would have been dead weight, but nobody would have won, I think. Was there any 3s further down after that coming out? No, yeah, nobody would have won. Alright. Okay, but let's, if you look at this also in its, I guess in its entirety, you'll see that nobody would have won. And I'll still come in third. I'll still have bled up points here. Alright. Actually, no. Yeah. Okay. No. I remember that one. Yeah. I still came in third. So it was a case of like, you either come in third or you come in third. Right. Yeah, I remember now. Now I remember why I dealt that 6 was because I looked at his hand and I was just figured like, you know what, worst case is Mangan. I could deal up to Mangan and still be, third, right? So hence I was willing to trade off the, I was kind of willing to trade off the opportunity to at least try for second, right, and risk dealing in Mangan and still coming in third. Yeah, that was what happened on that hand, right? Second didn't happen, and we came in third. You know. Oh, this one was just an absolute shit show, I remember. It's like so stupid. I don't even know whether I want to look at it. I don't even know if I want to look at it. I remember this one was a real absolute shit show. It's just kind of like bang 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 every single hand, every single turn. It was just like bang bang bang. And I was like, oh shit, okay, alright. What did I toss? I tossed the 9. Why did I toss the 9 here? Why did I toss the 9 here? Oh, okay, because I was Tenpai. I tossed the 9 here because I was Tenpai Tanyao Doro 1. Right, against a Richie Ipatsu. Sorry, Richie potential dealing Ipatsu. Right. This one kind of sits with like the whole thing which me and Psycho were kind of talking about earlier, where it's like, you know, where you feel that at least like there was an opportunity to kind of like come out ahead of the race. I guess that's kind of like the, I mean, so yeah, of course in this kind of situations then you kind of measure wrongly and then you kind of just get in trouble, right? I mean, like for me, I kind of felt like, you know what, that one card is the 9. It's the 9. It's not like, I mean, it's like it was some super dodgy card. Maybe I might have reconsidered, but like I don't know. I just kind of sometimes overplay safety in the 9, right? I'm sure that plays a part because like I also kind of know like how sometimes I tend to gravitate. Yeah, Pina, definitely. Sometimes I tend to gravitate towards some of these train of thoughts where it's like, you know, you kind of place too much safety in the 9. So like in this case, like there's probably like this inherent justification where you kind of say like you know what, it's a 9, right? Like you probably get away with it 50% of the time, kind of thing, right? Although I mean, we have to question the play of like 50% against the Ipatsu. Is it worth it? I guess, right? The annoying thing is that, like, okay, so we talk about 50% chance, kind of like 50-50 coin flip against the Ipatsu, right? Is that if you had broken the hand and it turns out that it's not the 9, right? Then there's no way, there would be no way to repair the hand also. Well, I wouldn't say no way, but like repairing the hand then kind of becomes almost like really difficult, right? Then what do you do, right? Then if that's the case, then it's like kind of as good as a fold. So I don't know. It kind of feels like then, you know, the whole decision actually is a binary decision, I suppose, right? I mean, this dude wasn't even like on a Shampon Tenpai. He was also playing like, he was also playing the same strategy, kind of strategy, inverted commas, right? I mean, because it's ease, you really do sometimes have to take your shot with ease. If you don't, like I said, right? I mean, we see some of the later games where there is no shot, right? You know, so you can kind of see why I sometimes talk about this whole, or like why there was this discussion with Psycho earlier about this whole, like, you know, like, yeah, with ease, you see your shot, you sometimes have to, you know, yeah, Fluffy, you know, it's like, I guess that's the thing, right? You know, it was this kind of balancing point, you know, of when you see a shot, do you take it or do you not take it? I mean, specifically for East, yeah, you know, this is, I mean, I understand, like, I mean, honestly, if this was South, it's an instant fold for me, you know, but for East, this is just one of the quirks in that sense, you know, whereby, like, that line, you know, really needs to be, I guess we really just need to really pick your spots very well, you know, with regards to, like, yeah, that's true. That is true also. I agree. Yeah, I agree lah. I mean, like, in the grand scheme of things, this is also probably, this one you could probably chalk down to, I would probably chalk it down to bad play as well. I'm just sitting here trying to figure out like what was my thought process at that point in time as well, right? So I guess it's a combination of one, overvaluing the situation, right, in terms of like where I am, overvaluing the situation where in terms of where I am, and like this whole thing about the like 9 is not that bad a card kind of thing, like it's a 50-50 card kind of thing, you know. It's like this is one of those situations where it kind of like bites me. So I think I probably need to really reassess like in terms of that part of it, because this is not the first time it's bitten me when it comes to these kind of things, right? You know, and in this case, like you really do have the option to fold as well. Like it was a very clear cut option to fold as well, you know. Although I do wonder, okay, so this is what I do sometimes as well, which is okay. But okay, so question, Fluffy, do you play east or do you play south? That is one fairly big it's actually quite. But that's the thing. Okay, so talking about Tui Tui in this situation, right? Talking about Tui Tui, you know, 9 was a dodgy discard. I admit, you know, I now the more I talk about it, I also kind of remember the state of mind at this point in time. I guess it's also a small combination of tilt, because like the whole night, you know, kind of the whole night was pretty much a struggle as well. Whole day was pretty much a struggle as well, right? You know, is that even if we factor in Tui Tui, then the 9 is a very sloppy discard, because 9 against Tui Tui here also is really, really bad, right? Which then means that actually this is really, really bad on a very fundamental level, because you're tossing a 9 against a you know, and potentially dealing in an Ipatsu Richi, right? Which is kind of like always a no-no in my opinion, right? I think we can all agree on that. And the second thing is that then you're tossing a 9 against a potential Tui Tui as well, you know. And like for me, one of my main criteria is, because I'm always very wary of playing Tui Tui, because I hate, like in this kind of situation, I personally would not play Tui Tui, because I always find like when you play Tui Tui and you're trying to like you know, like pawn all these kind of middling cards, especially the 5, right? The 5, the 4s, the 7s kind of thing and whatnot. I find that it's generally always very difficult to almost impossible to complete for Tui Tui, you know. So my own personal criteria when before I even start tackling Tui Tui, you know, is more often than not, I need a high quantity of like 9s and like wins and like all these kind of weird terminals, like at least a large enough amount to justify them, right? If it's gonna include all these middling stuff, then I probably would kind of need at least like close to two completed sets of triplets already, or something like that. Like then you know, like, so at least some kind of reasonable path. Like, but I would definitely not, like if I had an open hand, you know, if I had an opening hand that kind of like opened with like a pair of 5, a pair of 4, a pair of 7s, I would never. I mean, that's my style of play. Like I said, you know, it's not like oh, we should play this way or you should play this way kind of thing, you know. So this is the part that then makes it really, really sketchy for me in that sense, right? It's like by my own criteria, this makes, you know, for Tui Tui, if you're watching for Tui Tui, then this makes this an extra dodgy card as well. So I mean, yeah, it's a really bad discard for sure. I mean, Tui Tui defense is generally just fairly just follow whatever's on the board, right? Okay, so for me, I guess what I kind of normally like what I kind of normally do against Tui Tui is that like yeah, it is just kind of follow on the board and be careful of like all the end cards, because I don't think I'm the only player, you know, that kind of follow those general guidelines, which I kind of said earlier as well, you know. I mean, it's fairly obvious, right? Like trying to pawn 5s, trying to pawn like all these like 4s, 6s, stuff like that is it's really gonna be very difficult. And the times that where it do happen is just kind of like sheer luck kind of thing, you know. But one thing though with you know, I mean, I don't know if you're the kind of player, I guess, like who's kind of willing to just experience like, you know, the different possibilities and the different experience, I guess that's the way to put it, the game has to offer you. You know, you try South, right? You'll find that like an overly defensive mindset would kind of more often than not put you in a situation or a spot, right, where where you will be cornered in a sense that you don't like you're not going to have the opportunity to really find that perfect spot to ram it home as compared to like South, you know. Like you will really be put in that situation where, you know, you sometimes really just only have that one shot to take kind of thing, you know. But of course, yeah, I mean, all things considered, yeah, this one was just kind of bad. This was bad. The problem is like when it starts off like that, then you're kind of like stuck, right? Then you start doing really, really stupid things as well. Okay, I know this one. Yeah, I remember this one. I remember this one. I even said it as well, right? I said shit, right? I think somewhere around this it was like somewhere around this kind of point where I kind of said like, okay, this is kind of not good. It's kind of not good because we're kind of like hoping maybe if we're lucky we kind of draw the one for the Itsu. For the Itsu, right? We kind of draw the one for the Itsu or kind of fill out here for like the multi-tile weight or some shit like that, right? But I also did comment and I said that, you know, the problem is that the longer we hold the one, right? The longer we hold the one, the longer we hold the east, the longer we hold the tong, you know, is that the higher the chance some guy is just going to build up some BS Richie and like kind of Richie and Tanki off that shit, right? You know, and I actually said it, right? Yeah, unfortunately, you know, like, yeah, it really actually did happen, alright. Whereas like eventually we kind of like we found a chi, and then like at this spot we had the 3-6 and then the 3-6 and the Hatsu, the 3-6 Hatsu weight, right? And then I dealt in with the East. I mean, it's kind of, I guess, okay, yeah, it's kind of stupid also, is because at this point in time, if you're not getting the Hatsu, you're not getting the Hatsu, which is kind of like true in this case, you know. Or at least I guess it's kind of like okay to establish that if you're not getting the Hatsu by this point, right, but you do happen to get the Hatsu, then it's like kind of good, but more often than not, you should kind of just totally discount it 100% and just like kind of figure out whether or not you should fold or push. In, you know, no, or rather whether or not you should fold or there's a reasonable avenue to push without the Hatsu, right? Which in this case, of course, then it becomes like with the Richie, then it becomes a clear-cut fold because like, well, look, you know, he either has a pair or he's kind of tanky on it, like, because this is kind of not happening as well. So this hand is kind of like locked in the first place, right? Into one of those like, well, it looks really pretty, but you know, you kind of just gotta let it go, right? But of course, the annoying thing is that, of course, what kind of contributed to this whole like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna push anyway kind of shit was because like, well, you're kind of, you know, again the same thing, East game, you're kind of stuck. It's like, oh god, this is the only hand that you can kind of make up for it, right? And like, if you can't make up for it here, then your pretty much your whole round is kind of screwed anyway. So you might as well just try, you know, that kind of rationale, right? You know, Fluffy, I really hate Shampoo rates as well myself, to be very honest, you know. So which is kind of weird, right? Because I value Shampoo over Tanki, right? Which in a way, or rather I would say I overvalue Shampoo or pairs, you know, over Tanki. I overvalue them over Tanki, you know. But overall, I also hate Shampoo weights, right? So it's kind of weird because like you know, you kind of make very bad decisions, I feel, you know, when it comes to that situation, because like it's kind of a little bit of a conflict, right? You know, I guess sometimes, you know, it's kind of good to have like, if you can kind of like, I mean, at least find one criteria that you're at least confident in, and then like kind of stick to it rather than keep juggling around, like, you know, be I guess like the word is doubtful, you know, be doubting of what is it exactly that you're kind of doing. Yeah, exactly right. You know, this whole know when to bail kind of thing. But okay, like so I think, yeah, and this round, I guess we kind of just, alright, I kind of just like really just self-screwed myself. You know what I mean? Like this, so it was kind of like this whole dodgy shit, which I kind of like got myself into trouble, right? Then I used that trouble to kind of justify this shit, right? You know, but then what happens is like, okay, fine, there's one round, you know, can kind of explain one round. Like one round, you kind of suffer a little bit. It's like, okay, fine, right? You know, I mean, I guess like all in, like today it was just just convergence of a lot of bad luck. I hate justifying it to luck in a way. Like justifying it to luck kind of just annoys the shit out of me because it just feels like I'm making an excuse. Nah, this one what happened? Yeah, I kind of retreat and then like I think I retreat. Did I retreat on this? No, I didn't even retreat on this. I was Dharma on this, right? Yeah, I was Dharma on this. I was Dharma on this on the 1-4. I was Dharma on this on the 1-4, and I kind of like tossed out like two ones. Like, although granted I tossed out before his retreat, but I tossed out 2 ones, and I kind of figured like maybe you can kind of get away with this one. And I drew it, and of course like he was 10 pi on 1-2. That dealt in, right? So that's 8,000 there, and then that's it. Then you can't find a hand and stuff like that, right? The thing though is that I've had games. I mean, like for me, I kind of had games as well where it's like and these are ease games, right? Where like you can kind of deal in a mangan and still kind of like figure a way out of it, you know. But I guess like when you're really card dead, then like no, you know, then no deal ins at all kind of thing. Then it becomes kind of messy and kind of tough, you know. So it's like, oh, painful. Yeah, look at that. It's like such a struggle. I don't think like I probably like had 2 first place finishes in like 25 games or some shit like that. Oh man, yeah, look at this, like 1,000 points and then that's it, bang. You're dealing 1,000 points and like you're last. Oh my god, what's happening? Oh, what a disaster. Alright, so comes the question, right? Oh yeah. So I was talking about it earlier and then I kind of digressed. So what's the question? What's the path forward, right? Like if you cannot fix, you gotta fix the mental state first before I guess you kind of decide whether or not you want to play south. Because if you play south in this kind of mental state, right, then you're kind of asking for trouble. So because you're just gonna be losing double the points, right? You gotta figure out like whether or not you know how aggressive you want to be or how passive you want to be, kind of thing, right? And if your luck like really like your luck is kind of just running bad and you're playing yourself, it's just like really long agonies of like just sitting down there and not getting hands, and I have experienced that, man. Seriously, it was so painful. Like, can you imagine round after round in south games, right, where you're like kind of blown out by pretty much like the, you know, like maybe like East 3 or East 4 kind of thing. You're just kind of blown out. Then you gotta sit on there for an extra round of like not drawing hands or something like that, right? You know, and those kind of sufferings is kind of the same way as well. You know, whereby like you know, like you start off dealer and then like you get some Hanuman Zimo or some shit like that, and then like, oh, okay, this one, yeah. I mean, look at this. This one was painful as well, right? It was just like this, bang, and then like dealer Mangan. It's like kind of like you know. I think at this point the stream barely started as well. You know, it's like stream barely started and it was just kind of bouncing around, right? And it's like next thing you know, it's like bang, dealer Mangan, like that. Ouch. What was it? Oh, okay, no, because it was like Shanshoku Dora Tanyao. So, oh god. I mean, okay, one thing I know for sure, right, is that like oh, okay, yeah, alright. I think we can kind of see how painful the day was. Because I hit the dealer Mangan, yes, right? Then I actually gained like 4,000 points somewhere. Correct? Yeah, I remember this one. Then I had this series, this deal in. I remember this deal was one of those like really annoying ones as well. What happened there? Oh, okay, I know. Yeah, so this one's kind of the same thing, right? You're kind of like in last place, and you know, you're just like trying to see if you can squiggle something out, I guess. Just trying to squiggle something out and then like you kind of deal in. The 6 was the dealing card for this guy. And his hand was like Tan Yao Dora 2. Yeah, Tan Yao Dora 2. So it ended up like you know, even like some of these like small, easy, so-called easy to build hands for them, right? Kinda happens. But the thing was, we did actually hit a dealer Mangan here, right, with the Tsumo. And then after that, like some shit happens here, right? Okay, yeah. I remember. Yeah, I ended up eating a Hanuman Tsumo as dealer when I was in third here. So then that kind of like pushed me last. Ouch. So talking about Yakumans, right? Like yesterday I actually dealt in a Daisangen, right? And still managed to have a good session. So maybe I just burned off. Maybe I just burned off all my luck yesterday. Like yesterday was kind of good, kind of smooth, kind of easy. Last 2 days actually was kind of smooth and easy. You know, fairly comfortable upward trajectory kind of thing. Like you know, the games kind of feel balanced. You know, like where like okay, win some, lose some, win some, lose some, you know, kind of thing. And it kind of feels like at least you're kind of making progress, as compared to like this whole, you know, like massive slide kind of thing. Alright. I guess I should. Oh no, okay. This is like starting to get to the point where we're playing with Jade. Yeah. Oops, I missed it. I remember the game with Jade. That was just really one sick hand. It was so sick. But again, mistake on my part, I guess. Like sometimes again, the whole like, you know, you end up pushing. Yeah, it was this hand. Alright. I mean, for most of the round, I was kind of like good with regards to holding this, and then it kind of like hit this spot where I just couldn't resist, and I let go the 2, and then I dealt into a dealer by man instead, which was kind of sloppy. But it was a friendly game, like it was not even a ranked friendly game, 4 player South kind of thing with another streamer, so it's like kind of like okay, alright. Plus, I guess I was also doing really well for like all the prior games kind of thing. Then it's like I guess a little bit of cockiness kind of set in. But yeah, the whole entire like session with Jade, the day, it was like 1 first, 1 fourth, 1 second, and after that it just like became this huge shit show, right? Like fourth, third, fourth, second, third. I guess it's like you know, okay, having looked at the logs now, you know, it's one of those things where I can kind of accept that, you know, it really does look more like okay, it looks like a bad night. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm a fantastic player or anything, but it kind of looks like a bad night, you know, where you know, granted like some sloppy play on my part kind of made it worse, but I think at the end of the day, you know, it just feels a little bit unavoidable. So I guess I shouldn't be overly bummed about it, you know. Like just continue to address the issues that I have, that I feel that needs to be addressed, right? Just kind of address those, and then yeah, like not overthink the rest of the session beyond that, in that sense, right? Because what usually happens to me at this point in time, then I start like doubting a lot of shit. Like okay, you know, like do I really know how to like do proper time management? Do I really know how to do proper, like, you know, or at least I wouldn't say proper. When I say proper, I mean like at least to a point of reasonable competency, you know, that kind of thing. So I don't know, for the guys that are still in chat or still with us, what do you think I should do, right? I mean, I wanted to get the East Games over and done with. So the East Games are over and done with now, right? But given the current state that I am, I mean, like clearly I will continue playing. I mean, I will continue playing. It's my main form of entertainment and distraction at this point in time, right? You know, so should I continue playing East at least to just kind of like I guess cool off, get over stuff or something like that? Because then the point bleed in East is gonna be a lot less. Or should I kind of go back to South, where maybe the longer rounds might kind of offer some kind of, you know, I guess like some kind of out, if that's a, you know, in the event of any kind of trouble. Is anyone around to kind of like at least like maybe give their vote? Let me Saint as okay. So Saint, I think would be it's kind of like a goal. It is a goal. I mean, you know, to be blunt, of course, it is a goal, right? You know, because for me, then at least I kind of feel like, you know, like okay, at least like, you know, you clearly you don't hit Saint unless you have some degree of competency. That's what I kind of feel, right? But whether or not I am at that level where like, you know, hitting Saint is just a matter of cranking games out, I am a bit doubtful. You know, like I said, I always felt like from the looks of things, you know, like maybe high M2s, maybe high M1s, mid M2s is kind of like probably like where my general average is, right? I think I remember like this Amai or whatever, you know, it kind of reflected that as well, right? Like you know, in terms of like the stable rank, but it kind of disappeared for a while. I have no idea why. Like so that column kind of disappeared for me, you know. So I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I would like eventually hope to eventually kind of hit the, you know, but clearly I'm very aware that there will be certain issues that need to be like at least ironed out or sorted out, kind of thing, you know. So okay, so you're thinking south, alright? Yeah, it's true. I guess you're right in that sense. Also, you know, you can't hide from south, you know. And let's put it this way. Yeah, okay, all right. Then we go south. Can't agree with you. Then we go south because if you, I mean, like, okay, like let's say I do what I was saying, like, you know, oh, do I play east and then play east and I kind of ride it through. I mean, let's put it this way: you're not gonna run away from variance forever as well, right? So at some point in time, you're gonna have to deal with this shit in south, right? So if that's the case, then you might as well just, you know, stick to south and then like, or at least go to south and then kind of like just get that over and done with, you know, like then deal with the variance when it hits, right? It won't be the first time, but like clearly I need also, you know, to kind of at least have a little bit of a better, I guess, better ability, I guess, to kind of like figure my way out when it kind of gets to that point where, like, you know, it's just kind of not working, right? Because of course, clearly, as you can see, sometimes, you know, when it kind of starts to not work, then I kind of start to lose it. Then I really start to kind of push it, you know. And the worst part is that then you start like talking yourself into doing really stupid things, and then, you know, kind of justifying it to yourself after that, right? All right. Thanks, Fluffy. South it is, I guess. Yeah, anyway, I got 1,000 more South games to go, right? If I recall. Was that 1,000 more South games? No. Oh yeah, no. It's 1,000 games. 1,000 games. Well, 1,000 games will probably take a long time. So yeah, I guess I kind of start cranking on that. What do you mean how you deal in rate versus 3P 4P? What do you mean? Sorry, I don't understand the question. I guess cause there's a bit of a like typo there kind of thing, so it's throwing me off. Compare dealing rate. Well, 3P dealing rate is definitely going to be just that little bit higher, I suppose, right? But at the same time, you know, it's really gonna be the same thing, right? Like what I observe, you know, with like the higher ranked players as well for 3P is that at the end of the day, the dealing rate for 3P is just gonna go that little bit higher, but it's not gonna be like there's still no justification for a stupid number, I think, for most part, right? Like ultimately it's like, so like this guy, for example, right? So okay, we have 13 here. So I'm guessing most of them will sit around the 13 and 14 range, thereabouts. Let me see. 12, right? 13, 12. I mean, I'm just randomly picking like the top guys here, right? You know. 13, 12, 12, right? 13, 12, 12, 12. Okay, so let's say okay, you know, it's not gonna it should not move by much. So let's say 12. We give like 13.2, 13.3 lah, right? So we just kind of like slap on like, you know, like a 30 or 40 basis points kind of like increase to the whole entire thing, right? My 3p dealing rate is gonna be like look at that, right? 16, you know, highest I ever got with 3p was like M3. So clearly, you know, best was 15. I mean, okay, so talking about dealing rate, right? I mean, sometimes I joke about it, right? But of course, at the end of the day, the reality is that there is one thing that is kind of constant, right? Which is ultimately, you know, the top players, right, will kind of gravitate towards a certain dealing rate. And I think that if you cannot fix that part, right, to at least come close, you know, you're really just not gonna get there. You know, so dealing rate does go up to a certain degree for 3p. I mean, it's unavoidable because 3p, you know, 3p in itself is really this whole like balance between like aggression and you know, between aggression and dealing in, but you can't go nuts as well. Like you cannot go absolutely nuts as in that sense, right? You know, so we look at like the self dealing rates for like all the top like the really top guys, right? I mean, look at it, it's like, I mean, gotta give them credit for being where they are, right? And you look at it, it's like 10, you know, 12. So I mean, it goes up, but it doesn't go up by a stupid figure, right? Like this is like what, 12, you know? So yeah, I mean, look at it, pretty much none of them are over 13. So even like earlier when I was like saying like 13 is kind of like, I think it's kind of being extra generous, was it? No, 13 was for 3p. So yeah, I mean, like 3p you kind of expect like maybe like probably like 1 to 1.5% increase in deal-in rate versus South. This is what I'm kind of like just seeing with like just randomly clicking and kind of looking at the sample sizes and stuff like that, right? So for 3p you kind of get that, you know. So 3p, I guess you kind of get the increase in aggression, right, and the increase in dealing rate, but it still shouldn't be like some really stupid jump, right? I mean, I think we can all agree that this is probably like going to be the conclusion from just, I mean, just looking at this small sample size to a certain extent. I mean, we look at my 3p dealing rate and the 4p dealing rate, you know, same thing, right? What, you know, for about 1.5% increase kind of thing, you know. So I mean, yeah, one of the things is always like, yeah, clearly I'm dealing in too much, right? It's just that I'm trying to figure out like, so I'm trying to figure out where am I dealing in too much, because the times where I kind of just like fold a lot, like avoid dealing in a lot, I just find that I'm in spots where I still end up in the same situation where you don't gain points, and because you don't gain points, you just kind of end in like second or third, you know what I mean? It's like, and in 3p, if you actually need to finish first for most part. You actually need to finish first unless you can kind of rack your points up above I can't remember what's the threshold, but I think you need to be above 35,000. So you need to be above the starting points in order not to lose points if you're second in 3p. Alright. So that's the thing with 3p is that why generally people have to at least play to a certain level of aggression is that you don't really get much, or you actually can lose points when you're second, right? So I mean, of course, then I guess we can kind of conclude that, like, you know, at the end of the day, what they're finding better spots, I guess, right? And finding better spots is a matter of being able to clearly identify and dissect your hand, you know, in terms of like what its potentials or capabilities are, right? So yeah, then it comes back to like what I was saying earlier, right? It's like, yeah, okay, so clearly, I mean, like, I've always known that I deal in too much. That's for sure. I mean, I don't deny that fact. I deal in too much, right? The question is like where am I dealing in too much? And, you know, where? So yeah, so it's like really just where am I dealing in too much? You know, like what kind of spots should kind of like be cut down. I mean, for fact, for one good thing is that, like, you know, like for now, since I guess, like, you know, before I kind of gave a shit, right? Like last time, like even Richie or so kind of thing, for the most part, I didn't really defend that much as well. So like in terms of like being aggressive and things like that and whatnot, yeah, you know, it's like now at least, like, you know, when it comes to like Richie and stuff like that, you know, where we're dealing against Richie, I kind of at least learn to tone down a little bit. But actually no, it's not even toned down a little bit, it's toned down a lot. Like I really toned down a lot, right? And even then also my dealing rate still kind of sits high. So clearly there's still another leak somewhere, which I kind of need to find. Oh, I don't know. But okay, I guess maybe like we'll just go with what you say, and then yeah, I guess I kind of got to roll in South at some point as well. Kind of like can't stay out of it forever as well. You know, I mean, good news is that, I mean, at the end of the day, we got that shit out of the way, right? And then it master anyway. So it's like, so straight up, I'm gonna be like playing Jade. So because quite frankly, if I'm going to be playing South, I really want to play in Jade. I don't really want to play in Gold if I can help it. You know, because I think I need to be there to at least like either face the issues that are going to hurt me, or like at least like be given the opportunity to kind of address them in a proper setting. Because Gold, yeah, I think the gap between Gold and Jade is just too wide, you know. And it's at that point where it's wide enough for me where I feel that I'm not going to improve in Gold. You know, I'm gonna and the only spot where I can kind of improve in is going to be playing in Jade. So I don't know. I guess we keep our fingers crossed that I can kind of like hang on to my points long enough to like stay in Jade, right? Stay in Jade and kind of like fix the issue before it kind of like blows up in my face and I find myself back in E3 again. Then I don't know. Then what, right? I mean, generally, like I said, I'm not so worried about E3 or not so worried being in E3. I mean, I always felt like coming out of E3 back into M1 has never been an issue. You know, it's always a matter of like one staying in M, at any kind of M level, you know, and kind of not having this kind of weird like super wide variance kind of thing, you know. Because I generally when I sit around M, I really just bounce around like 1.5 ranks most of the time, which is really wide. I don't know. But I think that's it though. Like some of these variants can hit very hard, right? Let me like look at Raph. Raph like went from like Scene 2 all the way to like, he went from Scene 2 all the way to Master 2. I mean, that's a really bad slide, you know. And if you want to talk about like at least like being technically or fundamentally sound, I mean, we can all be certain that, you know, if anything, at least he does have same level, you know, like I guess fundamentals and technical abilities in that sense, you know. So if he has eaten like a 2.5, you know, 1, 2, no, it's almost like, yeah, it's almost like a 2.5 3-point slide, right? You know, 3-point rank slide kind of thing. It's like that's how bad like the variance can kind of get. So, and he considers himself risky. God, okay, all right, yeah. Okay, one thing I do notice watching him play, right, which I know I don't do, right, which I kind of need to incorporate in, is that as he, so like for I guess like for me, right, you know, when it comes to I guess like defense and things like that, I can avoid the obvious stuff, right? I can avoid the obvious stuff when they become obvious, you know. Of course, today is like a little bit of a poor example, but I mean, I do think I have the ability to avoid the obvious stuff when it becomes obvious, or when it's close to becoming obvious. Where I find Raph, you know, say compared to me in a sense where, you know, straight up, yeah, definitely got some space to improve and try and learn there, is that he has the ability to avoid stuff as it builds up. And he also has the ability to avoid contributing to the build-up. That's what I kind of observe from you know, like watching some of his videos and things like that. like he's really good at like, you know, like kind of like, okay, this guy is kind of building into this, right? You know, then he kind of like knows like, okay, either A, whether or not he can kind of push his head through, or B, right, whether he throttles back. I notice he throttles back most of the time though. So I mean, if you talk about like, you know, like for myself reducing the deal in rate, right, it's kind of like that as well, whereby like, you know, you kind of almost like, it's not even about avoiding dealing in, it's about avoiding contribution to the hand entirely, you know what I mean, right? Contribution towards like others building their hand kind of thing. So yeah, when he plays, he has that awareness. Like I see like how he kind of like, you know, because those times where he does talk through it, you know, talk about what is it exactly he's thinking. I do come across many moments where he's kind of like, okay, like, you know, this is not safe, right? You know, this is not safe is definitely clearly like a good, at least I would say at least a good 3 steps ahead of like the point where I kind of consider like, okay, this shit is not safe, or this action is not safe kind of thing, you know. So yeah, maybe that's where they kind of like have that is where they kind of, I guess, have that edge that kind of indirectly impacts the dealing rate, right? You know, whereby like it's not even a case of like, oh, the guy's in Tempai and you kind of don't you know what I mean, like the guy's in Tempai and you kind of don't deal in. Like for them it's kind of like probably like even like that one spot ahead kind of thing, where it's like, you know, and then that kind of indirectly impacts the dealing rate, you know what I mean. So it's not even a case of like obvious tile reading, like, oh, this guy is Richie, or this guy's like, you know, like Honitsu and like likely to be waiting on that, like okay, like a case of like this guy is Honitsu and he kind of like tossed out this card or that card kind of thing. So like, you know, so it's like I think like it's a case of really getting to a point where you know, you can kind of, like I said, one step earlier, right, where it's like you can kind of recognize, you know, before it gets to that point, right? I mean, of course, like we talk about new players or beginner players or newbie players and things like that, or even like we talk about like the low E ranks, you know, low E ranks, low, you know, maybe low E ranks, higher depth ranks kind of thing. That, like, I think for them, sometimes it even gets to the point where it's like Honitsu, right, you know, and like they can't even spot the overflow point, right, you know, which is kind of like the absolute red flag for Honitsu, right? Once the guy kind of like overflows the cards and like, you know, he's like kind of like, right, like, you know, he's building Honitsu, let's say Honitsu like pins or something like that, and the moment he starts throwing pins out, you absolutely know that this dude is already either in Tempai or Ishanten, or like most likely in Tempai. It's unlikely to be Ishanten. Most of the time he's in Tempai, right? And the worst case scenario, the extra card that kind of leaked from his hand is usually like either mean two things: one, Tempai, or, you know, most often mean two things: one, Tempai, or two, an improvement to like some bullshit 3-card weight or better weight, right? Excuse me. You know, or like from a Tanki into like a Remnant or some shit like that, right? You know, so the lower E players, you know, I think, you know, like can't even identify that spot kind of thing, right? Yeah, I guess maybe, yeah, probably spend some time thinking about that part of it. Oof, I don't know. All right, well, I guess I'll probably be ending here. I don't think I have it in me anymore to kind of sit through. And anyway, besides the well, okay, you know what? No, I'm not going to be playing any more East anyway. We kind of just hit that 3,000 game mark, which was kind of crucial. And I think, you know, it's kind of like need to, since I'm at that spot where I need to establish, you know, and be very clear. I actually like kind of clear a reset before I move back into South kind of thing. Then it's kind of good that probably like maybe like just don't jump straight into it, take a break. Plus, you know, like you can see we play for about 6 hours already, so probably like good time to also kind of take a break. So yeah, all right. Well, Fluffy, thanks for dropping in. You know, like, I hope you guys had fun, right? Or if anything, like, you know, it was entertaining, you know. And hey, Chikai, dude, hey, full of shit, man. You're so full of shit. And why are you up at 4:30 a.m.? I mean, I'm up because, like, you know, clearly I have really like some of the weirdest hours kind of thing, right? But why are you up at like 4:30 a.m.? Really? you're full of shit. It's really starting to come to a point where I have absolutely no idea, all right, whether what you're saying is true or not. And I swear to God, okay, seriously, at that moment when you kind of told me I can't remember which game it was, where you kind of like 6M is safe, right? I have to be honest, if I was really like kind of at that point where, okay, I kind of really don't know, I was too lazy to think, I would have tossed it out. So seriously, man, you right? It's only like, thank goodness, at that point where I kind of like had some bandwidth, and I was kind of looking at it, I was like, what do you mean 6M is safe? Like, geez, thanks. One more game. I don't think I have it in me to play one more game, man. I feel so wrecked. Today was such an ass whooping. Seriously, I just feel like I just went in and like bent over and like literally just like took it no loop kind of thing. It just really just felt like that. Like no hands, no hands, no hands, no hands. When you have hands, it's like deal in. It's like, oh god, right? So painful. No. I think I'm done. Come back tomorrow. Well, if anything, at least there's a tomorrow. I'm afraid that I gotta at least like stream 2 days in M1, right? Last thing I wanna do is like kind of like, oh, one more hand, and then like kind of have a bad run, and it's like they're like, oh, here we are, guys, back again in E3. I'm gonna work my way back after M1 again. But this time we're gonna do it in South. Oh god, so it's gonna be so painful. Yeah. Let me kind of like go and sit down and meditate on like how I'm gonna approach this. I mean, good news is, like I said, having looked at like the whole entire thing, I think I'm just like, okay, I'm kind of okay. I'm kind of like I'm feeling a bit okay about it, right? Like most of the situations, and plus it's East anyway, so like kind of hard to get out of it. Once you're stuck in it, it's kind of hard to get out of it, right? So I kind of got to reset and recalibrate for South again. Yeah, I think it'd be good to kind of like get some South games in as well. I kind of do miss playing South as well, right? And of course, if that goes all goes to shit, then I'll just move back. I'll just move back to Sama for a while and cool off there. Anyway, alright, thanks guys. Thanks for popping in, seriously. I mean, like today was really, really good experience, It's kind of interesting as well, right? Because you always think that yeah, I'll just play and like chat with people at the same time kind of thing. And then clearly, there is a certain balance or ability to kind of balance that difference or that balancing of bandwidth kind of thing, which I kind of need to at least be aware of, or at least know how to work off. But today was the first time. Wow, it's really not easy to play, and it's not easy to play and like monitor chat at the same time. Like play and like focus on what you're doing and monitor chat at the same time. Having said that though, I once tried to multi-table Mahjong Richie with my daughter's account. Like, so I was playing 2 games at once, right? Like, like multi-table poker kind of thing, right? I was playing 2 games at once. Seriously, it's a shit show, man. It's like, don't even ever try it. It's like, it's next to impossible to track all the tiles and like track your hands and track what's going on kind of thing. There was a tourney. Actually, some of these tourneys, where do we get like the whatchamacallit? The notifications from? Because like, yeah, I'm keen on I'm keen on playing tournaments and stuff like that, right? But for me, the only times where I get involved in tournaments and whatnot is when it's like it really just comes through this whole official thing, right? Where they drop a notice, an event and stuff like that, or like then they flag and like, hey, there's a tournament coming up, you need to assemble a team, blah blah blah, and stuff like that, right? So how do you like get involved in some of these? Because I do enjoy tournaments, like like even prior to Mahjong Soul, I used to play tournaments, whenever they did pop up, So there's like on Mahjong Time, Ron, that kind of stuff, So sure, I might as well just search for it and see what. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's formal or informal, right? Like sometimes, you know, some of these are just good alternatives. All right. It's on your VOD is okay on Twitch, right? If it's on Twitch, right? Not YouTube, right? Okay, I'm gonna check out this. I'm gonna check out the Discord. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I will end here and go and watch your. Go watch your VOD. I definitely don't have. I definitely don't have another game in me at this point. Like yeah. I'm just like. I feel so done after after this ass whooping that I kind of took today. I just feel so done. All right. Anyway, thanks for dropping in, guys. Like hope to see you guys again. You know, soon. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. I mean, I should definitely be on tomorrow, but I don't have a fixed schedule at this point in time, right? You know, like for me, I just kind of play. But I guess, you know, eventually, if things kind of settle into some kind of routine or something, I mean, I'm more than happy to also kind of follow it. Right now, I mean, it's kind of like free. It's kind of like free and easy. But I mean, I definitely do play every single day for at least like a couple of hours. So, but yeah, thanks for dropping by. It was really, really fun. And it was really, like I said, it was a really, really good experience, right? In terms of like, you know, like the whole play and manage chat at the same time kind of thing and whatnot. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to kind of like experience that and do that as well. But yeah, honestly, this is the first time my chat has been so active, so I'm kind of like happy that people actually dropped in. Yeah, all right, okay, I'm gonna end it here. Thanks so much. You know, hope you guys had fun. And yeah, it's late. If it's late, you know, try and get some rest before whatever it is that you have to do tomorrow, school or work or whatever. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks. Bye.